they are like you could literally buy a telescope.
Yeah, well, think about it. Oh yeah. You can buy a telescope. You can look at those things. I get where you're going with this, but how? In what way do those things out there are related to what we are? How can you make the comparison? Let's put it this way: can you draw a comparison to those things up there to what you're standing on?
They're
Yeah, I
planets.
know. That's a word. That's a word. How have you seen those things look like what we're standing on?
But like, how else are you supposed to
Brother, I'm asking you to think critically for yourself.
No. But
Can you see those things up there looking like what you're standing on?
No, the answer's no. But can I just clarify what a planet is? Because I think we're just skipping past the definition of planet. What is your definition of the word planet?
it is a large circular, like global map. I can't tell you the exact like definition, but basically something that has an orbit around a star. That is like a large enough that isn't just like a
Sure,
rock.
by your definition, what you're standing on should be what you say it is. But how can you know that it's the thing that you just said right now that it is?
You know, I actually don't, but it's like you know what I also don't know? I don't know like no one.
All right, so that's a good place to start. We can start there. You don't know. So that's why we're here in this channel, which is not trolling you. It's getting people to critically think about why they don't know. Yeah? That's what we're doing.
Wait, but what's the like if the earth is flat, what does that change about like anything in your life?
Well, think about it like this. If you have to ask the question, people that want to know truth, we're going to look into this topic. If you don't give a crap about truth, you're going to be like, dude, it's all about money, bitches, and clothes. Like, that's all you care about in life. So that's what it'll be. But if you want to seek the truth about the reality of where you live, then this is going to be top priority. You're going to want to know if somebody's telling you the truth or somebody's not telling you the truth. Yeah. So the emphasis you have on truth is where it's going to lie. So nobody should tell you what the importance of truth is. You should be able to tell people, hey, man, I think this is something important. Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree.
Okay.
My truth is that I believe in God and I'm Christian, so all of my morals and my worldview comes from that. So like I'm probably going to be different on like what I do things.
Yeah, you might think so, but if you look at the order of creation in the book of Genesis, it talks about how God ordered everything in creation to exist. So first, a lot of the things came into being, which was the earth and the vegetation and all things like that. And then on the fourth day, on the order of creation, came the sun, moon, and stars. Now, according to the heliocentric paradigm, the sun had to be here in order for life to begin on Earth, which means Big Bang cosmology, which means all this other stuff, right? But if you're true to the word, that means that you're going to go by what the order of creation and the way things were ordered to be, not in what man has told you the way things are. So that's true, I don't know if that's true or not for you. You might take man's word over God's word, but that's what we go by. No. If you're truly saying what you're saying.
Yeah, I definitely need to be more into my faith because like I was raised Christian, but I more so found it recently, and I'm like, okay, I gotta lock in on this shit. But you know,
that's fine. That's fine, dude. But what I'm saying is, if you say you go by what God says, then the order of creation throws the heliocentric paradigm into question.
Interesting. Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting.
Right, and you might want to change your name. Hang on a second. You might want to change your name because if you're as righteous as you're making out and you follow, you're Christian, your name is offensive. Look at your name.
I should. I'm like I always joke around a lot.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound. It's not very good. It doesn't match what you're trying to be. Okay,
not very Christ-like, is it?
You're kind of right. Let me change that real quick.
Yeah,
look at you, kind of right though. But I gotta. I look, you gotta go to bed. It's getting late. You guys have a great night.
All right, man. See you.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Good luck on your expedition of truth.
Oh, we're enjoying it. We've got a 10-year victory so far. Thanks.
Come back another time. Another time.
Yeah. We just mentioned the name and he's gone. You see that? Mr. Righteous. There you go. There you go, man. It was the same with like Rob Notchers yesterday with the kayaking to what was it, Antarctica? Well, how are you going to go to the toilet? And that just shut down the whole thing, didn't it? Yeah, there you go.
Then he admitted he was lying about it, so, I mean, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, it was just amazing.
I find it interesting, his argument, though. What his Christian faith is the reason why he believes it a ball, but actually Hebrew cosmology is not a ball. So I'm struggle to understand how he got to the globe from his faith.
Yeah. If he had stayed longer, I'm sure you would have got that out of him. Actually, yeah. I just thought he was being a bit contradictory with his name. That's all.
Yeah, he's a bit conflicted, I think, with his philosophical interpretation of the Earth at the moment. So that's understandable. A lot of people are from that perspective. So there tends to be a bit more grace when it comes to that.
Yeah. He's wishing us all the good luck. He's not aware of our 10-year non-stop, unwavering, every second of that 10-year victory over the heliocentric model. I mean, what's going on here?
Hey, Ken, let me ask you something. Because this is one of the guys that's sitting in here right now. If mountains are not flat, does that make the Earth not flat? Let me ask the room that. If mountains are not flat, does that make the Earth not flat?
Yeah, that sounds like an incoherent supposition that just doesn't make any sense. Like, how about this one? Say if you don't want to hear from someone and they trigger you, so you ban them from a server you control and own, would you then follow that person to another server just to complain about them all over again?
No, you obviously wouldn't, would you? If you're in sound body and mind, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, this just tells you how out of the, like, not even trying to think Bevtards are. They don't even try. They'll be like, Crit is extremely vulgar, he's triggering, he's a troll, he's an asshole, we have to ban him. There's no other solution. Therefore, now that he's banned, follow him to another server and complain about him.
What about yesterday? That desperate guy. Flat earthers must die. Everyone's having that conversation. The debate's raging. And you've got this idiot in the back going, flat earthers must die. Flat earthers have got to die. Flat earthers must die. Do you remember that? Yesterday.
He went through, I don't know if you saw that, he went through the server and like pinged a bunch of people in like every single channel after he got kicked out.
Oh, I didn't notice that at all. Yeah. Flat earthers must die. See? Desperate.
Look, yeah, then you look and people are like, not even paying it. It's called the Barbra Streisand effect. They didn't even know. Like, they're doing their own thing on their own channel. Suddenly, some random weirdo starts spamming their channel that has nothing to do with Flat Earth whatsoever. And they're like, what the fuck's going on? Like, that is some hilarious shit. Those Flat Earthers just triggered that dude, beyond time and space. Like, that is an epic level triggering.
Yeah.
So they come check it out. They're like, you guys are doing God's work up here, man. That, like...
Yeah. Some psychiatrists would have a field day with this kind of display of cog dis and just mental instability. Yeah. Cognitive
I mean,
breakdown.
if you were to bring up the salt flat,
it's quite amazing. Just like stimulus response, and that they're unable to even think that through. Why is this topic so triggering, yet you can't stay away from it? Is it just like a moth to flame? Like you're just compelled? Like someone's doing something that has nothing to do with you, and you've banned them from any place you have control. And you still can't move on from that.
You gotta admit, Crit, he's right in your jock, bro, at this point.
I want you to be wrong.
He can't get enough of you. He can't quit you, man. It's like a bad relationship. Can't quit you.
Like Brokeback Mountain. I wish I could quit you. That's why the science and space news is so powerful, because it gets them to try. Can you talk about something other than flat Earth? Here is your globe lore presented to you by people, scientific communicators, working their dickens to try to get you to click. Can you read the words and add anything of substance to the conversation? And many times they can't. They really can't. Like, they're just incensed that someone in the globe is trying to talk to them about the globe. I mean, that's not all of them. You got to say some people really love the science and space news. You know, it sparks a lot of conversation, you know, like in some servers. That's why I know, like, people say, what you're doing's wrong. I'm like, really? Well, how come all these other servers, these other people I message, they love it. They love the science and space news.
Yeah. I'm
So
glad
which
you
one
said
is
that
it?
word. Yeah, that word incensed. That was the word I was looking for yesterday. Incensed, because they do get insensified to beyond belief, you know, to the extreme. Yeah. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for yesterday. Yes. Incensed. Wow. So triggering, isn't that? And the dude yesterday that couldn't answer the question whether a straight trajectory and a curved trajectory were the same or not. And you said, Crit, he can't answer it. He can't answer it. More like he didn't want to answer it. He can't answer it. Yeah.
I just want to say that I love you, Flight Earthers, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Same to you, sir. Same to you. We wish you all the best as well. Long may you live, inshallah. Long may you live.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty soon. I mean, Netflix has a NASA Plus channel where they'll be streaming NASA content. So hopefully that's enough to get these guys off Discord. They'll be able to sit in front of their TV now or their tablet and just watch NASA 24 hours a day, stream to them about the same level of content you get from Disney Plus.
Right.
So once they tickle that the entertainment, you know, itch, they'll be able to just flip on Netflix instead of turn on Discord for their entertainment purposes.
And do you have to pay for that Netflix, or is that coming out free?
Yeah, it's a little vague. I was looking at the articles and stuff. It seems like it's going to be free at first, and then they'll start, you know, dialing in like the pay features.
Right.
Like you'll be able to, like at first, like a pilot program. Hey, it's paid for. Everyone gets it for a certain amount of time, and then they'll start having commercials. And then if you don't want commercials, well, that's $1.99. And then they'll start having, you know, advertisements like infomercials or something like that. If you don't want that, well, that's a pay prescription. That's like $6.99. You know, like they'll slowly turn it up until eventually, basically, the whole thing is just, you know, advertising.
Yeah, I've completely avoided all that stuff and the advertising. I didn't pay to do that, of course, because as my system gets older, because I was using the iPad, I'm still using it, the iPad 2012, that's the second generation iPad, right? And then the iPhone 6 I got when it was new, 6 Plus at 2014, right? And the first thing that I noticed on the iPhone 6 Plus, that if you're watching YouTube and you didn't want to have the ads, you had to pay to have it removed. I thought, well, I'm not going to give you $1 for that. I'm not giving you a penny. Fuck the adverts. And then as the years have gone on, what they do is if you don't update the iOS, then the quality of the YouTube starts to degrade in that, you know, that actually got no advertising coming in. So it's worked to my favour, right? The longer I've kept the phone, they degrade the experience on YouTube. And part of that degradation is that we haven't got advertising coming in. So I'm loving it still. So I'm watching YouTube and I don't get any adverts come in, any, on the iPhone 6 Plus.
Hey, let me just ask real quick to the room. Does anybody in here want to discuss the matters of the topic of the Earth being a globe or the Earth being flat? So to anybody new that's joining us, we got some people in the chat. I know, remember, King of 8 Ball used to be a guy that we talked to a long time ago that was training to be a lawyer. I guess you were in school or something, so I'm not really sure where you landed with that. But I do know there's some people in here that are not from the group. So we got Saul in here. I don't know who he is.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, some other people in here. So if you're
Come
in
on,
here,
guys.
go ahead and chime in.
Yeah, please ask the questions because you've landed at what I call the mecca of all flat Earth servers, the university, 24/7 flat Earth university, right here. And you've got all the best flat earthers are here that can answer any of your questions. So please, let's get going. Any one of you can just ask any question you like, anything. We are here to want to hear. So come on. The truth, that would be, of course. Also, just a big shout out to all you guys in the live stream who are listening. Thank you for your time. I hope we've been entertaining and keeping it real and keeping it truthful. Hopefully, you are learning from us as well. Yeah, and we appreciate you coming in every time. So, thank you.
Shout out to Ben and Jen, who's recently joined the channel. Asti, still haven't spoken up yet, bro. Let's hear from you guys. Welcome, welcome. Finn Gracie, I'm not sure if you've spoken to anyone, but welcome. And Jado. Any of you guys up for a chat?
Or maybe you have a query. If not a chat, you've got a query. Just ask your question and then go back on mute if you like, and we can give you the answer to your queries.
We don't bite, guys. Don't worry. Well, most of us don't, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I joined. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just being an idiot. I'm going to buy it, okay?
All right, go on then. Have a bite. Yeah, I remember joining servers and that, but I wasn't worried to speak. I spoke, mate. They didn't have to ask me. I got a question. Why are you Globers not recognising there's no curvature? You know what I mean? Going on with. And this is in, 2016. Yeah, still not up to articulating it properly, but that curvature thing just spoke volumes. And you might remember the guy that kept saying, "Where's the curvature? Where? Where?" Do you remember that one at the very beginning of the reinsurgence? No curvature. Yeah.
I mean, where's all the Globus laser tests?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Yeah. Bending
They don't
light laser
exist.
test. Yeah. Let's have those laser tests that are bending around the curve, you know? Come on. Calling out to the Globers who are in the server at the moment. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Don't be shy now.
Yeah, Ben. I mean, Ben's always got questions. I don't know why Ben's being quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, come on, Ben. What questions do you have? What queries do you have? Remember, we're telling you that the globe doesn't exist because it doesn't exist. We're not on a globe yet. Definitely not on a globe traveling at 2.2 million miles an hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year, and all the stars are in the same place. We're not doing that. That's for sure. Not a hair out of place. So what makes you think that we are doing that? What's your proof? We're covering that kind of mileage. What about all that space being left behind? What happens to all that space that we've left behind? Over my 63 years of being alive on the earth, puddling at those breakneck speeds. What's happened to all that space? How big is space? Yeah? Massive place. Ginormous. Humongous. Massive. All that space.
How big is it, Jen? Where's the edge of space? Why don't you know?
Yeah. Yeah. What would happen when we got there? That's another question, isn't it? Yeah. Space just keeps expanding, does it?
Yeah, Jen, it's all relative. You just don't understand, man. Sorry.
Yeah. I truly don't understand, you know what I mean? All that space that's out there behind us as today, I mean, all that space behind. that we've left behind. What happens to all that space? Yes. God doesn't waste the space, you see. Not with his intelligent design.
So it looks like y'all don't have anybody new on here right now, or maybe I'm wrong.
No, we're waiting for a Glober to ask a question or field an argument. But yeah, pretty quiet. Good to see you though, Dave.
Yep, back at you, everybody. Roots and everybody. If you're new on this call, you're listening on YouTube or Rumble or wherever we're talking, you think we're crazy idiots, you haven't really looked at this subject, come in here and have a civil discussion, you may have your eyes opened a little bit. Or a lot. Back to you guys.
Well, sometimes they need a little bit of goading. So we want to hear some arguments for the globe. But unfortunately, unfortunately we've not heard any good ones, as no one's ever proven the radius or the curvature of the Earth. Can you tell us any different?
Yeah. Can you tell us any different? Good question there. Well, I'm not as quiet as these Globers. When I go to the Glober service, I'm coming in like Rambo. Machine gun operating. Brrrah, brrrah. It's a flat earth, you bastards. Brrrah, brrrah, brrrah. Brrrah. New magazine. Brrrah, 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 brrrah. As I enter. See? Get them agitated.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'll try to rewind my brain to late 2014 when I believed I live on a spinning ball. I'm going to give you my globe argument from that time. Let's see.
Good one.
Let's see. What was my best globe argument? When I go out to the beach and I watch a boat go away, I see the bottom disappear first, so I live on a ball. Prove me wrong.
You don't even see that all the time. More often than not, it just disappears above the horizon.
That's right. Yeah. And then when you think it has disappeared over the curvature, ladies and gentlemen, some of you think this when you see the ship disappearing on the horizon there, it's gone over a curved. Okay, right now that would mean that if I picked up a pair of binoculars just to look better, I shouldn't be able to see the ship because the Earth's curvature would be in the way. It's gone over the curve. Once something's gone over the curve, you never see it again unless you change your position. Right, but then again, when we pick up the binoculars, the ship is there. It's there. What happened? Well, basically, the ship went beyond the capability of your eyes to focus on it. That's what happened. And now I'm using the binoculars to aid my eyes, and it's giving me a zooming in there and enlarged everything. Oh, there it is, still there. And if you keep looking through those binoculars, maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes to an hour, the ship will disappear from the binoculars' ability to focus on it. So now you can't see it. You think it's gone over the horizon again, but no. You put down binoculars, you pick up the long-range telescope now, and there it is, still there on the water, still there. At what point does it actually go over the curve? There you are.
So you gentlemen are trying to tell me that other things could be involved besides Earth curvature? That boat's not going over a physical curve of the Earth?
No, that's correct. It's not going over the physical curve of the Earth. Correct.
Oh my gosh, I must not live on a ball then.
Yeah. It's perspective, isn't it? Angular resolution from your perspective. That's what's going on there. Your eyes are limited as to how far they can see regarding a ship on the ocean. That is. Yeah, go ahead.
Is somebody trying to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody's trying to talk, but they're coming in real muffled, or maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, it does sound like someone's trying to talk. Very.
Oh, maybe I am. Okay. Sorry. My settings are weird. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you sound
okay.
good.
Yeah. Did you have something you wanted to say to us, please?
I can't even remember what we were talking about. I'm sorry. It's. I was kind of listening, but not really. What was being talked
Well, just to
about?
remind you, Brandon, we were just talking about how no one has ever proven the radius or curvature of the Earth. Did you have anything to say around that?
Oh. So. Well, what did your testing do exactly?
Sound a bit drunk today, Brandon.
No. High, but not drunk.
Oh, you're high.
I was vaping THC juice stuff, so I am high.
Okay, so what say you about the fact that no one has ever proven the radius or curvature?
Be a question. What did Eratosthenes do? Did he? Yeah,
Aristosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Yes.
Yeah, he measured some shadows.
Yeah, sticks and shadows that didn't represent anything.
Well, if I can do the same exercise on my flat table here in front of me and give you a radius of my flat table here in front of me, does that make my flat table here in front of me a ball?
Oh, radius.
I can give you a radius
of any shape, actually, if you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. I could, but that isn't proving the radius or the curvature, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't prove any shape, flat or ball or sphere. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that argument didn't even carry weight in Aristophanes' own time. Nobody from that time spoke about Aristophanes. Nobody spoke about how the Earth was a ball in ancient Greece. Greek cosmology is flat. So it wasn't even taken seriously by his own people because nobody spoke about Aristophanes in his own time. Isn't that interesting?
So the Antikythera mechanism was created from a flat Earth idea or something?
Well, it's the same as the astrolabe. The astrolabe was a navigation device that worked on a flat surface, on a flat Earth, yeah.
Mm. I gotta research that Antikythera mechanism because I've seen some stuff of it, but I haven't researched it that deeply, so...
Yeah, all celestial navigation is flat Earth evidence. Because you're establishing a flat Earth before you even take a measurement angle to a star. You can't take a measurement angle to a star from a curved surface anyway. So any device that you use for the celestial navigation, you're using it over the assumption of a flat plane.
Can't do a straight line from a curve? Is that what... I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, you establish...
Isn't that what a tangent is?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Cut out for a second, Roach, but go ahead. Try again.
Yeah. Did I cut out or did he?
Roach cut out. Are you there, Roach?
Uh,
Give him a second. But Brandon, why would you think that Aristophanes proves anything? Isn't it at least a red flag for you that we asked for measurements of curvature and here it is 2025 and y'all going back to 300 BC with some guy that may or may not have existed, some story that doesn't bother you at all?
Well, I'm not even that big a part of the debate community. I haven't been here that long, though. A lot of people that have been here a hell of a lot longer than I have, and I've done a hell of a lot more research than I have. So yeah, I don't know that much about the debate even. So
Well, I'm not talking about the debate, just the logic of when we ask for curvature, and you go back to some guy that may or may not have existed 300 BC, measuring sun shadows. Does that bother you at all? Nobody's actually measured the actual surface. But are you back, Roots?
well, number one thing for me is that a horizon is an effect of a curve, isn't it?
No, the horizon has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth.
Could you show me?
Let's walk through this.
Okay.
So, what is the horizon? Define it.
The horizon. The definition is, I think, the limit to how far we can see.
Right.
Or
I mean, that's not the correct. I'm happy to accept that, but that's not the correct definition.
If you can go to the original meaning, I think the Greek was bounding circle.
Was what? Sorry?
That's the etymological wording. Yeah, that's the etymological term.
So it means bounding circle. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a line, isn't it? It's a horizontal line, horizontal line, where the Earth's surface meets the sky.
Well,
and that is indeed based on the atmospheric conditions and the limitation of how far you can see. If it was Earth curve, then it would be in the same place every day. But there is no position where we see a geometric curve. What we see.
Sorry.
I was just going to say what we see is a vanishing point or a position based on the atmospheric conditions and based on the limit of how far you can see on that day, where things will merge into a convergence point. Right? Would you agree?
There's more sky further than the farthest you can see yourself. You admit that. You'll at least admit that there's sky beyond what you can see.
But we're talking about the horizon. We're trying to define the horizon.
Yeah.
Horizon is nothing to do with beyond the horizon. We want to know why the horizon is where it is.
Right. Involves two things: the surface of the Earth and the sky. Right. There'll be division between them. An apparent division. Okay.
So it's a physical. It's a visual optical position that changes daily. Would you agree?
With refraction and how the atmosphere is, yeah, atmospheric conditions, yeah, that can change it.
Right, but if the horizon was due to curvature of the Earth, like you said earlier, then there would be a specific position. There would be a physical point where the curved surface of the Earth is curving away from us. That's not what we observe.
It's curving away. At the 3 mile distance, or what distance are we talking about? How far would it have to be?
Well, it would be 1.22. It would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for an average 6 foot observer, for a 1 foot observer, for a 6 foot observer, yeah, we'd expect it to be between 3 and 3.5 miles. Everything behind 3 to 3.5 miles would be physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. But that's not how the horizon works, is it? The horizon can be 10 miles out, it could be 20 miles out. We've got observations where it's even further than that. How could it be if Earth's a ball with a radius that we've been given. It can't, can it? The horizon is clearly nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It's only to do with perspective. Are you still with me? Did he leave?
I think he did.
He boat scooted, looks like. If you want to finish your explanation of the horizon, maybe somebody's listening to you, or did you? I'm sorry.
Why would he leave? We were just literally just getting started. But yeah, that's the horizon. The horizon is a vanishing position where the sky meets the ground, and everything into the horizon will converge into what's called a vanishing point. And there's a rate of disappearance that you would expect and can calculate based on perspective. Simple.
We've got Sol. Sol's joined the chat. Welcome in, Sol. Thanks for being here. Please direct
Hello,
any of
Sol.
your questions or comments to Roots. He's spearheading the conversation at the moment.
Yeah, World just did a.
Yeah. Or Dave, we got Dave, Dead Air Dave, and Crit. Crit's available. AV may or may not be able to chime in. Most everyone else has been a bit quiet. Sasha would definitely have questions for you if he's not asleep.
I'm here. Yeah, don't be shy, Saul. If you got questions or anything about the subject at hand, please voice them here. We'll be glad to answer them.
Wait, did I scare Sol off? Damn it! Must be my aggressive demeanor.
Well, T-Dub, why don't you explain to Roots how he's wrong about the horizon, because light magically bends around to make it look like a ball, even though it's really flat. Can you tell him about that?
Yeah, sure. So, light hitting the surface beyond the physical geometric limitations of the sphere edge is arcing up through the air through a density gradient and temperature gradient to your eyeball, allowing you to see a surface in a displaced position, giving the illusion that the horizon lies beyond that distance where you would expect to see it.
Yeah, take that, Flat Earther. What do you got to say now, Roots?
Fantastic. So does that mean if I get a powerful enough telescope, I can see my own backside in the distance?
That is
correct. Theoretically, yeah. Theoretically, yes. But the conditions required to exist in order for that to happen is very, very unlikely.
Fantastic. So the claim is that everything beyond 3 to 3.5 miles is just simply a mirage. But we have no evidence of the miraging effects in the distance. So it's not only a mirage, it's a stealth mirage that doesn't appear to be miraging. Love it.
And not only that, sir, but we don't have any way of quantifying that or measuring it or repeatedly testing it, but that's what's happening. It's just lights wrapping around the ball. Make something flat looking like a ball and just get over it, okay?
Oh, I mean, yeah. There's mirages like they've given names. There's like the Fata Morgana, and there's looming and stooping, and all that. So yeah, are you denying mirages exist?
Yeah, looming and stooping and super looming does exist. I'm denying everything you see past 3 miles is a mirage. That would be crazy.
So you're denying refraction.
Oh no, refraction
No,
exists.
T-Dub, it sounds like he's denying the invisible geometric horizon. It's always there, but you can never see it. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, we know there's more than one horizon, right?
Well, for that claim, T-Dub, you're going to need parallel light rays coming from the sun. We don't observe that.
No. We're just talking about the light that's reflecting off the surface and then bending. Like what? Like you can pretty much consider the light rays that are entering the Earth's atmosphere as being parallel. Like they're not exactly, because no light is exactly parallel. I mean, like all light sources, are going to have diverging light, but it's just that the light source is so big that by the time like the rays get to us, there's barely a distance between them. They're essentially parallel. You can treat them as parallel.
Okay, so they're not parallel, but we treat them as parallel. They're not miraging, but we treat them as miraging. And it's not curving, but we treat the Earth as curving. I think you're making some great points.
Yeah, you're getting it. Rose said good job. Right, T-Dub, he's finally getting it.
Yeah. That's right.
Kaka, I think I can see why you're a baller now. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, come on, man. Why would you think that the Earth, just as it presents itself, is actually what it is? It has to be a spinning ball because men told me that, right?
Well, Dave, when they said line of sight, I took that on face value. Shame on me.
Well, your line of sight is actually arced. It's a bit curved. It's not perfectly straight.
Yeah, that's the. The other definition of level is curved. You mean we all know this? Come on, man.
Yeah. The universe, is rife and just oozes with curve. Like, all the bodies are curved and all the space time is curved. The curved bodies in space warp space time and curve it.
Yeah, I get it now. So if I use enough relative and refractive words, then level becomes curved. Love it.
Well, I mean, like if you consider that, if you consider 2 points as being equidistant from the center of a circle or a sphere, right? Then you could consider those 2 points to be level with one another if those 2 points are on the surface of a sphere and at the same distance away from the center of it.
That's batshit crazy, T-Dub. There's no deviation from level between 2 points. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I'm back on the. I'm leaving the ball behind now. Nope.
No,
but wait. Right, because those 2 points are on the surface of the sphere, right? And they're both at the same distance away from the center of the sphere. Then they're at the same elevation, which would be 0, which would be a curve and level. They're at the same height, 0 height, because they're not elevated above the surface. Those 2 points are on the surface, and you consider that the surface is of 0 elevation, and since it's a sphere, it's curving. Therefore, your 0 elevation is a curve. It's the reference by which we can use to determine changes in elevation.
So basically, you're saying 2 points on a sphere with drop over distance are both level.
Well, it'd only be drop relative to like a tangent plane, right? Not relative to the surface itself, right? Because that'd be silly to think of the surface as dropping below itself.
Right, so would it also be silly to expect this to be taken into account in ballistics and rocketry and aerodynamics? Or is that just silly?
Okay, well, you would have to. Yeah, you'd have to take it into account. You would have to. So, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I'm sure they would.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you see Donald Trump's latest post? I'll put it in the text chat for you guys to take a look at.
No, I didn't. This will be interesting.
Did he say everything is a mirage after 3 to 3.5 miles? What's the EV mandate?
You know how you can prove the globe?
One second. EV mandate is that he was mandating that everybody should switch to electric vehicles, that we should all drive those instead of gas guzzling, cars that pollute the air. So it was a mandate that was going to switch us over to electric vehicles, which would have made Elon Musk a fortune because everybody would have to be driving electric vehicles, But yeah, that wasn't a part of Trump's campaign promises or whatever. But anyway, just what he was saying here was that he was gonna see if we could save money by doing away with all of Elon Musk's, programs or companies.
Wow, there's some real internal conflict going on there, isn't there?
Yeah. Hey, you just posted that. Or was it yesterday or today? Earlier today.
No more rocket launches, satellites, or electric car production. He's saying that if that was the case, our country would save a fortune.
He's worded it like a threat.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Just drop that for you to guys maybe look at.
That's pretty wild there, AB, because, I mean, you take this stuff at face value from the mainstream, right? But looks like they're trying to set up Elon as the bad guy or whatever. Who knows what they're doing?
Or the fall guy. Yeah. It's all your fault, Elon. We could be rich, but you had to put Starlink into space.
So in other words, he's saying let's defund SpaceX. Save us a bunch of money.
Yeah. Yeah, we could save money, Elon, but you had to go and try and save the world with your electric cars.
And your rockets to nowhere. Watch, I'll put another post of what he said prior to this.
Like, yeah, he's put fortune in big capital letters and big money to be saved. Like, it reminds me of his billions, billions and billions.
Well, you guys already know there's lots of reports of people having issues with those EV cars. And anyway, just the principle of it, I mean, you have to keep charging them. They're trying to limit our ability to travel, basically, is what I'm saying now. It's my opinion.
Yeah, they're dangerous if they get wet. I mean, like, it's crazy.
What, they're dangerous if they get wet? Really?
Well, lithium is, yeah. Lithium's dangerous if it gets wet.
Well, being from the UK, that's just not going to work for us over here. It rains 300 days a year.
Now look at what he posted before.
Yeah, and they don't do very well in winter because the battery charge dissipates quickly, doesn't it? In winter as well, and then as the years go on, you don't get the opportunity to when you charge up, it doesn't hold a full 100% charge. That's what was happening with the Leaf, the Nissan Leaf, when that debuted. A year later, it was only charging up to 80%. Wasn't doing very well in the rain. It lost its charge in the rain and in cold weather. And then you have the other problem in the summer. They spontaneously combust and the car's on fire. Yeah, have you seen those videos?
Yeah, man. Yep.
Parked up in the supermarket, and not only is that car on fire, but the one next to it's on fire as well.
And they burn forever too. It's like some chaotic fire that they create that just does. It's like real hard to put out. Apparently.
That's right.
Over here, in our state, if your local fire brigade does not have somebody especially trained in not just electrical fires but electric car fires, they just have to put like witches' hats around it and cordon it off and let it burn. They're not allowed to touch it.
That's what they do around the world. Same thing around the world. That's the same across the world. Same thing. Same story.
There's a show called The China Show, and they've got some episodes where they just show like all this footage from what's happening with the electric vehicles in China. Man, there's some crazy explosions and fires and deaths, and it's chaos with their electric vehicle industry.
Yeah, that's why they said that the hydrogen car is going to be the next big thing. Like they're trying to get that off the ground, get people more interested in that sort of fueling.
Yeah, I was looking into those hydrogen cars. You can literally buy a converter and convert your petrol car into a hydrogen car. I see that as really like that is a good replacement for the car, but the electric car seems, I don't know, I just don't see mass adoption.
There already is mass adoption.
Not really. Not really.
Wasn't the electric car thing where it didn't all this happen before and it didn't take off, right? Like most of the cars back in the early 1900s were like electric. And they had like little trucks and everything.
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah, the post office in America was electric.
Yeah.
I don't think they were the same battery type though, were they?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
What's his name? Jay Leno he's into the old cars now. He's got one of them old electric cars.
Have you seen the gyroscope car? It's like, it fits like 6 people in it or something, and it just has 2 wheels like a motorbike. It's like from the early 1900s, man. It's crazy. Look, it looks so dangerous.
There's a train like that as well. The guy invented. Yeah, they're amazing. They had to go to a lot of lengths to make sure that it didn't topple over and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's like got all these gyroscopic dampeners and shit in it that just, allows it to stay upright the whole time.
Yeah, crazy.
It's funny, do you know how many people I see at the service stations on the motorway, and they're sitting there charging their Tesla and they're just sitting there on their phone scrolling? Like, that must be really inconvenient, having to sit and wait for it to charge.
Yeah.
It's more of a touristy thing, like, so we get tourists come up, right, the back of our council chambers has free charging bay, right? A couple of free charging bays, and these tourists turn up and they park there, and they'll put it on charge, and then they'll like go have a coffee and wander the town and have a little bit of a touristy sort of look around and shop or whatever, and then they come back like a couple of hours later. Oh yeah, it's charged, ready to go.
Not all petrol stations in the UK. I don't know if it's the same in Australia or the US, but there's not that many petrol stations that have these charge bays, and if they do, I mean, the ones by me, they only have like 1 or 2. So I can see that being a problem if you're in a rush as well.
Yeah, you're hitting a good point there, Roach. So the logistics of what if everybody has to charge their car at once, and stuff like that? I mean, it's not a practical transportation thing, in my opinion. Go ahead, guys.
A couple of guys in Melbourne came up with an idea to because they'd often see these electric cars broken down on the side of the road miles from nowhere, right? Like from any service station. So they bought a truck and loaded it up with a bunch of batteries, and then they started their business, and they get called out to rescue electric vehicles that have run out of power before they can get to anywhere, right? So roadside assistance for EVs, charging service, right? And they get them going, right? But they're driving a diesel truck, right? It's crazy. They use a diesel truck to go and charge electric vehicles on the side of the road, stranded.
And I could be incorrect. This the economics of it, like mining lithium, is really kind of cost prohibitive. But anyway, I don't know all the details, so I won't get into it. But a lot of it doesn't make sense anyway.
You have to ask the poor little South African kids about that.
Right, it's the Green Revolution. Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who actually mines out. I'm just imagining.
No, you're right. I've seen these mines, and it's dangerous. Like there's like hundreds of people trying to scamper around looking for this lithium in what I would consider a death trap. Like this is not a safe place for these guys to be, and they're just digging through the rocks in their bare hands looking for lithium. This is definitely not progress. God forbid if there was a power cut or a power surge.
Yeah, you're at the mercy of the power grid, really, aren't you? Unless you had some solar set up.
Exactly. That's where like the 15-minute cities and limited travel and all that comes in. They want us to not have the ability to drive from coast to coast in America, for example, or whatever.
Well, hybrid gas and the LPGs and diesel trucks, that they were good for that, being able to get twice as far as the average car before you had to refill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even just like a diesel Land Cruiser or something, or even my my diesel car, you fill it up and you get like 1,000 kilometers out of a tank.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, diesel's still the king for long distance, and they tried to say that diesel was going to be hard to get hold of by 2025. That was just a lie.
Yeah.
It's a bit more expensive though over here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you get twice as far.
Right. Yeah.
For long distance, I agree. For short distances, I don't think it's too good, to be honest.
Well, my car gets like 6 liters. Does 6 liters per 100 kilometers, and it's a pretty big car as well. So I mean, that's pretty good. I don't think you can really get a petrol the size of my car that you get that kind of mileage, whatever you want to call it.
Well, the petrol cars are all going down in engine size, I've noticed. I mean, 10 years ago, I remember petrol Peugeots and petrol cars that you get up to a 1.9. Hatchback cars 1.6, 1.9. Now every hatchback is like 1 litre with injectors.
Yep.
Where the diesels, they've still got the big engines.
Yeah, mine's 1.9 liter engine. It's 150 horsepower, and it gets six. It uses 6 liters per 100 kilometers pretty consistently. I think that's pretty good compared to like my petrol Land Cruiser I had in Australia. That thing was a freaking alcoholic.
What car have you got, DJ?
It's like an Opel Vectra diesel. Vauxhall. I don't know if they call them Vauxhalls in Australia. They call them Holdens.
Oh, yeah. I know that car. So that's a 1.9.
Yeah, 1.9. Yep.
Okay.
So, DJ, I bet when you drive that diesel long distance, you have to negotiate over curvature, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Otherwise, you would just like crash.
And you don't need tires. Gravity just holds the air to the rim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some of us don't have the, that luxury. I can't afford gravity tires.
I remember seeing quantum locking when I was a kid. I genuinely thought that's how the trains would run. You seen that, quantum locking?
I don't know anything about it.
Pretty much
amazing
a stuff. Yeah.
And it can work upside down, sideways, like doesn't matter the orientation. So you could literally like make roller coasters with it.
Hey, Roots, you might know about this. What do you know about pneumatic trains in the past? Was that such a thing?
I don't. Never heard of pneumatic trains before.
Really? Yeah, I'll post a screenshot in the side chat.
What's a pneumatic train?
I don't know. Hold on a second. I'll post some better images and get some information. That's why I was asking you about it. I thought you might know a bit more about it, but I've seen it in like videos that people make about like mud floods, Tartaria, that kind of thing, right? And they talk about pneumatic trains. I think they were a thing for transporting goods, but if you look it up on Google, right, it's kind of like some like super fast form of transport that they used, and it's like round tunnels. Let me find some more information. It was like in the 1800s.
Yeah, I think I have heard people talking about these trains, but I don't remember them being called pneumatic trains.
But they're like tube trains.
Like the Jetsons, where they go through that tube and...
Yeah, kind of like that.
Futurama did the same thing too, right?
Wait, no, wait. The whole train itself still moved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't like people moving through it, through a tube.
No, it's like it's kind of like a capsule, like a capsule. You know, when you put those capsules through the tube and they they go down to the office downstairs or whatever. It's like that, but a train.
Right. So, so the person actually has to get inside the capsule. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see how that's sort of similar. Yeah. To what Crick was saying.
Oh, so it's actually fluid power, apparently, with pressure. They're using pressure.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Like being shot through. What the fuck?
It's like squeezing your Ribena carton.
Ribena.
Holy shit! I haven't heard that word for a while.
Dude, I used to love Ribena.
Under
What,
pressure.
used to?
Ding, 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 ding.
That's shit every day. So what's the story behind these? They were what? They were replaced with Steam? Is that the story?
I haven't looked deeply into it, but I want to. So I'll look into it a bit, and then I'll let you know.
Yeah, good shout, by the way, DJ. This is a great little rabbit hole. Can't wait to get to it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've also posted one called the Who Killed the Electric Car, right? Goes back to 1996. And the EV1, when it first came out in California, a really great electric car, very user-friendly. That would have worked. And in fact, it did work. And then GM Motors crushed every model. They kept a couple around for museums and that, but they totally destroyed the success. Okay, this EV1 was working. Please watch it. One of the best documentaries on the electric car on the internet to date. Okay, you've got to watch it. It's an old one because it was successful back in 1996. Okay, the electric car was winning very well. It's a really good documentary. I suggest you watch it. If you've not seen it already. Who Killed the Electric Car? And there is a sequel to that. The Electric Car Comeback as well, which I'm trying to find. Okay.
Yeah, it's at 45 after the hour.
Yeah, Jin, I got that. I've got the good shit, as they say, you know. Speaking as a dope dealer, but I'm not a dope dealer. I'm a dealer in all the nice videos that you can watch.
Hey guys, let's take a brief time out in case anybody new's joined wants to talk about the globe doesn't exist, because the globe doesn't exist. Back to you guys. Anybody new on here, got a question, go ahead. All right, gentlemen, as you were.
Seems like we might have some FE on FE action in the side chat. Corvo versus Amnesia. Fight!
I think it was Jamal FE as well versus Amnesia.
Right.
Yeah. I was seeing like out of
Honestly,
focus stars
they
and
can
things.
just come and talk to me, man. I am just trying to show them the star in the jar experiment, and it's made underwater, if any of you guys know about this.
Yeah.
The Jamal guy is talking about water in the sky. I mean, maybe connect the dots, you know? Like, I've been flat for almost 10 years, you know? I'm not here to try and, like, troll or anything. I just show one experiment. I get another flat earther to tell me that I am ignorant, okay?
Well, here, look at, I'll connect the dots right here. Scientists investigated what happens if you snort moon dust.
What does that have to do with plasma?
Is it charged?
So there's no moon dust. The moon is plasma.
Yeah, what happens if you snort it, though? They got the good shit.
Yeah,
Right?
but
Like,
you see, like, this is like trolling. You see what I mean? Like, now we're trolling, bro. Like, this is
Look
not
at-
serious what you're talking about.
Does it send you loony?
Look at right here. It says the good stuff wondering whether snorting moon dust will kill you. Don't worry. Science is on it. A new study conducted by Australian researchers. Uh-oh.
So yeah,
What moon dust are you talking about?
So if for them to know that it will kill you means that they've done it and watched it happen. So they've seen somebody do it, and so they died.
So how did you validate that the moon's plasma, Amnesia?
You can see the experiments. Now it validates it that way, yeah. That's the star in a jar experiment. It's all plasma up there, man. In underwater.
Well, I've seen the star in the jar experiment. It's interesting, but the star in the jar doesn't look like the moon. Like, so if you want to claim the moon's plasma, like, is there something I can look at? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that, like, I'd like to see some evidence.
I mean, I'm just following all the plasma channels because that is how I connect the dots.
Yeah, but you've got a problem though, because sololuminescence is not plasma; it's cavitation. So it's an implosion of pressure of a bubble in a vacuum. That's not plasma.
No, but I
That's an
mean, like,
implosion.
obviously, not everything is exactly working the same way.
Yeah, but if you're claiming a star in a jar has anything to do with plasma, you're talking about sololuminescence, but that's not a plasma. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't have any problem with the idea that the moon could be a plasma. I think there were some scientists who said it was. Just struggling to see how you're connecting that to sololuminescence.
I mean, you can call it solar luminescence. I've never heard of that.
That's your star in a jar. So you
Okay,
put a
well,
bubble
I
in a
mean,
vacuum, you put a frequency through it, and then the cavitation takes place. The bubble collapses and creates light.
No,
I mean,
from
I'm not
sound
saying
and
you're wrong. I'm just
frequencies.
asking. I'm asking if you knew anything more about connecting it to plasma.
I mean, we are using lots of different types of plasma these days now. So we're getting more and more information. We can connect the dots easier that way. Also, before the moon landings, there were scientists that were already like confirming that the moon was a type of plasma. Now, if you know anything, the moon landings obviously were staged, right? Like even people that still believe in the globe understand that those are staged.
Yeah, look, the reason why you might get some kickback or pushback or whatever from other flat earthers is when you make definitive claims and you know, say the moon is plasma, right? And then when they ask you to back up that, you won't be able to. So
I mean, I
that's why
cannot go to the moon, can I?
Exactly. So don't say it's plasma. You know, otherwise,
No, but like if you understand how
otherwise
something
it's
works.
just. Well, that's what David Weiss does, right? He has speculations, and some of them are good speculations, but he states them as if they're facts, right? And then these anti-flat earthers make videos, right? They'll cherry pick this claim, and they'll say flat earthers claim that the moon's plasma, and then they'll play your little clip, and then they'll tear it to shreds. And then then people will come in here saying, you guys claim that the moon's plasma, and then we'll have to clean up the mess.
That's fair enough.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, because you haven't been to the moon to confirm that it's
I wasn't
plasma.
even
You
talking
understand,
about
hang
the
on a
moon to
second,
begin with.
you understand what everything is, but you haven't actually gone there to validate that the moon is plasma. So the theory is there, but it's not a proven theory. So you can't say, you know, the moon is plasma. We don't know that. We don't know that at all. We don't know what the moon is at all. What we know is what we observe from the Earth and its phases and its orbit above the Earth. But what it actually is, what constitutes the moon, we do not know. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
No, of course. As long as we cannot go there, we cannot necessarily guarantee what it is. That's true. But we can compare. And I mean, the star in a jar is not necessarily talking about the moon. It's more like talking about the stars. And when you, for example, zoom in on a star, you kind of see the same resemblings. You see the same frequency and vibrations. You don't see like a solid object like the stuff that NASA is showing us. That's not what you see. That's what I
but when you use a telescope and you get the focus right, stars don't look anything like what people try and show through a P900 or a P1000 when it's out of focus.
Yeah, it don't look like anything that NASA's showing us. Exactly. It's showing like a flickering light, like a vibration, like exactly the same as the star in a jar.
Mm.
That's why, like, if we
Yeah.
can compare the two, you know, then you can connect the dots.
Well, that's correlation. It's kind of similar to what globers do, isn't it? Really?
No, they don't do anything, man. They're just following some cult.
Well, no, they use spectroscopy. They use spectroscopy to determine what planets and stars are made of and all that. It's correlation. We get the same field lines and bands on in our tests as what we do in the lab when we do this and that with this type of gas and that type of gas, or this type of material and that type of material. So those things must be made of those elements in the sky, right? That's what they do. Correlation. That's just what you just said to do. Correlate. Compare this one thing with this other thing. Oh, they kind of look the same and act the same and get the same frequency, so it must be the same thing.
I mean, let's be real. Globers, they don't really do any. They don't do anything. They just look at what they're being shown. That's it.
Yeah, they just
No,
repeat what
astronomers.
they just repeat what they've been told is what they do.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Astronomers have been performing spectroscopy or spectronomy, or spectronomy.
yes, spectroscopy for years.
Yeah.
But it's not a reliable methodology because again, we're not confirming anything. I would say let's open the equipment up, look at the components, and check that it can do what it says on the box, and then we'd still need to go to the place that they're looking at to see that that's correct. So it's still all reliant on you believing. So even the kit comes under question. So-called spectroscopy is I can agree it works locally from me to my TV set and things like that, but we're talking supposedly millions of miles, and you know what? I'm not going to accept that. No chance. We don't have that technology. See what I mean?
Yeah. Anyway, I've been sitting here muted for a long time, waiting for the final end boss of the Globers to spawn in somehow, you know. But they don't exist, do they?
No,
No,
they
could.
Oh,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Jim. Oh,
No,
yeah,
go ahead.
okay. They respawn. They come in here, they get flat smacked, and they just respawn.
But are they the end bosses though?
We had the spawns of Satan last night.
Are they actually knowledgeable? Like, do they at least know their own model?
The ones who know the model offer explanations on how to handle disagreement. Like people who really know the globe model understand that flat Earth came first, can use flat Earth to show like the pathway to get back to globe. Generally, what you got is some people who are like, it's not flat, therefore globe. So they couldn't even redo the same path that they think all of humanity already took. Like they burnt the church. Like Brian Cox, like no one has ever thought the earth was flat. And then shows you like all the civilizations who thought the earth was flat.
Yeah.
So those guys,
we're the first one, right? That thinks it's a ball.
it just started, like in 2014, 2015. Before that, no one even suggested that the Earth might be something other than a giant lava ball, water-covered lava ball in the vacuum of space.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's also why they don't want us to really think much of the ancient people, you know? They want us to think that they were stupid. Because they were all flat earthers.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
And look at what they built, bro. The pyramids, everything, man. And all that stuff is still standing thousands of years later. Or at least, is it even thousands of years? Who knows? You cannot carbon date the pyramids. or any stone. You guys don't get that much like actual knowledgeable globers who spawn in here then.
No,
You
yeah,
get
they do
some.
come in from time to time. They come in, and it makes a very interesting to and fro debate. Oh yeah, and the very way that they try to use their tactics to manipulate the truth, and we expose it. That's what makes it really entertaining, because they do come in. Oh yeah, they do come in. We've had some Globers come in acting like psychiatrists, want to analyze every member of the Flat Earthers, and they've got their clipboards with them. Yeah.
No way.
Did Obnoxious come back in or not?
Not yet. No.
Not yet. Because he will.
Yeah, that was embarrassing yesterday. Very embarrassing yesterday. You know, he didn't think it through, and then as he said, he was only here to lie anyway. He accuses us of playing games because we're not really flat earthers. We know they're not flat, and then he admits that he came in lying. So who's the one playing games? That would be.
Yeah, they don't really have any solid proof today. Like, they have not one picture. Can you imagine not having one picture?
Yeah, exactly. That situation is an embarrassing situation in itself, isn't it? Not to have
That's insane, yeah.
not to have one proof, or even half a proof. Even they don't have anything. The Earth as a globe does not exist. Yeah,
That's pretty crazy, right? Like, meanwhile, they're claiming they have satellites flying millions of like miles out into space, and we all have cameras that can make insane high quality pictures, right? But we cannot have like a camera up there, sending a picture to us.
exactly. Remember, and NASA this year receiving $67 million a day, down from last year's number peak, $80 million a day. So they've gone down. So we've got even less chance of getting that camera now, that image. They had 80 million. They didn't give it us then. No chance now, have we? There you are, ladies and gentlemen. We're living in bizarro world.
That's the camera.
But Jin, the pale blue dot.
Yeah, the pale blue
I don't make. Jin,
That's a beautiful photo. Makes you realise just how insignificant you are.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was just going to say that. Yeah. And do you know what? Since I was born, I've never ever thought that we were insignificant, right? The first time I heard this was when I became a flat earther in 2015, yeah? So 2016 now. I am now listening to this, Carl Sagan, because I used to listen to him before, but I would have been young in the 70s. I would have been 10 years older than that, okay? And he was talking about us being insignificant, little blue dot, but I'd never ever thought that. We're the only one with life. So I've always thought we were special, always. Always. Yeah. So just surprised me that people would think that we were insignificant. Yeah.
Jin, where is your server tag? You need a server tag.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys who just doesn't want to be tagged up on anything at this moment in time. And you're lucky I'm on here.
Get him. Let's tackle him and tag him.
They're tracking you, tagging you over here.
Join the tag hype.
Yeah.
Everyone is getting a tag,
Yeah, I'm not getting into
Or you could just make your own server and get a cool tag, you know? What do you guys think would be the best way to convince the world about the shape?
Yeah, sorry, could you repeat that? I was just out of the room for a second there. What did
So
you say?
if we were to like convince the world that the Earth is flat, you know, like no question about it, what would be the best? What do you guys think is like the best method? Because
Just have-
obviously curvature, they don't care about curvature. They're too dumb to even calculate anything, right? So that's not good enough. We need something better.
No, it has to be actually. It has to be curvature. Sorry, that's the actual shape. So it cannot not. You cannot not talk about the shape. If you're going to talk to them about the shape, you've got to mention the curvature. So that's key number one. Okay, there's no
Yeah,
no
I
avoiding that.
agree. Curvature is great. It's big for people to understand, but some people they can't handle that. They're like, no, I'm just so small, so it looks flat. That's
Yeah,
why.
yeah. But
You know, they try to like make sense of it in that way.
Yeah, I talked through that with them. Yeah, that very small, insignificant, still get the curvature out, and they do understand in the end. It matters not how small, insignificant you are. You will definitely be able to measure curvature when we're talking like 90 degrees or 180 degrees. It's unavoidable. So sorry, no, the curvature is number one.
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously.
of course. And on top of that, if there would be curvature, then every swimming pool would have like a tipped out, like slightly tipped out middle point, right? And then, right? And we would be able to measure that in a big swimming pool already because, so it doesn't exist. It's impossible to even measure any curvature, and even in your glass, there should be micro curvature on a level of like so small. But we're getting such high technology now that we should even be able to measure that, but you cannot measure that. So no curvature.
Exactly. And if you're not measuring curvature and you're finding extended horizontality, that means it's flat. It's clear and obvious. No, it's not. It's not.
I
It
agree
doesn't.
with that, but
Children can understand.
there has to be more, man. We need to find something even bigger than that, that people instantly understand because they can't handle this, man. You know what I mean? They can't handle the
Oh,
curvature.
well, I don't know. That's not been my experience. So when they can't handle it, it's just that they are triggered, and we've got to allow them to go through that cognitive dissonance moment. I'm not going to. I mean, the only reason that I don't have a problem is when people understand it. So if you're talking to like technical-minded people, they pick it up quickly because there's logic in technical things. So those people seem to be okay. It's the ordinary man and woman on the street, who's just doing the 9 to 5. They're the ones that we may have problems with. But again, given the time, they come round. They may not get it the first time. So if I meet them the next time, I say, "Well, did you look into what I asked you? Yeah. Are you not interested in the truth then? Because you only be the wrong thing. And eventually they come round. Sometimes it's taken a week. Sometimes it's taken 6 months.
And around and around we go.
Exactly.
Around in circles.
Where we go. No, here we go. Rocking all over the world. But yeah, my wife, 8 years it took her to come round. 8 years.
And around we go.
8 years stand, dude. I mean, I pretty much convinced my entire family. They all looked into it. They didn't even doubt it. They were like, "What?" And they started looking into it.
Yeah, my children obviously got into it straight away as soon as I knew they knew. My wife wasn't interested. That was the thing. No interest.
You know
That's
why?
why it was 8 years. Right. And when she saw me, wherever we've gone for over the 10 years we've traveling, she's seen me talk to many people in all over the world about the flat earth because it's part of our life. We can still enjoy our holidays. And then one day we had a family reunion 2 years back, right? And she realized she said, "Yeah, you're right. I believe you. It is flat." I said, "It's not that you believe me. It's that you know it's flat." Yeah. So if you say you believe me, that's still incorrect. You must know for yourself that it is flat. You must know this.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't believe your husband, but actually listen to what I've been saying, and then repeat back to me how you know it is not a globe. Then I know you know. You see. And then she started to read off the stuff that I've been saying over the years. And then I said, "Okay, so now you know the earth is flat, man. Okay. It's not a believe now. You don't say, I believe the earth is flat. You say you know it is. Okay, good. 8 years in the making."
No, but that's still good. And she didn't fight with you. She didn't fight it. She was like, okay, let's see,
No,
or something like that.
no,
Yeah,
no. She
because I
didn't fight me
mean,
because when she didn't show any interest, I didn't pursue her. That's that.
right.
It's just a question of time. It's not going to stop me talking about it with my family and people we meet, and that's what I was doing. So in the end, she's obviously learning everything because she's, her mother as well. They roll their eyes up. Here he goes again with the flat Earth. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, because this is the truth. Let's talk about it. Thank you. Yeah,
But they don't
and
want
it's
to be,
great.
they
I know
they
them
don't want
feels.
to be.
I know them feels, man.
Yeah. So
Like
yeah,
most of the people have a problem with being like, the flat earther itself. They don't want to be different or something. They just want to be part of the crowd
yes.
kind of thing.
They don't want
And
to
it's very
stand out, as it
difficult
were.
to stand out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
people
they just want to
they don't
fit
like
in.
us, but
Yeah.
they have a problem with themselves. Really, it's not us. You know what I mean?
No, it's them. Lack of confidence, isn't it? Because they're like sheep led to the slaughter. They just follow the trend, don't they? They're followers. They're not thinking for themselves. They just follow the trend, and that's it. And when something challenges their core beliefs, they go into the triggered cognitive dissonance mode, and some of them get nasty and become insulting with it. Some of them do that, but then again, that's their problem. But it doesn't stop me or any and it shouldn't stop any flat earther from going forward. And we go forward with it still because we
No,
are.
but I
We're
mean,
in the
if
truth.
we're really gonna go forward, we should like team up as a big group and then start to fund some kind of way so we can show the world.
Well, what do you
Yeah,
think we're doing here,
that
man?
was happening. That was happening
That's what
in
we're
the
doing.
beginning.
But I've
Yeah.
got to get myself some flat Earth merchandise, like a cap or a shirt. Man, I've got to start triggering. I've been meaning to get some for a while, but because I'm not afraid to, I'll fucking wear it. I'll wear it. I wanted to wear a Russian
I've got
cap
my flat earth t-shirts. Yeah, I'll wear mine.
down the
I'll wear
street,
mine
the
all
old
the
Russian
time.
army hat, man. I wanted to wear it down the main street, and my family wouldn't let me. They're like, don't do that. When the war started,
So
I
we
was
got
like,
F-bomb in the building. Hey, what's
Like,
up,
what
F?
would be the plan to reveal the truth to like the undeniable truth? Do you guys have an idea of what would be acceptable by society? Something they cannot deny. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like I said, it's
it
the
already
curvature, of course.
exists. Yeah, if they're
It's
not
the
going to
actual,
accept
it's the
the
actual
nature
curvature,
of the
isn't it?
surface of water. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. If they're not going to accept the nature of water, liquid at rest, then it's a tough job, man. What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean,
See, the thing is,
I've
hang
been
on.
thinking
The
about a
thing
way.
is, you get them relaxed and you explain to them, you check every step of the way. When you hear the word circumference, what comes to mind? Circle. You make a note. You said circle. That's right. So when they say the Earth's a circumference of 24,901 miles, yeah, that's a circle of that length of time. Yeah. Now, is that circle a straight line? Is it a straight line? No, it's a curving line, isn't it? Okay. So there's a difference between a straight line and a curving line. You take them through steps like that. So when I pour water on a flat surface, what happens to the water? Oh, it lies level and spreads out and lies. Okay. But then if I pour it onto a curved surface, like a semicircle, half a sphere, what happens to the water? Oh, it rolls off. Of course it rolls off. Okay. Now if I spin this ball now and I pour the water, what happens to the water? It flies off, exactly. So you can get them to the basic rational understanding of what a sphere actually is. Then you take them through, have they seen the curvature of the earth, and step by step. The way I do it, unavoidable. When they start to get silly, then I'll highlight. But you said it was circumference, a circle. So you can't be doing this. If you understand what a circumference is, then you know that an aeroplane must follow a curved trajectory. So you cannot be flying horizontal on a ball, can you? Okay. So where's the curvature? Have you seen it? No. Have you gone out to measure it? No. Don't you think you go out to measure it? Because I can't be wrong. You know what I mean?
I've seen
I
lots
can't
of
be wrong.
pilots confessing.
Yeah. It's easy, really.
Yeah, I
Very
mean, it's
easy.
the truth. But like, look, I'm not gonna lie. Don't take this the wrong way. This is too complicated for the majority of people. Like, and that's Just the sad truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah.
They would lose you at the
break it
third
down.
or fourth
No, you can
sentence
break
that
it
you
down.
just said. Yeah, of
No,
course.
no. They wouldn't. They wouldn't lose. I wouldn't lose them because it's going to be breaking it down. I always operate that an 8-year-old must understand me. An 8-year-old. Now, if an 8-year-old can understand me, all adults will be able to understand me. Come on.
Yeah, but
That's the
like,
way I operate.
obviously we're failing somewhere, right? We are failing somewhere because if it was so easy
No,
for
we're not
everyone, then the
failing.
whole
We're
world
not
would be
failing
flat.
at all.
Everyone would be flat
Excuse
now.
me.
You know what I mean?
Excuse me. You're putting forward something that doesn't actually exist on this flat Earth, and that is people are waking up to the flat Earth. It's not going to happen instantly like this. Okay, the indoctrination that people have got is deep. The amount of flat earthers that are going out to reach the world aren't enough, yes, but we're not losing and we're not doing anything wrong. So please don't put forward
No,
this
no, I'm not. That's why I said,
where we
don't
are.
take me
Let me
wrong.
just
You
finish what
know?
I'm saying, please. Let me finish. And we have been successful for 10 years. Remember, 10-year victory. 10 years. Thank you. Carry on now.
No, like
Remember, I live in
I
the real
said
world,
before,
right?
don't take this wrong, right? I'm just trying to figure out, like, if we were really successful, then obviously half the world, at least half the world population, would be already on it. So like we
Not
should be
necessarily.
figuring out. No, I mean, I agree that the indoctrination is very deep, and a lot of people, they don't even take their time to look into the subject, and they don't see any, profit in it, so to say. You know what I mean? They don't understand
Their
the
budget
bigger
is
picture.
their budget is bigger than ours.
That is true, yeah. But maybe we can
You don't have a
figure out
budget. They
ways,
do.
right? I mean, if we had unlimited money, I could pretty much we could show the world tomorrow that where we are and what we are and how it works. You know what I mean? That's 100% true. But that's why I was also asking, like, do we have some kind of plan? Are we working towards something bigger than, like, to get the people who, basically use their eyes only, really?
Yeah, I think when we reach that tipping point, which we are moving towards ever so closer and closer, I think then things may happen exponentially. You know, it's coming. Why do you think? Let me give you an example. Okay, this is why you got the space agencies firing up rockets nearly every day, almost, if not every day, every month. You know why? Because flat Earth is increasing. People are waking up, and through the flat Earth. The flat Earth awakening, they discovered that the moon landings are not true now. So we can't go to space. So that's endangering the space budgets, for example. Okay, that's why. So we're obviously having effects. Definitely, the fact that they mention us in the news as we might be anti, the injection, and then all flat earthers who are anti-injection, they associate that with us. You understand? So that's, for me, that shows that they are concerned. We are hitting them where it hurts. Okay, that's why they're doing all this space stuff now. Even more so, they say in the next 20 years there will be 200 missions to the moon. And it's all going to be coming from private companies. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's because of flat Earth, that is. Okay,
Meanwhile,
so
CGI is stepping up its game to another level.
That's right. That's what they brought That's why they brought the AI in. AI is going to be used to assist them, but it's not going to be.
Dude, it's so powerful. Anyone can generate almost fully realistic images, even locally. You know.
Yeah, but that's still not going to help them at all, is it? Because you've got the gold standard is to measure the surface of the Earth. You don't look to the stars to know what shape the Earth is, and we can never know the shape of the Earth because we can't go to the stars. All we can say is that we know it's not an oblate spheroid, and the surface is level where we sit. Water, topography, of course, mountains, valleys, hills, lakes, ponds, rivers, and then the ocean, but it's not curving in any way. There we are. Yeah. So, we are winning this. That's the thing you may have missed, right? You're expecting a result that the whole world should know by now. Well, not necessarily so.
Oh no! I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not expecting anything. You guys are all just including like me, like everyone else. We're just trying what we can, right?
Right.
But I was
Right.
more like, I'm not like, trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just saying, isn't there
No.
something else we can do? You know what I mean? Like something bigger. Like that's why I was asking, are we saving up some funds, or are we funding something? Are we collecting? Are we doing anything as a group? You know what I mean? Like to
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, there was the group called the Globe Live Tour with Jason the Family Disbury, which I'm going to start to look to see what it do now, because they did travel all of Britain, Ireland, Europe. Yeah, so they did quite a lot going up to meet the public. We'll see if that comes back again. A resurgence of on the street activism is could be welcomed, I think, now. Wouldn't you say? On the street activism, out on the streets,
that
handing
could
out
work, maybe.
leaflets,
Yeah,
wearing your flat earth t-shirt. Yeah. Mm.
like maybe like how some of those vegan people do it with like televisions and everything on the street, so you can show people live footage or stuff and
Yeah.
show them some infrared pictures of unlimited horizons.
Well, the thing that you will find is this. Where we've gone out and gone into the media itself, they've always tried to ridicule us, but we've always been triumphant because they haven't been able to prove the globe themselves. The reporters, when they've been put to the fire, they can't prove the globe. They're always just pumping the narrative and they're begging the question fallacies all they do. So they it works detrimental to them as well.
Mm-hmm.
It works in our favour when they can't prove their globe live on TV, on a breakfast TV program, for example, and then they end up doing the typical. They end up doing slight ad homs or little bits of ridicule. That's what they do, and that proves that they're losing. That's what I love about
You know
this
what we could
situation.
do to completely smack the whole world flat? We need some money. I don't know exactly how much, but we would have to send like a bunch of Zeppelins over Antarctica, and then we relay those back and forth to each other and live stream all this. Get a couple big streamers involved so that there's a lot of streams at the same time.
Yeah,
And then
that's
basically
right.
we
And then
just
it would
keep
have to
going,
be.
.
Yeah, you'd have to do those streams for about 6 months. So it wouldn't be you doing it just for one time. It'd have to be at least 6 months hit so that it's there and it's reoccurring and then people wake up to it slowly but surely. Because the first time they see it, they will slip back into their normal lives and on the globe again. But if you put it out there for at least 6 months, that would be the minimum for me anyway. Half a year, you're going to grab a lot of people in that time. Yeah. Generate a lot
So
of interest.
you can buy a 4,000 gram weather balloon for $825 and just like get it, like put your own camera on it, and it'll go up to 135,000 feet.
It's been done. It just shows flat.
Yeah, but it's good to do that. No, that's a good idea though, because you do
No,
that.
but we're not going to go
and
up.
then
We're going to go over Antarctica.
hang on. You live stream it, so that's a good idea.
Yeah, you set the camera. You don't just have the camera record. You have the camera live stream it back down to a computer so you can watch it in real time. And then when you stream that live feed, like to OBS to record it, obviously, but you would set the live stream up.
That's a great idea. No doubt about it.
And then you just keep going further and further to Antarctica. And if you need more like transmission range, you just have to send another like relay Zeppelin, you know what I mean? And just send another one so you can relay back because we know it's going to go further, right?
You wouldn't need a relay Zeppelin. You could set an antenna to the camera. Like GoPros, I think, have an attachment nowadays.
Yeah, but we're going to go hundreds of miles.
You can. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is you can set an antenna to signal the camera feed to a specific direction, and then from the ground station, you can hold on to it. Now, if it does go off, what you can do is if you set it up on like a 5G network card, you can just have it transmitting.
You're cutting
Wouldn't
out a lot.
You're
Wouldn't
cutting
you
out.
just
The
wouldn't you not
5G
see
network
the
card.
yeah? Wouldn't you not see the curve from that height anyway? Like if it was a globe.
It's not necessarily about the curve. It's about exploring further than Antarctica. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look, the Antarctica idea is not. It's not that easy to just send a balloon over Antarctica, bro. It's pretty far away.
Yeah, that's why we need relay balloons. You know, we send
Relay
like whole
balloons.
like.
Yeah, it's a nice idea,
you know what I
but it's. Good luck with that
There
one.
are some logistics that you've got to overcome. Are you allowed to have a balloon hovering over Antarctica?
If you're high
because of
enough in the
legal
sky,
implications
yes.
of that? Yeah.
If you're
Sorry?
high enough,
At
up, yes.
100, so according to the government, 130,000 feet is above controlled airspace. So you wouldn't even need, like, you can put whatever you want there if you can get it there.
You see? So that would be, I think that if we would live stream like the endless exploration of our flat Earth Zeppelin, you know, if it's endless, right? People gonna have to, you know, they're gonna try and mock us still and say like, nah, it's fake, but we can prove it. You know what I mean?
We would just need to calculate how much helium to put in it to where we can get it to 130,000 feet without breaking the balloon at 130,000 feet. Or hydrogen, or just any lightweight gas.
So F-Bomb's just talking about going straight up, right, and live streaming it from that height, whereas the guy at the top, Amnesia, is it? Yeah, Amnesia's talking about sending it to Antarctica, over Antarctica.
Well, I mean, to send something to Antarctica, you would have to steer it towards Antarctica. Because if you just let a balloon go, it's going to go wherever it's going to go. You can't control.
That's why we go with the
There's
Zeppelin.
so many problems with that idea, like so many, like.
Can name a problem?
Well, the one that F-Bomb just said, right? How are you going to get the balloon to go there, right? Secondly,
Zeppelin.
A Zeppelin.
Yeah.
A Zeppelin can't go to 130,000 feet.
A Zeppelin, you can build it to go wherever you want.
Brother, who's gonna? Are you gonna pilot it, or are you?
No,
gonna...
you can have remote control. What?
Okay, so we're gonna basically use the weather balloon to build a Zeppelin to remote pilot it to Antarctica.
I mean, if that's the best option, then I guess that would be the option. But yeah, that's one of the options, I guess.
Well, the payload capacity for a balloon of that size is only about 8 pounds. So, do we have something that weighs less than 8 pounds that can maneuver and stream a camera feed?
I mean, we're seeing nowadays, like, it's basically not much more advanced than a drone, you know? Like, come on, it's just a balloon with some propellers on it. Then you call it a Zeppelin, you know? It's really not that advanced. And also really not, like, nowadays they're literally bombing the shit out of Russia with drones, right? They literally
those drones,
hide of their country with...
those drones can operate at that altitude.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like, yeah, you're agreeing with me, or yeah, you think they can?
Yeah, those are just drones built for what they're doing over there, right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying we're going to put a drone to fly over Antarctica. Like, no. I'm saying that the technology of building a Zeppelin, right, is not much more advanced than one of those drones.
I mean, at that point, we would just almost want to just build a rocket and launch it that way.
No, we don't need a rocket. It's just, look, the whole point of having a Zeppelin is that it just keeps floating, right? And then if we have enough solar energy, we can slowly move towards, well, further than we are supposed to be able to go. Because if it would be a ball, right, then our balloon should be going over Antarctica and back to the world, right? But that's not what we're going to witness, right? And then, yeah, then it's GG, then it's over.
So, I don't have an extra $5,000 laying around. If I did, I would build it.
No, but that's why, like, imagine if all the flat earthers would only put like $10, we could probably do this. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if somebody wants to give me $5,000, I can build it.
No, but that's the thing. That's why we need to, like, organize. You know what I mean? We need to set up a serious, some kind of, like, almost like an agency. You know what I mean? That is trustworthy and that people actually can donate money towards, and then we have a solid plan, you know, like a roadmap. Then I think we could definitely show the world a lot more than, you know, endless arguments with people that they're just trolling anyway. Really, the majority who comes is like 50% of trolls.
Because what you could do is, I guess, if we figured out the capacity of gas needed and what kind of gas we would use, whether hydrogen or helium, to keep it at that altitude, and then I would need to build a propeller that is going to be able to operate in that sort of condition and still actually work. We would need you would need ailerons to steer it. We would also need a camera to have a live feed. We would probably need some sort of balloon system to launch along the path to keep radio contact if we didn't use pre-existing technology to use it. We could probably, but we have to figure out a way to keep it under 8 pounds.
If we have a budget, let's say, of like a couple $100K, yeah, then we could probably make it
with a
work.
couple $100,000, I could build. This would be a question. I'm trying to.
Yeah, so if we would be more official and we would have some kind of official website and an official, like, some kind of like agency and stuff like that, then we could probably set up this whole thing and show the whole world, you know?
Oh, I mean, when I get home this weekend, I can set something up. It's not that hard.
No, but I was just wondering if there is anyone like already kind of like trying to organize something in a.
The last 2 people I've heard talk about these things, and it wasn't here in this community, but in other communities, anybody who gave them money, they just ran.
Yeah,
So where are you going to go with the Zeppelin, by the way? Like, okay, so the Zeppelin's going over Antarctica. Now what?
We just
you just keep going.
Yeah, I mean,
you just keep going, and where are you going to go?
Yeah. So basically,
bro, do you know what is out there?
So I live in
maybe Narnia, bro.
Where are you operating it from?
I live on the east coast of America, so I would just get it up to altitude and fly it south.
Just get some coat hangers, T-dub, and just like put them out the window.
I don't know, honestly. Like, we probably have to figure that out where the best.
You lose signal. It'll be too far away.
We need balloons to relay each other. You know, relay balloons.
Unless we can figure out a way to use pre-existing networks.
Are you going to use like a Starlink setup, right?
yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't want to say it, but if you understand how the Starlink model, how they claim it works, in a way like that, yeah, we just send them in one way. We don't send them circling above us, but we send them out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean it does. But also, I mean, if the goal is only to go to Antarctica and then just keep going past Antarctica, then you wouldn't need to get to 130,000 feet. So realistically, we would just need to build an aircraft capable of any altitude flying in a single direction. And then we just hold it in a single direction at, whatever altitude we're at, get to Antarctica, go over Antarctica, and then see what's on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. And then you stream that for the world, and the whole world that is believing hard in the globe is going to be, they're going to be reaching the other side of Antarctica, and then they're going to just come back to Earth, lol, lol, lol. But then, guess what? That doesn't happen.
You see, in the way we dispel that, in my opinion, is we lock the aircraft, like we weld the fucking ailerons to keep it from going left and right. So that way it can only gain or lose altitude, but it'll stay in the same direction,
Yeah, something like that.
So that way people can't say, oh, he turned it left and just rode the wall,
No, but we will have measuring devices of how far like the transmission is sending as well, and how many relays we're using and all that stuff, and also where they are.
Because at that point, weight capacity is not a problem. The problem with that, at that point would literally just be being able to, run a craft for that long. And I mean, we would need to travel to, I guess the best place to launch from from that point to disprove the theory would be to launch from the southern tip of South America. Because I think the southern tip of South America is the closest to what they think Antarctica, or what they claim Antarctica to be. So if we just launched it from there, just flew it straight south.
How are you going to know? How are you going to know which way you're going?
Well, I mean, we use their model to try and disprove it. So they claim Antarctica is just straight south, and if you go across Antarctica, you're going to reach the other side of the world, right? So what we do is
how do you know which way you're going?
What?
How are you going to know which way you are going?
You can follow the weakness of the signal. Basically, the weaker your signal gets, the further you're going the right way. So it's not that hard, mate. It's literally like there is so much technology out there.
Okay, all right.
We can use all of that to our advantage. Yeah, I mean,
I've got a weak signal. It must be going in the right direction.
Cool. So what I'm saying is if we go to the southern tip of South America and we aim it south, right? Use a compass for a launching point, build a short little runway, whatever, and we take off from there, right? According to them, we would reach Antarctica, and it's a continent. We would fly over Antarctica, and then from the other side of Antarctica, we would reach. What's on the other side of Antarctica? It's from South America, somewhere. I'm not.
What do you mean other side of Antarctica?
I'm saying according to their model, Antarctica has the opposite side, which takes you to the other side of their model of the globe.
Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, you would reach Australia or some shit like that. So we would use their model, live stream the flight, and then when we don't get there, we'll see what's on the other side.
But here's my question: how are you going to navigate that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You lock the aileron in a southerly direction, so that way when it takes off, it can't go left and right. You don't need to navigate; just go in straight line. There's no navigation.
How do you know how are you gonna know it's going in a straight line, bro?
You put GPS trackers on it. You track the signal loss.
Wait, GPS trackers in Antarctica.
No,
what about when it goes into a blizzard and just loses the signal completely? Like fucking wasted millions of dollars. Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure this guy's.
What about the temperature? What about the temperature? You're gonna have like regulators inside to keep. Yeah, fucking man.
Yeah,
you guys don't know what you're facing.
Instruments are going to help you guys.
Negative 100
You've got
sounds like
you've got GPS. These are all going to help you keep a heading, because we're talking about just keeping a heading. That's all. Your instruments are going to be there to help you on the plane. There'll be no problem in getting in a straight line. They do that already now. That's not a problem. Okay? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Please.
No, man. There's magnetic declination and shit you got to take into account, bro. You're going to be flying into like severe weather storms and all sorts of shit. There's going to be temperatures that are going to mess with your instrumentation. I mean, like there's so much. This is so elaborate when you can just show people water.
People go to their destination, don't they? 19-hour flights. And they're getting to their destination 17 hours, 19 hours. So don't tell me we can't get there. That's a defeatist attitude.
And what are you guys thinking Antarctica is?
Yeah, exactly. It's a great question.
What do you think it is?
They think it's a continent, don't they? Clearly.
Or I think one might think it's an actual ice ring which surrounds the continents.
Well, I mean, we'll either reach something or we'll hit a wall. One of the two.
Yeah, we're going to hit the wall of the ice wall if you just take a single heading. That's what should happen.
Or if we can go up, we can go over it and see what's on the other side. Because at that point, we're not going to be regulated by governments telling us
Wait,
what
but
to do.
how can you just say you will hit a wall? Like whatever this is, a wall.
Well, that's suspecting that a wall would be within range. I mean, a wall could be thousands of miles away, right? Like,
Dude, but
Well,
all
it
right,
depends on where you leave
you're
from,
going
first and
105,000 meters above the water level, right? You're going at insane altitudes. How is a wall going to be there? Like, I don't understand.
No,
Look,
we're
guys,
talking
look.
about you will encounter the ice wall eventually. You'll be above it. You'll see it below you. You're flying in the air, 30,000, 40,000 feet. You're going to see the ice wall. Don't worry.
or
Yeah,
the container
This is
they
what I
might
mean.
be
You
talking
people are
about.
not realistic enough. You're
The
not
container
realistic
wall.
enough in your approach at the moment. We're talking
Now,
like
to be
children
real,
here.
we're looking at all kinds of problems that can obviously some problems are maybe more difficult to solve than others, but like this is why we would need the whole funding. You know, this is why you would need the whole team to work together. Like you guys are already kind of like brainstorming through this like crazy.
Yeah.
Imagine if you would do this for a week. Imagine where you would be then. I think then we would have a
yeah.
fucking concept. We would have a working
I agree with what you're
concept. Let's be
saying.
real.
Good luck, Rhea.
I agree with what you're saying. I just think that we not being able to hold a heading is absurdity. Okay.
I agree with you.
Stop that nonsense.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I think there is no problems. I think this could work. And if it couldn't work, then we figure it out. You know what I mean?
But it
I
can
honestly
work
don't
because
see any problem. It's a simple fucking thing.
I don't think you'll get a second chance to do this if you get
What do you
the
mean?
first chance.
Well, no, that's why we would have to
What do you
do it
mean
right
by
the
that?
first time.
Yeah, but that's why we need to, like, you know, this is another thing. What you're saying right now, you know, of course we have to be a bit careful. You know what I mean? Of course.
Well, are you going to do this in secrecy, or are you going to get permission from the authorities to do this?
What do you mean permission? We already figure it out.
Let me ask
You can fly over there.
Good luck, man. Good luck is all I can say.
Let me ask you: if you take off from the southern tip of South Africa or South America, right, and you head straight south, what authorities are you going to run into in between that you'd have to answer to?
Nothing really, unless there's a patrol ship who might radio you in your plane, but that's it.
Okay, cool.
Bro, you think the South American government's going to just walk up and go, "Oh, what are you doing? Oh, we're sending a blimp over Antarctica," and they're going to go, "Oh, cool. Okay, see you later. Good luck."
Well, no.
I mean, I'm sure if they even came and asked and we told them what we were doing, I doubt they would give a shit. They'd be like, "Oh, fuck off, just go away."
Then you're insane. You're insane, man.
You think they'd care about a bunch of fucking?
Yes,
people?
the whole world is going to fucking care. The whole Antarctic Treaty is going to care.
The Antarctic Treaty is going to. Nah, they're not going to give a shit.
No, they're going to care. Remember the guy called Joel Anderhoid, the Norwegian, who went to the Antarctica 3 times, and he was marched back 3 times, losing 2 of his friends were killed as well. So
Well, that's because he went on a boat.
Yeah, he was on a boat. Yeah, but he was still. They crippled his boat and sent him back to Norway.
That's a lot different. That's a lot different than in a plane.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the same thing as in going by yourself. Yeah. No, without announcing it to the governments. Right? There's going to be problems there.
I think your idea is looking at it in a very simplistic way, interesting, but like the amount of planning and the amount of detail that you have and preparation that you have to do with this is just immense. And it is just,
the word is logistics. The word is
logistics are a nightmare, and I don't think you are. You're just trying to skyrocket this at the wrong moment, right?
That's correct.
And
it requires a lot more planning because you've got
going
to think
ahead
of
of
the
himself.
eventualities, the biggest problems that you're going to encounter, the actual authorities, because they can shoot you out of your plane. Okay, they can just blow your plane up. Bear that in mind.
He's going ahead of himself. I think this requires a shit ton of planning. It's not just come in here, oh, what if we send a balloon? Well, yes, let's send a balloon, but we're not 5th graders, right? We know that there's things that we have to take into consideration, which will fuck up the whole thing.
Remember the Chinese? Do you remember the balloon that was over America? Was it last year or the year before last? The Chinese one. They said it was China. It wasn't. It was an American one. They're just lying. But look at all the hoo-ha there. Right.
The so-called satellite, right? Yeah, on a
There you go.
balloon.
Thank you. There you go. So imagine you're in Antarctica, right? And then you're gonna set your balloon up, yeah? You know, it's going to be detected as something foreign in the air, and then the authorities will be alerted. So there's a lot to take in. It's not that easy. That's the truth. It's not that easy.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you go ahead, man.
I was just wondering if any people who are flat earthers personally play Tekken 8.
I don't play that game. No, not me. But maybe the others do in there. Maybe.
Cool.
My son probably does. He goes in tournaments and everything. So.
Whoa! Can I 1v1 your son?
I don't know about right now.
Damn. I'm looking for a good fight.
You're looking for a partner to play with, are you?
Absolutely.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, the gaming, that's all very well and done. We're back to the Antarctica thing. I think the gaming thing gets in the way of real life. Horrible fucking thing. It's making more money than Hollywood, and it's sending everyone into a virtual reality that they rush home to get into. So that's the other problem with the indoctrination. They're indoctrinating themselves with the games that they play. That's the other problem.
Indoctrination of what, like fucking round Earth?
F-Bomb left. Guy was the plan. He left the VC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did.
I got kicked
Didn't
out of the
notice.
trans room and then put into the Arab room, and then the Arabs didn't like me, so now I'm here. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, well, that's how it is. They come and go.
Probably what's going on is that you're rude and people keep wanting you to not be in their rooms. I don't know.
Oh, not really.
I've never been kicked from a room like in the last 5 years, so I mean, you must be doing something different.
Yeah.
No, it's because apparently I was underage.
Oh, okay. Well, hurry up and grow up then.
Oh, I'm trying to. I'm turning 18 in October. I got some plans.
Can you take a Zeppelin to Antarctica?
Yeah, it's a nice idea. Look, it's a nice idea. Don't get me wrong. It's just that, like the young man said, there's a lot of logistic planning that's required before we can actually embark, and financial monies as well. Because, if I'm going to do it, let's say I'm a multi-billionaire, well, I'm going to chuck some of that money into that, but it'd be a very good military operation style. That's what it would be like. And if anyone's not going to toe the line, there's a helicopter waiting to ship you back to fucking Blighty or wherever you came from. That's how it would be.
Jesus Christ. I mean, you could always set up a GoFundMe.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah. I could.
Set up a GoFundMe.
I mean, this is just one of the ideas that we could look at. There's probably other ideas as well that are maybe cheaper.
Yeah, but I have another question, Amnesia. Why that much altitude? What's that needed for? Curvature? To just see if there's curvature?
Probably to hide from the
I'm trying
military.
to look for it now. I'm failing to find
yes,
it.
it is to do with curvature. Sorry. We want to look at the shape of the Earth. When you go up higher, you can survey.
Yeah, but that's already been proven. That's already been proven.
Yeah, we know that. No. There's nothing wrong with just boosting our fortress, if you will, because we know it's there. Let's accumulate more knowledge, more information. That's all.
But Jin, all right, I get it. But if you're doing an experiment to get to know what's in Antarctica, and if there is if you go to the other side to Australia, then you do not have the need to be focusing. Oh, let's do a 2-in-1 experiment, right?
Yeah,
it's better to just focus on one thing, because I'm seeing, you're gonna focus on so many things to do, so many stuff in one experiment that you're gonna fuck up, because it's gonna be more variable, more shit to be accounting to.
I'm gonna answer your question since you asked me before, and it's not. It has to do with other things.
Yeah, go ahead.
The main reason actually is for the fact that I believe you're allowed to fly over Antarctica at a certain height, so they are not allowed to really do anything, legally, if we would fly very low, then they could probably stop us and tell the world, yeah, but they're gonna pollute Antarctica, and we want to keep it clean, and this and that, blah 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 blah. You know. But the whole reason why we go high is that if it does crash, it wouldn't, it would, be completely gone. It would just detonate itself, basically.
Yeah.
And
But
also,
you
on top of that,
understand the ramifications of that action in itself. That if the authorities are alerted, then you're in hot water, basically. So you have to think these things through carefully, because you're saying you're sounding like you want to go there without the authorities knowing you're going. They're going to know you're there anyway, because your aeroplane's got transponders sending signals out. They'll know you're there. There's no way they won't know you're there. Okay.
well, I mean, look, that is the thing. They will, if we use a big enough aircraft. If we manage to make it small enough that it doesn't easily get picked up, then they won't even know. And then we could already be there, and then boom, start the live stream and be like, look, world, we are here. And then before it, like, they can even, pinpoint us, we would already be so far in, you know what I mean? That it
So yeah, I mean, basically, like, you haven't heard before that there's actual logic, measurements, observations, and so on to back up this claim that there is no globe. And so, this is your first time hearing that. It is kind of shocking at first. It was totally shocking to me, because I just assumed that that experts had information to back up this globe claim, when I found out, no, it was just propaganda, logical fallacies, smoke and mirrors, emotional appeal, and so on, and no actual facts or verifiable proof. I was totally shocked. Like, I was gobsmacked. It's hard to recover from that. In our home server, that's a good suggestion there, John. In the home server, if you click on my name, where it says, little sword emoji, FER, that's our home server that has a whole ton more information. So I can explain everything to you in great detail, but depending on how much time you have to hang around here tonight, there's also a lot more information in that server.
Yeah, well, actually, I will watch the videos that Dandelion sent here in the chat.
Oh yeah, let me give you one that's like, because he has a lot of really long videos. Let me give you one that's
shorter,
like a good intro that's only like 15 minutes long. Yeah, because basically what Dr. John D did, he has a lot of observations. Some of them are long distance observations, what we call black swan observations. His are buoys and windmills. But one of the things he also did, besides the black swan observations, is he did laser tests. So, if the Earth were a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, like we're told that it is, then objects, the curvature of the Earth would be able to be calculated, and it would be increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But what we find out when we test this in reality with long distance observations and laser tests is that this curvature is not actually measured in reality. So that's basically, what Dr. John D and other people, I mean, I just gave him as an example. I mean, he is a really good example. But many people have done this. So, what I showed you in the chart there, what I just put in there at 20 minutes after the hour in the chat that goes along with this voice channel. At 20 miles, looking out into the distance, there should be a drop below the horizon of 266 feet. At 30 miles, there should be a drop of 600 feet. Most of the laser tests that we look at are between 20 and 30 miles. And so even though the laser hits the target, that target should have been hidden behind, in many cases, over 300 feet of drop, but the laser is actually visible, which would not be visible on a globe. So that's basically what we're talking about here. That's why I told you it's a mathematical calculation. And if you watch any of those videos, when you get a chance, you'll see it explained in excruciating detail.
Yeah. All right. I get it.
Great. Yeah, come by here anytime. We'll be around.
I didn't know this Flat Earth group in Discord in English Hub. English Hub here, right? Not a different channel.
Yes, we are in the English Hub. We have a Flat Earth channel here. Yes, that is correct.
Since when? I haven't seen it in the past.
I think it's pretty recent. I don't know, like maybe in the last week or so. Yeah.
There is so many people here. They are all online in this group right now.
There's so many flat earthers. There's millions of flat earthers in the world. Yeah, this is only a small This is only a small sampling of the flat earthers of the world.
Yeah, I know so many people around the world, but there are so many in the group right now. They are all online and ready to talk. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so have you heard the explanations of why we reject the story of the globe?
In the 2017, I started understanding how do they believe, and I was just barely. I was going to be a flat earther, and for a while I was confused. I haven't decided which one I am. Did I believe Earth is flat or did I believe Earth is fair? I wasn't sure, and then I again become. I don't think Earth is flat. It can't be possible. I don't believe.
Okay, what makes you think it's not possible for the Earth to be the way it appears and the way it measures and the way it is in reality? What makes you think it has to be some other creation that somebody showed you on your boob tube TV?
If you want me to try to prove it, if you want me to explain the counter argument, I will not. It is obvious. It's
no, you're not. The globe is obvious. Where have you ever seen it? Yeah, tell me when the last time you saw a globe.
My point, my approach. I believe it's a psychological problem.
Yes, you have a problem if you think you live on a globe. Yeah, because there's no evidence of it. I agree. The globe is a psychological illness, no doubt. Yep, it's definitely a brainwashed, indoctrinated belief. Yep, that's what the globe is. Totally agree. So you chose to stay in indoctrination. You prefer to live in a fantasy delusion. Is that what you're telling us?
Kind of weird to choose to stay in the cold.
My approach. Let me justify why I am thinking like this. Because even if it is flat or round, I don't get angry. Even if I am wrong, it doesn't make me get angry. Maybe because there is no use to be angry. If I get much more angry than you,
anybody keeping count of how many times he's saying angry?
No. I believe.
Yeah, he's appealing to repetition about irrelevant things.
Psychological.
What facts make you think that you live on a globe besides your feelings? What facts make you think you live on a sphere?
100% sure, but I 99.99 sure that the flat earthers are wrong.
Okay, so what makes you 99.99% sure that you live on a globe?
Human history, the science, we count on it.
No, bro, try to be specific. Try to be specific. Name something. Don't just be generic and say nothing.
Come again? Name something.
Stop using buzzwords.
Specific, what's your proof for the globe, or what specifically are flat earthers wrong about? Don't just say they are wrong without actually providing anything. That is incoherent and illogical.
I can't prove you that Earth is sphere. Similarly, you can't prove me that it is wrong. Science is a thing people.
You can prove it's a sphere. Excellent. Please do so.
Collect things. You guys, what is wrong? You are doing.
You're not doing what I asked you. You're just saying there's proof, there's proof, there's proof. You're not actually showing any proof. Go into the proof now, please.
Believe or not, no problem. I'm not going to get angry to you guys. Please listen. Just forever.
You aren't listening, and you need to stop being so stubborn.
Give me a minute, and then I will give you the. You will say everything.
You're just bloviating a bunch of bullcrap.
The one thing I
do what Dre said and give proof. Provide evidence now.
You use some part of science when it supports you, and then you deny.
Again, I'll reiterate. You don't know what the scientific method is, and you've already demonstrated that because you can't provide any proof or evidence for your claim. You're failing. You are failing tremendously.
They don't have any good.
Sorry. Relax. Take a breath. Just calm down. I muted you for a couple of seconds so you could take this moment to just relax. You need to calm down and give us a single specific evidence, not just a generic claim. You've done that like 10 times in a row. That's appealing to repetition and insane. So please stop and give us some evidence.
Flat, I don't get angry. I say, oh, I was wrong. Okay, thank you.
You are clearly angry. You are very agitated. So relax and give us some evidence.
This cannot be one of them. All right. This is my.
You need to talk to Sasha. It sounds like he needs. Yeah, you need to talk to Sasha.
I studied on flat Earth, and I was going to be one of them.
You don't know anything about us. I don't know what you studied. The back of a cereal box is not flat Earth. You don't know anything about our position, so you are not fit to argue for our position. You are a faith earther. You were never a flat earther. Just relax. Do I need to mute you again? Yes, clearly. Okay. You are not one of us. Just relax. Just present your evidence. Stop talking about your imaginations. That's all we're asking for.
With that, maybe I didn't study physics, but I, as a hobby, I was when I was little. Since then, I'm learning about space objects, things, etc.
Okay, so you just love outer space. Guess what, Insan? It's totally fine for you to keep believing in your fantasy globe. Just don't expect other people to go along with your delusion when you have no facts to back it up. Like, you can totally stay on it because it's more convenient, comfortable, emotionally, like, fun for you. Helps you from getting angry. You cling onto your little globe. It keeps you from getting angry because apparently you don't like to be angry. We got you. So if you need to stay with your globe, it's fine. But don't expect us to go along with your delusion when you have no evidence to back it up. It's totally fine.
My reactions. I am the victim. You are all trained people.
Now he's going to pull out the victim mentality.
I am the victim.
Victim, or I don't know. I don't. Maybe I didn't.
Don't play the victim. It's not a good look.
Victim.
Okay, stop talking about the people. You've been asked now multiple times to provide the evidence you claimed you had. Provide a single specific argument, a sound argument, for the Earth being a globe or the Earth not being flat. You have these two options. Not talk about the people. If you do that again, I'll just mute you.
They are going. Elon Musk made the biggest rocket in the history. What is it? You don't see that?
It's a rocket. Congratulations. Someone made a bomb rocket, a king size.
Yes, Secret Asian Man wants to take over the conversation. He said me calling it a delusion was just. He's too sensitive for that. By all means, Secret Asian Man, take over. Floor is yours. Fucking don't want to be told I can't call people deluded when they are. Even Indio used to tell me that at the beginning. He doesn't tell me that anymore because they are deluded. If they can't handle it, that's too bad. You don't like it, you can do it better. By all means, take over.
Yeah, we don't really need a lot of backseat driving here.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't, do we? Yeah, we don't.
So things can go in the back chat if you need to express that.
Anyway.
So back to Insan. Yep, you got it. How your
No, he's gone.
Okay, got it. Yep. Well, Jelly's here. Info Junkie, a bunch of other people.
I don't know why it made me out of this room. Has someone pushed me? Or
Oh, we're glad you're back. We're glad you're back. Yep. So you understand. So the reason why people are, pushing back on your narrative here is because you're claiming that you in 2017 looked into the flat Earth and then you decided that it wasn't the case. And yet you have zero. You have not even given us. You have not even given us one verifiable, testable, repeatable fact or evidence or measurement to back it up. So, what do you got? What do you got?
The new things to support their ideas. I know them. Maybe there are new things, but.
Maybe instead of you knowing them, you help us by telling us them.
It's this attitude make me suspicious about that. You are all trained for this experiment, man.
Okay, Insan, you need to help us. You say you live on a ball. We want to
mention about my story, please.
I would just like to say something. I would like to say something, dude. You sound delusional. Thank you, Mary Ma.
So
Thank you. Even Mr. Super Nice Flat Earther agrees with me. Amazing.
And here I am trying to be the good cop and be nice to this guy. And
I have to be the bad cop sometimes, Drace.
I would have to agree. He does come off as a bit delusional. He doesn't listen to anything we're saying. I've asked him now, like, 4th time, please present the evidence that you claimed you had, nothing else.
You are not making experiment. Maybe you are all sincerely believing the flat Earth. I want to tell about my flat Earth adventure.
It's not belief. Insan, take your time.
All right.
It's not belief. Insan, you're having a meltdown. Slow down. This is 24/7, not 24 seconds.
It is a science. It is your
and he's still talking. Insan, can you hear me?
Definitely real to you.
Insan, can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. I can
Excellent.
hear you.
So, you believe you live on ball? Yes or no?
No. Why do I have to answer yes or no questions?
Well, you either do or you don't.
I do believe in spherical objects. All living beings.
So you believe? Okay. I don't want to know if you believe in spherical objects. I do too, because I've played sports before. No, you're not talking. Just stop. Stop.
No.
Why did you have to talk through me?
It is believing.
I believe.
Listen. I don't think science.
Okay.
Indo. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Okay, Insan. I believe in spherical objects. Football, basketball, baseball. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground? You're telling us shape of ground is a ball, is a spherical object. We want to prove it. Prove it to us that it's a spherical object. You're telling us, but, we don't want but, we want the proof. Why do you know it's a ball? How do you know it's a ball?
We talk. You are right now, I don't know, a point in the world far away for me. The distance between when is too long. Still, we can speak within a box.
Okay, stop.
It's interesting.
What has that got to do with the shape of the surface of the ground?
Made it possible. So I can trust science.
Okay, let's try another question. Insan, you're just gibberish at the moment.
Android telephone.
Insan, what science deals with shapes? What field of science deals with shapes?
Every field. Everything you can.
Yep, he's done.
Yeah, that's not correct.
I am not.
Insan. Slow down. The correct answer is geometry.
Geometry? It's your define.
Yeah.
I define everything. You know Einstein.
Bro.
The last time.
You define everything. That is a redefinition fallacy. You cannot be the arbiter of what everything is.
How do you define
Your
geometry?
subjective opinion does not override objective reality. Relax, stop screaming like a little child. This is not hard to understand. Just calm down. Listen to what people are telling you. This is not hard. Just relax.
Hey, brother Insan, bro. I don't know what country you're from, but do they have manners in your country? Because you're literally talking straight through everyone. I'm trying to listen on YouTube, and I can't understand what anyone's saying because you never stop talking right through everybody. You got a problem, bro? Like, you all hyped up, you drank too many Red Bulls, snorted too much Coke or something? Okay, I'm going to unmute you, bro. Do your best not to talk straight through every single person, for goodness sakes. Do your mother proud.
Actors get Oscar, yeah. I would give you them. I would give you the Oscar.
What are you talking about, bro?
What?
Right
What
now,
are you even talking about? We're talking about the Earth, how it measures flat,
great performance.
how there's no globe.
I admire you. I would like to be one of you.
What? We don't want you. We don't want you to be one of us. Yeah. I already told you, go back to the globe. You'd be happier there. Yeah.
Remember what I told you before? I asked you for evidence of your earlier claim. Give us some of the evidence or the argument, not this incoherent nonsense.
Insan, where are you from?
Turkey. I am from Turkey.
Okay, sure, nice.
Yeah, so I guess in Turkey they raise you to just talk through everybody you're speaking to. That's how your mother taught you how to speak?
Yes.
I can imagine.
My mother has dementia these days, and and she's
There's a lot of other people here. Yeah, if anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up. Ahmed, Sai, Levex, Disguised Disaster.
Hey, Insan, just
John.
Come on back later.
Please, bye. I can't handle all of you.
All right, dude.
You give me time.
Insan, dude. I'm going to unmute you. You either mute yourself or you ban from the channel. Those are your options. We're not talking to you anymore. We don't want to talk to you. You're rude, but I don't want to server mute you because I want you to be free to go to the other channels. So put yourself on mute, and you can listen, or you can get kicked from the room. Those are your options. How about that? Is that fair? So I'm going to unserver mute you. Hopefully you're on your own mute, so I don't have to kick you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and mute yourself. And Sam, we've got another serious question, hopefully. We've got a question from Disguised Disaster. Hey, Insan, did you hear Overlord ask you to mute yourself? Because we've got another person with a question. So we're just taking turns here.
All right.
Yeah, got you. Yep, listen up. Hey, Disguised Disaster, what's your question?
Hello. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. Again, I would just like to know everyone's perspective on this claim. I've been taught by my geography teacher back in high school that the reason why someone back then, I'm so sorry, I do not know who claimed that the Earth is a globe or not, but the reason why they discovered that the Earth is a globe is when they see a boat from the land until it passes the horizon and slowly sinks in. Like the image is like sinks in. It doesn't look like it's sinking, but yeah, the more it goes, the further it disappears. So I would love to know, respectfully, does anyone know the reason why it's like that? Is it because the Earth is a globe? Well, is there any reason from the flat Earth's perspective on why that happens? Thank you.
I posted a video for you that explains all that in chat, but if you want to talk to people, people can explain.
Oh, yeah. I would love to hear everyone's perspective, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, when you look out, the floor appears to rise up to your vanishing point, the ceiling appears to drop down to your vanishing point, and the walls appear to converge together into that vanishing point. That is perspective. We have natural perspective, that's how we see things. We see everything in natural perspective. And that's how the greatest painters of their time made their great paintings in natural perspective. However, that consequence of that vanishing point, everything coming into a vanishing point where all the light converges in your eye, becomes unresolvable. So when you remove the walls away, that point stretches out into a horizon line. So there's no geometric horizon, there's no globe horizon. So assuming that the boats are disappearing behind the globe is a begging the question fallacy. However, we can observe things appear to disappear sometimes bottom up, and there are known refractive effects that cause that, like sinking and stooping. And so how do you distinguish between your assumptions of Earth curve and actual refractive effects? And why do the assumptions of Earth curve not take into account perspective or things getting smaller with distance? All Earth curve calculators assume things don't get smaller with distance to invoke and create an Earth curve.
I see. Thank you for the explanation. There's still a lot for me to process from that. I am so sorry that I cannot process it in one full go because, again,
no worries,
probably
totally understandable. That's why I left you the video, because if you watch the video at your own time, it's a 3-hour video, has all the math, all the examples, it can go into it in depth.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's all the question that I have for now. Maybe I would love to ask some more questions if the opportunity is given.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for answering.
Guys, bro, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out, brother. I'm going to give you an 8-minute video that's really juicy. It'll tell you everything you need to know, and then you can watch the more detailed video after the 8-minute video. That way you get a little appetizer instead of having to sit through 3 hours. How about that?
Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah, thank you. If you can give me the video.
Yeah, so the 8-minute video is kind of going to have a lot of what's going on in the 3-hour video that Homeboy just gave you, but it's going to have it very more concise. It's done in a graphics program, and it shows you all the angles, you know, how you see compared to what you're looking at, where it is in your field of view, how the bottom would be cut off, all of that. It's all done in GeoGebra and with graphics and stuff. So pretty cool. I'll get it right now. Give me a second. I'll post it to you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes. Is that the 8-video one? The 8-minute video one. Okay.
Yeah, the 8-minute one was made by one of our server admins from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so it's from one of our own guys.
Interesting. Yeah, it'll be very lovely. So this is the long one. Okay then. All right. That's all there is to it. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving the time for me to ask that question. And yeah, I will mute myself for now.
It's been great. Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, come back anytime. Stick around. Ask another question if you think of one.
You're a great example of how this interaction should go. And you're an example to all the other people who come in here. Like, this was a great reaction, and I loved that question. You were so polite. The contrast between the two speakers was just so amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah. Contrast from the guy who's been looking into it since 2017. Yeah.
The worst part is he said his mom taught him how to be like that.
Yeah, let me talk to that mom. Bring her on.
Now, son, what you got to do to get ahead in life is when somebody starts telling you what they want to tell you, you just talk about what you want to say straight through them, and then they'll be like your best friend. How do you think I nagged your husband? Oh, I mean my husband, your father. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're divorced.
He asked me. Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else have any questions for the panel?
I got a question. Who hasn't watched this optics video I just posted? If you haven't, you better get it done, because it's too good not to have watched. It's 6 minutes of video, and I think 2 minutes of examples.
And for all the silver flat earthers out there, there'll be a test on Monday.
I love that.
Yeah, there's something very important in that video that a lot of people don't realize, that you have to see the angles. Is that a lot of people just imagine their field of view is like a flat screen out in the distance, but it's actually a curved set of angle pockets, right? And so your particular angle packet can represent a large portion of surface area that's being crammed into that angle, because the bottom portion of that angle is hitting the ground, right? And the further portion of that angle is getting much further out. I mean, even trying to explain it is hard. Like, you got to see it. You got to see it on the side view with the angles.
I've literally been studying up on perspective. It's really interesting. Even the more you activate and use your peripheral vision, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, or the vision outside of your focus, that's where the distortions become the most apparent. And that's why I think some of the Globers, when they're at like sea level, they're like, I see the Earth curve, because they're interpreting it from there.
Exactly. It's the same thing with like those guys that said we sent a rectilinear lens up high, and there's curve at the edges of the line of black, and where it meets the blue sky, and then you go up and look, right, and they'll tell you, oh, this is a distortion-free lens, right? You'll hear that all the time. But if you actually go to real websites that actually talk about how optics work, like legitimate photography websites, they'll tell you that rectilinear lenses have a particular type of distortion in them, and that's where the Y value increases, right, the further it gets away from the center, right? So you imagine black on top, blue on the bottom, divided in half, an image, right? Like the classic, I'm up high looking at the Earth image. So if you imagine, as you get further away from the center, the axis values are going to increase,
So going up and down, like going up, it's going to be all black, right? So you're not going to notice. Going down, it's going to be the all blue. So you're not going to notice. Where are you going to notice? At the very left and the very right of the frame, between the black and the blue, the values are going to increase, and that means they're going to separate. So it's going to look like a curve. It's like, duh. Wouldn't matter anyway, because no matter what the Glober sees, as long as they see curve in the image, they're like, ah, that's the curve of the Earth. Doesn't matter how big it is, doesn't matter how much it is, doesn't matter whether it's backwards.
Stella Linda, aka Marcella, was talking to us earlier. I wish she'd just come back to the voice channel. That would make it easier. She said she's watching the live. I'll ask her if she can come back, because I feel weird just like talking to her if she's not actually here, but she claims she's listening. Anyway, she put a link in there to the Netflix nonsense. Flat Earther accidentally proves the Earth is round in his own experiment. So if you are actually listening, Stella, wasn't an experiment. He's not a flat earther. Didn't prove anything. Earth is still flat. But if you can come back, talk to us some more. If you have any questions about what I just said, let me know.
The Secret Asian Man made a really good point. Like India was talking about earlier, Lake Pontchartrain, they're like at sea level, and they're like, well, that's Earth curve. All of a sudden, their globe is so small, it cannot even contain all of America, and the rest of the world is where? Not on that ball.
Yeah, I like the way you broke that down, AI Overlord. Yeah, and Mary Mom, I'm glad you bought to the Netflix hit piece that she was watching. But yes, if anybody has any evidence what they believe and how they believe that us flat earthers are know to be true, please hop in and let us know your thoughts. Let us hear what you have to say.
I really appreciate these announcements, or like shout-outs, or what do you call them?
Play-by-play?
Call to action.
Acknowledgements. Yeah, and shout-outs.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and then what you were mentioning before, Drace, was peripheral vision, or your periphery.
Thank you. Hearing someone pronounce it correctly helps. We're in the English learning.
Hold on, Drace. Just so we're clear, he did not pronounce it correctly.
Oh no.
He said peripheral. It's peripheral with an R.
It's pregnant. In a beginning.
It's a tough word, though. Look, if you mispronounce it at the end, everybody knows what you're saying anyway. So it's not like, it's not like you messed up to the point where no one can understand you. It's like you're like, oh, it's in my peripheral vision, and they're like, oh, you mean it's behind you?
Peripheral. Yeah, thank you for that, AI.
Thank you.
I've been saying it wrong my whole life.
English server for the win.
Exactly. Oh man, we need to get Gregory in here to punish some people.
I've got another question. Do any of you want to respond to Stella's question? All right, I shall read it and then we shall see if there's any responses. She said she did hear my earlier response, although I thought it was kind of lame. It was really only my, half-hearted. I would only give it like a 5 out of 10, but she liked it. So anyway, her next question. One more question. Many people have traveled outside the Earth and stated that it is a globe. How do you deal with these facts? Great question, Stella. I'll give you my answer, and then maybe others will join in. So, not many people have traveled to the point where they allegedly can see the Earth as a globe. Only those who allegedly went to the moon, which is 23 men. Many of those have made some questionable statements over the years, as well as their journey to the moon, in general, being scientifically impossible and highly called into question by many globe believers as well as many flat earthers. Like pretty much anyone these days who has a discerning brain realizes like the moon landing is just full of garbage. So yeah, if you want to believe the Apollo astronauts, feel free. But even if you do believe them, then you have to look at the images and you have to examine whether they in themselves seem to be presenting a coherent story. In fact, they do not. In fact, the images are widely varying among themselves in terms of the size of the continents on a supposed hemisphere, the rate of curvature in comparison to said continents, the daylight illuminating this supposed hemisphere at the time the image is claimed to have been taken. That's only for the ones they claim to actually be snapshots of Earth. These days, they just get away from the whole argument by outright admitting that they create the images on a computer. I'll give you some links to look at. So, NASA data visualization, what is his name? Data visualizer and designer, Robert Simon. Crazy name, right? Crazy name to have a job where your job title is, I'll give you the link to it, data visualizer and designer, right? So a designer of data. All right. Most people think data is something to be collected and analyzed, not designed and visualized. However, if you read the link, hopefully you can still get into the chat, even though you're not in the voice channel. You'll see that he admits right there that he wrapped some flat maps around the ball, created an image to match your expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. So, short answer to your question. Yeah, only a very small number of people even claim to see it. They're highly questionable for many other reasons, which we could discuss in great detail. We could talk about it all night long if you wanted. Then the other people admit, nope, we're not going up there and taking a snapshot. We're wrapping flat maps around a ball using Photoshop to create an image for you. So that's what they're telling us on the NASA.gov website. So, it's time to face reality.
Yeah. She stole all of the good parts. But essentially, also Robert Simmons said that it's photoshopped because it has to be, and that... I need to read it again because I've forgotten all this.
She did thumbs up that link, Drace. So yeah, I don't know if that's the link that you were talking about. But so she's actually reading it. That's exciting that she's actually paying attention to us, Drace. So keep going.
Yeah, he also did that interview where he talked about similar things, and he said something along the lines of like they had to imagine what it would look like. Because basically they had nothing to compare it to. Like that's why you see all the pictures; they're all different. But and then I also showed you earlier. I posted in the side chat the view from the Chinese space station. It looks flat. I showed you a Russian cosmonaut who claims the Earth is flat, and then based on the math, basically the height of the ISS is too low to the surface to be able to discern any curve in the horizon according to the math, and so only the moon astronaut would be the ones who could have seen the Earth as a ball. But when you examine the moon pictures in any detail, it becomes painfully obvious that they were not on the moon. The Earth is way too small in the sky. If the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon, then the Earth should not look about the same size as the moon in the night sky. It makes no sense. There's stereographic analysis you can do with all the backgrounds. Like you see the mountains in the background, and they take multiple pictures, and they have so many pictures that it destroys their claim, because these different pictures taken from different perspectives, having the same mountain in the background, should show different amount of parallax depending on how far away those mountains are. However, people have done this, and the expert that did this, however, his website is down now. So I'm seeing if I can find a link through the Wayback Machine or some copy of it. But he did a stereographic analysis using this method and found out that the mountains were so close that it had to have been in a studio, and it couldn't have been on the moon because the features of the moon are not that. It doesn't match.
Hey, Drace, guess what?
What?
Oh, she said, Sella said, I'm going to study more about it, but you really do have a lot of arguments beyond the several quotation marks traditional flat earth ideas. She's saying we're non-traditional flat earthers, Drace. Did you know that?
But we're the originals. What the fuck?
That's what I want to know. I want to know about these traditional flat earthers. Yeah, tell me.
I think it's more typical. There's many flat earthers out there that talk nonsense. That half of what they say is some esoteric gobbledygook that is borderline religious and supernatural claims rather than claims about the actual geometry of the Earth.
Traditional as in AE map earthers, as we would call them.
I get that. You see it on TikTok and elsewhere. People who don't really understand the arguments or just took this on faith for one reason or another.
That would make us the traditional ones, wouldn't it?
I know that's what I thought. I thought we were traditional. No, we're not traditional anymore. Now we're the rebels. I don't know how that happened.
At least she's reading what you put in there and listening to what you're saying. That's a bonus.
I know. I like this lady. Yeah, I hope she comes back. Yeah, she's engaging with the content. That's always nice.
So, real quick, Drace, were you trying to say that the link to the stereoscopic parallax moon article is bad now?
Yeah, I just checked it the other day and it didn't work anymore.
Was it the one I gave you?
I'm not sure. You could send me again. I'll check.
I don't know which one. I was trying to just find it. That's what I was asking.
Hey, Overlord, do you know this guy, Pirate, in the side chat?
Oh, it seems to be working now.
Who? Hey, send me that link, bro. Also, save it in the bot if you can. I might already have it saved, but I never can remember the names that I save things under.
I don't even remember the commands to save it.
Exclamation point, meme, space, add, the name you want to call it, space, then the link. No, sorry, that's wrong. Exclamation point, links, space, add.
And then the name I want to call it.
Right. No, the name, yeah, the name you want to call it, yep. And then after that, then you put the link.
What should we call it?
I would call it,
Burn stereographic.
Yeah, there you go. Or you could call it lunar parallaxial stereography.
Who's gonna remember that?
Yeah, it's actually stereoscopic. So moon stereoscopic. No one's gonna remember this. Well, it's in there now. Moon stereoscopic.
And then bring it up in bot audits a few times so we can see it.
Yeah, I put it in live stream for now.
Then you can search it.
Dude, reply to it. Reply to that message. But then put 6 words that are related. That way when you do the search bar function, it'll come up.
Yeah, good idea.
Uh-huh.
You're not an AI for nothing. Sounds like you're unblocking a sync AI.
No, it's laundry.
You guys been busy in here?
Not busy enough.
No,
How
I
you
know
doing, Timbo?
it was busy earlier today. Then I was away for a while, and seemed like there's been people in here all day. Every time I've come in here, people have been talking to somebody.
Talking to Bruno?
Bruno. No, Bruno. Hey there.
Bruno, welcome.
United States. Brazilian. Good night. I'm from.
Would you repeat that,
welcome,
please?
He's speaking Portuguese.
Yes.
Do you speak any English, Bruno?
No speaking English.
Oh, okay. No one here can translate for you, I believe. I don't speak fluent Portuguese. Apparently, I don't even speak English.
Huh. Imagine how I feel then.
Yeah, take a number.
Oh, Stella wants to know if this is an interest outside of work. Yes, that is what it is. Pretty sure for pretty much everybody here. Yeah, it's just interest outside of work. That's a good place, good way to put it. I like to think of it as volunteer work. Volunteer work. Yeah.
Yeah, you could call it a lifetime hobby.
Yeah, I love learning. So for me, it's kind of a hobby. It's a really great place to meet other people who are interested in learning and want to share new interesting things that you might want to study further. And that's what I use it for, and that's what it gives me.
Yeah, and that goes for Flat Earthers and Globers alike. So we have many Globers who hang out with us throughout the years, and they've said they've learned the most from hanging out with us than they ever have from even listening to science shows. And part of it isn't even learning from us. It's that they're prodded to learn when they're involved in this topic.
Covers so many subjects too.
Yeah, because we don't ask them to actually believe us. We just tell them, hey, here's the information. Go check it out, man. Go test it for yourself. Go learn about this stuff. And then they do, and they come back and they're like, well, I kind of like learning all this stuff, but I still don't believe you.
Yeah, it's still a globe. Even though it measures flat.
That's fine. Hey, everybody's learning stuff. Like Flat Earth just brings good stuff.
Has anybody spoken to Oxtan in the past few days? Welcome to the room, buddy. If you have any questions, please open up your mics. Let us know what you're thinking. If you have any proof for the globe.
All right, it's been more than 8 minutes. Who hasn't watched the video? That's right. I see you right there, you non-video watcher, you. John, did you watch the video?
I'm getting my children ready for bed right now.
All right.
I didn't. I'll admit it.
Oh,
why not?
Honestly,
I'm busy, actually. Now, funny you mention it. I'm busy revamping the website. I'm actually just.
Oh yeah, we better put the video on the website, man, bro.
Good idea. Yeah, put it on there. Yeah. Plus, you could be busy researching how to move the baguette on the other side of the K.
You see, I don't want to kill the inside joke. You know?
Okay. Actually, I could see that. Yes. Okay. I'll endorse your baguette position then. That's fine.
Hey, Mick, you sound clear but low.
Yeah? Oh. I got a new mic, so.
Yeah.
I'm a little far from it.
Turn it up a little bit.
I was just going to say, putting the videos on the website's not a bad idea. I was actually just making it a little bit more user-friendly. But I can consider that. I think maybe a little bit of a design, decision could be made before making any extreme changes. But now that we're on the topic, put in the chat a couple snapshots, give you an idea of what I'm talking about. But yeah, let me know if there's anything else. But it is now much more friendly, visually appealing, and mobile usable, if you want to put it that way. A little bit more colorful and shit and all that. So there you go.
I know, but that mic's impressive, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. I've got it rigged up through a mixer and it's EQ'd nicely and all that. So instead of just being on my phone all the time, I'm a little bit more sedentary, of course, but rigged up. So there you
Nice
go.
rig.
So, there's the photos. Got some color in there. And for those who have not had it bookmarked yet, here's a quick link. Give it a shot. Check it out. Let me know if I made any typos. And there you have it. So, but a video up there amongst the rest. I tried to squeeze a few in into the FAQ sections. So on the old wiki, there were a few YouTube links, so I was able to embed them in here as well. I think it's pretty clean. I don't know. Let me know.
Yes, made it just seem like how do I phrase it? He was just being pedantic. You know, he was just being an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. Like, oh no, fuck NASA. You know, they have to be wrong. But I still don't understand. I still haven't had this question answered. What do the Globetrotters gain from making the world round instead of flat? What is the conspiracy here? Why would people deny it if the world was flat?
The typical answer is that the globe Earth doesn't require a creator, but if the Earth is flat, then you have to admit there is a creator. So it's a way to hide the existence of God, is what many people say.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. I mean, as a Christian, from my limited understanding of the Bible, even though I've been reading it all my life, it's like there are lines that talk about the firmament. In Genesis, there is a firmament between the earth, the heavens, and the sky. I'm paraphrasing here. But I don't think in the Bible it is explicitly said that the world is flat. And if there's alludes to that, it's because archaic people perceive things differently compared to 21st century human beings.
Right, I agree with
because
you.
I was debating a Muslim guy. He was like, no, the Bible says it's flat. And he was using the same line I was quoting in the firmament. I'm like, bro, it says firmament. It doesn't say the world is flat. It doesn't say that straight up.
It does.
Yeah, I agree.
It does actually.
Does it?
No, it does. Yeah. You have to study some of the original words that were used in the language. They reference the surface being planar in a few different places. Yes, that doesn't necessarily mean like that. It's saying that they're using their word for flat, but a broad expanse. You know, like as in, then that you look at the etymology of that word, and it's like to do with plains, flat. They're flat areas, they spread out wide meadows, plateaus, that sort of thing. So, it's like referencing the Earth's surface as likened unto that, But why did you bring up like the Bible when when he mentioned
the main reason was because I was debating with a bunch of Muslims who was somebody brought up God, and I remember this argument I had with these Muslim guys who were insisting, no, the Bible says the world is flat, but they misrepresented the scripture in the way they said it.
I wouldn't necessarily just take Matthew's a glober, so you're going to get different answers from different people, right? Because it's not
Matthew is
clear cut. The one you were just talking to, Matthew Learns.
Me.
It's not so clear cut. You know what I mean? It's not as black and white as that. It's quite complex, and plus it's speculation. I mean, ultimately nobody can come along and say exactly why without knowing, firsthand what the motivations are behind trying to insinuate to the rest of the world that they have the ability to view the Earth from a position that the average person can't, because that's the only people that would have to be lying necessarily, right? Is people that have claimed to be in a vantage point where they've seen the Earth from a great distance and seen it pretty much in its entirety, except you can't, because it's only one half of it that you'd see if it was a ball anyway. But I mean that they've had that special positioning, in the universe to be able to see it like that, right? They're the only people, and that's right, Buzz Aldrin. That's only a handful of people, relatively small handful of people, right?
Seeing the world from the sky.
Right, and that also, right, that does not necessitate that person understands the Earth isn't a globe, right? You could easily do that and still think that the Earth is a globe, right? Well, I think the Earth is a globe, but I'm still going to pretend to go away far from it and take pictures of it, right? That's conceivable, right? Right. So when you say about a conspiracy and people with intent to lie about the shape and all that, right? It isn't something that you can really definitively say is true for certain, right? Like there is documentation, government documentation, which talks about, them building aircraft and using models, which account for the Earth being a non-rotating flat Earth, right? Does that necessarily mean that they understand the Earth is that? No.
A non-moving flat Earth?
Yeah. NASA and CIA and other military institutions, have declassified documents, right, that state that they've treated the Earth and used modeling, right, to perform operations, considering the Earth to be a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? So, yeah. But does that mean that they understand that it is that? Not necessarily, because
it's a theory or a hypothesis. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have like Elon Musk's SpaceX, exosuit or whatever, so we can't just like go and fly up into the stratosphere and have a look down.
Oh, you wouldn't even see it from there anyway. That's not high enough.
Well, you wouldn't. So you would have to be in the outer orbit of Earth, something like that.
T-Dub, did you get to hear DJ's special that he did over there at the English Hub yesterday?
You mean Sporadic?
Discussion. Yeah, listen to well, he had that event, and then Sporadic came on there and did that, did his presentation. Did you get to hear that?
I caught some of it. Yeah, I caught some of it, yeah.
Yeah, it was a brilliant layout of basically a lot of the declassified documents that were released that imply that the founding of NASA was done by the CIA, and it was more of a psychological thing than an actual.
Right, to give the impression to the rest of the world, right, that they have more power than they actually do, right? Yeah. I mean, that's always been the aim, hasn't it, of authorities?
I would say so, and I mean it all makes a lot more sense when you look at it under that light and through that lens. I just feel like a lot of people believe that it was done by people they have a love for science and a love for expanding horizons, but when you look back on the documents and the conversations that were had at the time, it couldn't be further from the noble reasons that most people think that all of these endeavors and
the Earth is fucking. Just take a fucking look at the fucking science pictures and look at the shit that they show, bro.
Just watch the TV, bro.
You have
Just
zero
watch the
brain.
TV, bro. You can see it on TV.
Yeah, exactly, bro. It's literally a sphere. I don't know why it's even a debate that the Earth is flat. If the Earth was flat, then
Dude,
the
you
world
came into this conversation. We were actually talking to somebody else, bro. We were actually talking to
that was
somebody else.
pretty
Wait your
rude.
turn, sir.
But anyway.
pretty fucking rude. Pipe the fuck down.
Bro, with that sort of attitude, you're going to find yourself on mute pretty quick.
You have to treat people with respect, even if they have a different viewpoint from you.
But you can so you can ask that question, right? But that's really the sort of it's only the sort of question you'd want to ask once you understand that the Earth is not a globe, right? You wouldn't want to use it as a standard by which to determine whether the Earth is a globe or not. Well, I don't like that reason, so I'm going to decide that they're not lying and that they are telling the truth and that they have been to space and the Earth is a globe. That's not a very good standard, man. I wouldn't use it like that. So ask the question once you understand the nature of the surface of the Earth, and then it'll be more honest question that you're asking out of one from pure curiosity. Well, I understand the Earth is flat now and it's not a globe, so why are they doing this? Why are they trying to show us imagery that portrays it as something that it's not? That is an interesting question. You'd want to ponder about that, whether that answer is achievable, right? And a true answer to that is achievable. Like, we can speculate at the moment. We can talk about why, like what was being pointed out. One potential possibility is to hide the true nature of reality and your existence and your meaning and purpose in life, right? That this place is most definitely created. There is no dichotomy. Well, either nature created the Big Bang and we formed out of that, or it was designed. No, they're pretty much, you're going to have a hard time trying to explain how a motionless enclosed realm popped into existence naturally without the intervention of an intelligent designer, right? So it pretty much eliminates the potential for that to have occurred, right, where it just popped into existence naturally. So you could look at that, hiding a creator. You could look at the potential for monetary gain, where they exploit a commonly held belief system, one which existed prior to any space exploration was claimed to have been done, right? So the people already thought that. We're going to exploit that, for monetary gain. We're going to tell them that we're investing money into this certain project when really we're investing it into other more shadow and operations, clandestine things, right? Or things we just simply don't want them to know about, right? It could be just like was presented the other day to us in the other server, for the simple reason to give the impression to your own people and the rest of the world, your enemies particularly, that you hold a higher position of power than what you really have. Don't mess with us, because we can do this and that. We'll just obliterate you, right? Until you can demonstrate that you have achieved this capability, you are no threat to us. We are a threat to you. That sort of impression, right? What else? Like, I'm sure that you can try and think of a lot of other different reasons. Look at the industry it's created. I mean, in Hollywood and fiction, there's that. I don't know if you could think of any of your own reasons why.
Yeah, I mean, you hit on some good points there. I think the fact that so many people think this is just like 100% fact with no firsthand knowledge, no verifiable experiments that they could do on their own, that would prove it to themselves, right? When people say, no, you got to go out and measure it flat, you could see all of these long distance observations that disprove the radius that is given to us by all of the different space agencies as well, right? So they didn't refute any of that data when they allegedly went to space. They didn't say, oh yeah, the Earth is it's a different radius. No, they were like, no, Aristophanes was pretty close in his estimation based on the sticks and shadows experiment. So, I mean, we're still at this same level of understanding when it comes to what they believe and what they're proposing as reality. Now, you could claim, like it's been claimed many times before, magical bendy light, right? That can just appear to be completely flat and horizontal, but no, that's just your eyes playing tricks on you because of the nature of light. Okay, which still can't be repeatedly verified due to all the constantly changing variables in both temperature and conditions from every square foot from the observer to what's being observed in the distance. So it's a losing battle there, trying to quantify all of the variables. So they could just hide behind calculations and all this stuff. Meanwhile, what we observe time and time again is there is no curvature. Even with a 110-mile bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Once you come to that understanding, you really don't need to concern yourself with the things that you fell for before. Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Why are they doing that? Well, just can only speculate. They're never going to tell me the truth anyway, even if I asked them what sort of investigation could I do to even find out the truth. I'll just accept this reality that I've discovered is actually true, the one that I always observed and experienced, right? And what they're showing me in imagery on TV and in books and all that, that's, that astrophysicists are talking about, that's all just pure imagination anyway, right? What they're talking about. They believe it, but it's just imagination. They can't prove any of it to be true, right? So the reality that you can confirm that the reality that you experience is real, you might as well just get on with it. You can talk about, come into places like this and talk about it with people. But really, you don't have to concern yourself about, these folk that are pretending to do things that they're not really, right? That power is lost on you now. That doesn't apply to you anymore. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that influence isn't upon you. You aren't affected now by the fakery.
The other thing I think that the fakery shines light upon is the obvious fact that was a concern of the different three-letter agencies before the founding of NASA, right? This optic of superiority and technological, just superiority, right? So, how much of those expeditions to the north and the south were more of like a flex, you know what I mean, rather than legitimate. Even there, and like they were talking about the different treaties there, how like it was almost like blackmail between the nations, right? Well, if you lose your power, then we all lose our power, right? Which was interesting. There was a treasure trove of documentation that sporadic linked in the side chat that I hope some people had the opportunity to copy. Because I was working the whole day, so I didn't get a chance to get that data. But I've seen a lot of those documents myself. I was doing my research probably 20 years ago. So there's a lot to this. At the end of the day, the data that we do have from people at that time that were doing these expeditions is that the bottom of the world, quote unquote, so to speak, is some of the harshest terrain and weather conditions to deal with. not to mention just temperature wise, but wind speed wise. And the higher up you go in elevation, the more ferocious the wind speeds, and the temperatures. So, yeah, any idea of doing some amateur expedition out there, or even sending any amateur craft out there is, I think, foolhardy at best, based on the data that we have. I mean, shoot, it could be different, but with the lack of freedom to go beyond the 60th degree parallel south is it's pretty leaves us kind of handcuffed in that regard. And I think to speculate about it is fruitless endeavor. So, yeah.
Right, and if it like that's something that doesn't make sense to me, right? It's like if it's such a difficult area to navigate, and it's so hostile, why such the effort to, like, with the treaty and to make sure that nobody goes there and all this stuff? Like, this. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just a naturally guarded place anyway. I mean, it's just so inhospitable and and forbidding. I mean, it's like, why would you need to, like, make sure that nobody can get there? Anybody that can get there and go there and do stuff, well, fucking good luck to them, man. They must be fucking doing something that not many other people can do. I mean,
yeah, nature would sort them out. You know what I mean? If it was, if they were worried about it,
right?
I think the average temperature was proposed to be like under, it's like negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter or something like that. Pretty nuts.
What are they so worried about? Like, I think, like, they do say, like, that they don't want it militarized, right? Like, so I guess they don't want enemy states being able to set up camp there and operate military operations from there, right? I guess. But is that even really a viable option, considering the climate and harsh conditions? Like, it takes a long time to get there.
Vehicles wouldn't even be able to start. I mean, fuel would freeze. It's like kind of insane. Just like all of it.
Right. Or is there something else about the place that, that's what even some globers are, like, saying, what is it about that place that, they're asking that same question, thinking that it is the bottom of a ball, right? They're, like, thinking that there's alien bases there, hidden history like pyramids and all this sort of stuff, right? That there is an ulterior motive to wanting to keep people out, right?
Well, so I mentioned the Flat Earth interview that the Flat Earth Dave interview that he did with the guys from Kiribati, but they weren't from Kiribati. They were from Fiji, and they were talking about, because he talked about how where they were looking at the ship tracking website that they found ships that were well into the interior of the continent, right, Antarctica, and they were registered to the Isle of Kiribati, right, or pronounced Kiribati by the people who are local or native to that area. And what you find is that those ships that are registered to Kiribati, they buy those registrations from the government of Kiribati, right? So it's like a wash for, like, if you don't want anyone to know where your ship is actually registered to, you could go and pay to have the flag of Kiribati as your vessel's flag. So that's how, if you wanted to remain anonymous of where you're coming from, that would be the way to do it. You would just fly that flag instead of your country's flag.
Right. There you go.
It's just like all flat earthers have been saying this shit for as long as they've been saying this is like, we should be able to measure curvature. And it shouldn't be that difficult. We have water being flat. So any, 110-mile bridge in China should have laid this baby to rest, right? Like we don't have any curvature being factored in any of these large civil engineering projects. And I mean, I think that's the largest one. It's got to be. I mean, you got the Panama Canal too. I mean, come on, you got tons of things where you could say,
The thing with the Panama Canal is that you can't really, you can use it for curvature measurements, but it's more indicative. It's way more beneficial to use the Suez Canal, because Suez Canal is a level canal. It's like they just dug and dug and dug and that's it. Panama Canal was way more complicated, right? They have these docks that they have to pull the boats up and down because of the lakes and stuff. Yeah, you can make a measurement there. It's just that you have to take into consideration a bunch of other stuff, and you'll be just wasting time when you have the Suez Canal. And actually, for the construction of the Suez Canal, the British government said, okay, so we're not going to take into consideration the curve of the Earth. There's a document on that. I don't have a picture. Yesterday I asked. But that picture got lost in my archives, so I'll try to find it again for you guys. But it's very interesting because they built this canal in Suez, right? With, I think it's like 20 miles that they dug in the desert. And yeah, zero curvature.
Thanks for that, Corvo. If you find it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I had it, dude. I think I posted it here in this server, but since they just delete every single message each 24 hours, it's just like, I'll try to find it. Actually, it's like 2 or 3 pictures, but yeah, no, it wasn't the British government. Sorry, I think it was the French government. Wait, I don't really remember, because it was this French guy whose name was Ferdinand de Lesseps that made it. He was the one in charge of initiating the construction of the Panama Canal in the 1880s. But yeah, he didn't succeed because he wanted to do the same thing that he did at Suez at Panama, and Panama is not a desert; it's a fucking jungle. So he got like thousands of workers killed due to tropical illnesses and stuff like that, and it was chaos. And then the United States came in and built it with the docks and stuff like that now has. And it's a very interesting engineering feature too. It's wonderful.
Yeah, is that a conspiracy, Kane? Kane's like flipping out in the spiraling in the side chat.
No. I don't understand people who, just come in and to type in the side chat like this is a fucking...
How are they protecting the Matrix? They're defining what the Matrix is. The mainstream discourse is that the Earth is round. How are they defining the Matrix? Can you explain that to me?
Well, how do they that sounds like a loaded question. What Matrix?
The school Zionist imbued system they're thrusted into throughout life, that's their Matrix.
The Jews want the world to be round, not flat.
Yeah. Nah, bro. Like, for the most part, it's just a belief. People believe it to be true. They hold fast to it like a tradition or a religion, right? It's a religion. Meanwhile, like it's just pointed out from Corvo, everybody's practically using the Earth as a flat and motionless plane. Nobody's accounting for any rotation of the Earth. Nobody's accounting for any curvature of the Earth during navigation, construction, or any of it. Surveying, determining changes in elevation. It's all in respect to horizontal. But it's like Santa Claus, right? There's some kids, like, they learn that Santa Claus is not real, right? But they enjoy these sentiments so much that they continue to pretend. They don't let on that they know that he's not real. They want the tradition to continue. So they just play along for a while, Yeah, I know he's not real. I still like, the idea, getting presents and stuff and all that.
One of the things about, for example, like Santa Claus, I find it, well, positive and negative at the same time, because, like, one day you'll have to tell your kids, or your kids will find out that it's not real, and they will be like, "Oh, so you lied to me this whole time," right? It like creates this kind of sick starting point. It is. I don't find it correct to just categorically lie to children, because, like, when you're growing up, you don't really have the capacity of discerning what a soft lie and a hard lie is, stuff like that, and you just start growing up in that kind of stuff, and yeah, I don't find it healthy. That's just my opinion.
What's saying in the side chat? Yeah, then all the math used takes into consideration. Seems some sort of NASA post. A linear aircraft model for rigid aircraft. I'm not too sure what this is trying to say. A screenshot.
Well, yeah, there's that. But even if they are claiming to use some sort of math, right, to achieve something, like, well, for start, what are they claiming to achieve with this globe Earth math, right? And then, but the more important part of it is, does this math involve dimensions of the Earth? Because if that hasn't been established to be true, anything they're claiming to do with those values can't be true either, right? Like, if the radius value isn't true, then anything that someone's claiming to do with the value of the radius, then it isn't true either. Like orbits and, all that. Escape velocity, orbital mechanics. Sorry, it's not real.
People that are being in the side chat, they may as well just talk in the DC instead of.
Alright, so the Suez Canal is actually 193 kilometers long. But I'm still searching for this this thing, dude. There were these pictures that it was written, right? It was a law that you couldn't. I think it was Great Britain that did it, because in that time when the Suez Canal was done, I think Egypt
1920s. The independence of Egypt was basically, hey, we'll let you be independent, but we need the Suez Canal for like the next 20 years. Basically, it was something like that.
It was basically the same thing with the Panama Canal, but I think I think it was the British government, dude. I had these pictures, which is a wonderful evidence, but I don't have it anymore. I'm searching on my PC, but I don't see it. Oh, god damn it! Well, but yeah, you can look it up on Google. They didn't account for it. They didn't account for the curvature in the Suez Canal.
Also, because there isn't any.
Yeah, because it says here, like, according to the Earth's curvature, it should be like a 6,669 feet drop. Like, just pathetic, right?
But Kane says in the side chat, if you only read any of the study material, you'd know perfectly well that this is BS. No, Kane, if you only go out into reality and take notice of your experience of it, you'd know perfectly well that the globe is bullshit. Many of us have read much material on what is claimed to be about the globe model and the heliocentric paradigm, right?
Incorrect.
That's a big reason.
Incorrect. Bullshit is something that you can find in nature and you can use it. It has certain uses. You know, the bullshit, it comes from the grass that the bull was eating, and you can utilize it and do real things with it. But the globe is a fantasy.
Yes, so colloquially speaking, as in lies.
The bullshit is not fantasy, the globe is fantasy. There you go, correct.
Yeah, but bullshit being a colloquial term for lies, garbage, right? Not real. Useless material, even though, like you pointed out, that it is useful for fertilizing things. But a lot of us, have read the material, and it's a big reason why we have come to understand that the Earth isn't a globe, because we've analysed the material, challenged it, and found it to be lacking in any authenticity or validity, right?
Kane, do you have any measurement or observation made by yourself that proves a curve?
Who's that? Who are you talking to?
Kane. I'm asking Kane.
Kane, right, yeah. Yeah, mic up, Kane, mic up.
Just those text warriors, right? Love them. Absolutely love them. Good thing we have our own text warriors.
Kane will tell you that we have black holes somewhere in the fantasy of the nonsensical claim of the globe. And there's black holes, therefore it's a globe. We have black holes somewhere.
I talk all the time. Oh. But do take into consideration, right, that I asked for observation or measurement, because an observation, it is something that you can certainly say, oh, this and that, but it is not a mathematical thing, right? When you have a measurement, you actually have the evidence to back it up and the data of your study and what you measured and what you found out, right? And that is actually what we would be looking into in order to say, oh, yes, there is a curve, or no, there is no curve, right? Because I have made observations, but I didn't do measurements because I don't have a telescope. I don't have the necessary equipment to do so. Not many people can afford to do those things. But yeah, sure.
Here's a response. He gave you a response.
Yeah, the measurement will be an extra step to verify and to check if the thing in question is there, if the curvature is there. You will have to measure for it or the lack of it. Long distance observations, you can do it with established distances. I mean, if you are on a landmark that is in this position and you are observing another landmark that is in a different position, across water or the land, and those the measurements between those 2 points are very well established. So if you can determine that there should be a drop over distance between those two positions, and it's not there, and you can observe the said object, that other landmark. That's
No, all you have to do, according to Kane, all you have to do is look at the moon phases.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Globers the whole time, dude. You ask them about the shape of the Earth, and they just start saying, "Oh, but the sun, but the moon, but the stars, but the I don't know what, the asteroid." And dude, we're talking about Earth. Like, if you can't do a measurement on Earth,
the luminaries debunk the globe. The luminaries debunk the globe because the luminary is moving like in a clockwise. They move in cycles. And there is established GPS, ground positions, on the positions of the luminaries, and they're used for celestial navigation. And if the ground was curving and spinning, well, like they claim, those positions will be changing. Like they will never be the same. If the Earth was curving, spinning in its axis, moving across the solar system as they claim, and those other objects were also moving and spinning and doing all of these different movements, that will take out of whack the actual positions that we observe the luminaries to be at, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and the ground positions in reference that are used as references, and the alignment of landmarks to the luminaries is also, debunking the claim that the ground is in motion.
Kane, you are trying to explain and try to make things explain something that you cannot even measure yourself being on the surface of the planet, right? Here's the problem with your logic. How can I use something that I cannot know exactly what it is, where it is, and other things to describe something that I'm on right now, that's the Earth? How can you use the sun to tell the shape of the Earth? How can you use the moon to tell the shape of the Earth? You can't. You cannot. Because it'd be speculation.
There's another issue, because when they say sun, moon, they mean those misrepresentations that they make on the globe cartoon. When they say sun and moon, they don't mean the actual observations that everybody observe from the realist level with our God-given senses, or the actual phenomena that we call the sun and the moon. That stuff debunks the globe. But what they do is that they misrepresent, and they replace the actual observation, and they draw cartoons about the sun and the moon, and then they draw you a diagram about this is how the sun and the moon works in this cartoon, and this is what it is. And they change the whole perspective from reality that debunks the globe, and they give you another version, a misrepresentation of what the sun and the moon are, and how they try to tell you how they work and how they move and all of these things, which is total fantasy. So when they say sun and moon, they mean cartoons on the globe cartoon, on the cartoon of outer space, globe, sun and moon cartoons. They don't mean the actual phenomena that we observe.
So Kane, you've got it wrong, bro. You said, right, moon phases work like this. When the Earth intercepts the sunlight, it creates shadows on the moon. No, bro, that's not moon phases. That's an eclipse. Moon phases aren't caused by the Earth's shadow. I'm sorry. You're wrong. In your paradigm, that's not how they claim phases work. Get it right next time.
The Earth is shadowing to the moon. What is that logic?
He says when the Earth intercepts the sunlight, it creates shadows on the moon, and you get the moon phases. incorrect. That's not what your paradigm says. That's not what your so-called model claims.
Yeah, that's not what the cartoon says. That's not what the globe cartoon says, bro. Come on, get it right. Get the correct pseudoscience correct.
Kane, you don't even understand the heliocentric model, and you're trying to debunk the flat Earth? Oh my God.
Exactly. And expects us to be able to explain it with a flat Earth when he can't even explain it with his own belief system.
They claim things, right? And they do not back it up with evidence. They back it up with pseudo evidence that they make up. And these fucking fake forces of magic, of gravity, and and it was, when you mention observations behind the horizon, they say, oh, refraction, the magic word. And they just claim something without backing it up. And then they say, oh, well, now you disprove it. You haven't even proven it yet. How am I supposed to disprove something that you didn't even prove? Sure, I can, but it's your work to prove something. It's not mine. You're claiming it, not me. Yeah, Kane, sounds to me you're just mad you don't live in a ball. Sorry. Sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you, we're not monkeys skyrocketing through space on a spinning ball. No, we're not.
Is he even in the VC when you speak to him? Because Kane, I think if it's the same Kane, many times he gets in the chat and he's not even in the VC. He's just chat skanking. We don't even.
There's many like this. There's many people like this. There's
he's in here.
Okay, good. So if it's gonna be chat skanking, at least address one of the points in the VC.
All right, Kane, come up.
Yeah, I admit I can't explain it. I could give you an explanation. Can I prove it? No. Just like you. You can give an explanation, but you can't prove it. Right? So I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I can't prove it. I don't know. And I'm not claiming it has any relationship to the geometry of the surface that we live on. You are. So you stand by your claim alone. Right? You don't need to pull anybody else onto your sinking ship. Hey, come and join me on my sinking ship, bro. No, sorry. It's sinking. Why would I want to get on your boat? No, I can't. I admit it. I can't explain moon phases. They're just something I observe. There's going to be a reason why you observe it. Period. Right? You're going to say that it has something to do with the geometric shape of the Earth. Go ahead and stand by that then and prove it. That's your claim. That's not my claim. You don't have to put that standard onto me. Right? You prove your claim.
There is a difference between the description on an observable phenomena, describing the observed, and then the claim of the causal mechanism that he's making. I know this is happening because this is the mechanism, and you demonstrate that mechanism. Can you go from the syllogism of step 1, 2, and then demonstrating the cause of the effect? Like, okay, the Earth is a globe because I measure the curvature, and it's spinning because I detect, prove the spin, and it is in a vacuum of space. And now the sun is this and a certain this, and I proved that as well. The moon is a certain distance and certain size. I proved that as well. And now I can tell that with all of those variables together, that I already established in place, that you demonstrated, that you showed they're true. Then you can say the cause of the effect of the moon phases is this and this and that, whatever. But you don't have you haven't even have the materials to build the bridge, and you're already saying you crossed the bridge. You haven't built the bridge, made it to the bridge. You don't even have the schematics, the plans, the materials to build the bridge. You're saying you already crossed it.
Kane, our worldview explains the world. Your worldview doesn't even explain the world and tries to explain stuff we don't even know. Well, we know they exist, right? But we don't know what they are, and they just try to explain stuff we don't know what they are. Like, can you stick to Earth, please? Because as far as I know, you haven't been to the moon or to the sun to prove the geometrical shape relation with the Earth. Can you prove the curve, yes or not? I did this morning. You have proven the curve?
Yeah, step 1, the curve. Earth is a globe, right? Okay. Step 1.
All right, go on then. Explain to us. How have you proven?
Well, step 1 will be the ABCs, but I don't know if he made it there with the ABCs. Maybe he did, because he's texting in the chat, so you can come to the conclusion that he does know the ABCs. But then page 2, curvature of the Earth. Can you show it? Can you demonstrate it? Do you have measurements of that? Oh, you don't? Okay, so you're gonna have to come with something else. Whatever is after, whatever claim you have after that is in relation to the curvature of the
Oh my
Earth.
god, now the fucking McToon shit again.
It's not there.
Oh my god.
Just an academic source. Don't rely on fucking YouTube numpties. For fuck's sake.
How many times has it been McToon? Oh my god, they have a fetish with this McToon guy. God damn it.
Bro. There's something that's actually done in reality.
I asked you if you have, and you showed me something that you haven't done. You just copy-pasted the link. You haven't done any observation. You haven't done any measurement by yourself. You're just listing stuff that I think you didn't even read, and you don't even know what you're listing right there. Have you read what you said? Or heard? I don't know if that's a video or some other stuff. Wait, let me see.
I told you they were gonna post cartoons, and McToon, is a character. He's just playing a character, like he is in the cartoon, in the Globe cartoon. So whenever he's drawing these strawmans that misrepresent reality, he's the character McToon, and he's speaking and presenting his character version of the fantasy cartoon Earth, and the character McToon is right there to tell you the story. And this guy is believing the story, or trying to sell it as well. Selling a cartoon, a character in a fictional scenario. The cartoon globe, cartoon sun, cartoon moon, fantasy outer space. It's all fantasy. That's why you need characters like McToon, another cartoon.
What is this thing that Zerka posted? I am too unintelligent to understand this. It's just math. The fuck does any of this mean? Spherical geometry of the sphere with 3,950 miles. What the fuck does any of this mean? I can't decipher this geometric construction. Like, what the fuck?
So Kane sent this UC San Diego thing. Wait. About topography of the Salar de Uyuni, Bolivia from kinematic GPS. Sent this. Let's look. So I'm searching for the word curvature in this PDF document, right? And I don't see it. Doesn't even mention it once. Curvature.
May I ask a question?
Go on.
Well, let me form my question a little bit more. Hold on. Okay, I have a way of forming my question. Okay. So, I personally, so I'm an atheist. I am convinced that the moon landing is fake. And I've been on this Discord server for maybe like 3 years, and I remember like the first time I've entered this room, I remember thinking there's no way the fucking moon landing is fake, but I mean, having thought about it long enough, working through that cognitive dissonance, I'm willing to like tell my own family members that the moon landing is fake. I'm starting to realize now that this sort of perspective is very similar to, and I know you guys call it a religion, but it is very similar to becoming an atheist. Becoming an atheist was weird when my parents were, well, my mom was Christian. Most of my family's Christian. So it was really weird, like saying, hey, I don't believe in God anymore. And it's like a way of stepping back. And it was a very uncomfortable, like, epistemological obstacle to overcome. I personally, like I said, I'm convinced that the moon landing is fake, but I haven't crossed that like same epistemological obstacle about the shape of the Earth. And the main reason for that, I think, is more to do with, I guess the fear of the unknown, if that makes sense.
Okay. So what you're saying basically is you do not know what the shape of the Earth is, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, my advice, right, for you to start getting into the topic would be making your own observations and starting to comprehend, first off, what the heliocentric model proposes. Because in order to debug something, you have to understand what it represents, right?
Or what it misrepresents.
What?
You're saying that you have to understand what the globe represents. You also have to comprehend what it misrepresents. It's misrepresenting the realist level, like water, gas pressure, the Earth itself, the surface of it. The globe is a misrepresentation of the actual realist level out there that you can check, verify, explore, experience, test.
Yes.
The globe is a complete misrepresentation. So go ahead.
Yes. So, having that said, thank you very much. You have to get in of what you can observe, right? So, you understand that the main argument for the shape of the Earth, right? There's these two different groups of people that one of them says it's flat and another of them says it's a globe, right? The main argument to say whether it's one or another is
Gotta stop you right there. Flat is not a shape. The globe will be the shape claim. Flat is an aspect of a surface. It's an aspect. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
There's no two groups of people claiming different shapes. There is one group of people claiming the Earth is a shape called the globe that has a certain radius, certain circumference, and it's very specific on their claim about that. When they write it on the paper and they give you the numbers, that is the shape claim. The flat that people describe and use to describe the surface of the Earth, that's an aspect of the surface that everybody's standing, that is not curving. It's a horizontal frame of reference. The water lays flat. That's a description of an aspect that we find ourselves looking across. Go ahead.
All right. For the gentleman, can we have somebody from 24/7 actually pick up the point? Because when it comes to this, we want somebody that's pretty much on par with what we say in here. So no slight to you, Vlad. I mean, you do a good job. It's just, I think there's somebody that represent like DJ or perhaps Roots. This is a very opportune moment. So if you guys are there.
Mathematician, he's been here for a while, and I don't remember his specific arguments, but I remember him, going against what was being said. But now he sounds even different than before. So he's
I do appreciate Corvo saying that, like, I have to really trust my observations. That's something that, like, I've learned not only in this room but also other rooms. There's another room that's a guest room. It's not really common anymore, but for years it was on what was it? Truth being relative. And there was a person who was claiming that when it comes to knowing, like, the models of even, like, quantum physics, for example, like even how an atom is structured, the model that we have for that is certainly not exactly how it is. It's just a model. But at the end of the day, like when a laser hits the golden foil in the what was it, the Rutherford experiment or whatever, what we observe is the laser reflecting off of the gold, and we don't observe the nucleus. And so the model that we have of the nucleus is not something that we observe, and that's something that I've thought about a lot.
So math guy, and Corvo is fine. He can say anything he wants, and hopefully we can address whatever points we might have to adjust. But when you speak like that about the models, that is exactly the problem, because the globe, it's speaking from an outside perspective that nobody has, right? They're speaking from the outside of the cosmos, the billions of light years away, and the black holes, the outside perspective of the globe that you and I, or anybody we know, anybody you know, can give you firsthand knowledge that is the case. So that's why they have to present models that misrepresent what we actually observe in reality. So when you turn that back from your actual perspective, the perspective that you can confirm, experience, observe, verify, when you come back to your senses and look across the earth and utilize your senses, and use devices that you can utilize to test and confirm certain things, you can operate from that perspective, from the realist level. That's what we're talking about. Reality.
Yeah, I get that. I think what's the huge epistemological, because like for me it's so easy for me to apply that mentality to any other scientific discipline outside of flat Earth versus round Earth. It's super easy for me to like be convinced that the atomic structure is only a model and not something I observe. But for the shape of the Earth, what's weird to me is that if you guys are right, then I think that there are a lot of implications involving people who are atheists, because this I think is a widely held view amongst the atheist community. I mean, I think atheists kind of like, what's the word? They die on the hill, on the same hill.
So the atheist will be like you lack the belief on a deity, right? You don't believe there is a mind behind the art. The art created itself,
and that's because I don't have evidence. I don't have evidence.
So if you follow logically, if you let's say, I mean, I can give you like a broad conclusion based on my own comprehension and I could say belief or knowledge about it. I could mix those words a little bit there. But if I could describe the design of the world to be in place as a construct, right? Because when you follow chronologically or based on the laws of nature, you're going to find out that your God-given senses, the way I describe it, right, will let you operate in reality because they're designed for you to be able to operate in reality. So when you confirm what you observe with tests and measurements, you know that when you're gonna cross the street, right? You're gonna cross the street. Your senses are working, right? But let's go beyond that. We have water in reality. Water requires a pressurized system. You agree? The liquid water requires a certain pressure to be in the liquid state, right?
Yes.
Yes. So water lays flat or horizontal. Everywhere you go, we utilize water. Like in the building that you're in, you establish a horizontal to put the first brick. So when you put the last brick, you can put a table on top of that and a cup of water that is not spilling all over the place, right?
Okay.
You get that point? So that horizontal frame of reference, it's parallel to the next horizontal that you establish to put the TV on the wall, right? You establish another.
If I may pause you, are you like trying to convince me of flat Earth?
No, I'm just saying that the reference that flat Earth is a description, a term, 2 words. This place is there's way more than just a description. Flat Earth is an introduction, a window for you to describe what we observe. Is the table is flat and round, but the table is not made out of flatness and roundness.
Right. I guess I feel like this doesn't address though like my concerns about
the atheism, right? So I'm gonna tell you, we have gas pressure. We know that gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. There has to be a container because that will cause the gases to push against it, causing the pressure. I mean, the gases are pushing against the walls, and that causes the pressure. This is demonstrable. This is a law. This always happens. And the antecedent of the gas pressure is a container, and you can put in place that the antecedent to the container will be a designer, a creator. You can make that argument. That's one leader. There's way more ways there's many ways to actually come in place. You have to come to a conclusion. There is a design in place, and that design has to be by a designer. A construct in place that requires someone to construct it.
This is where I think I'm lost with the theory, right? is because
no, this is not flat Earth, bro. I'm trying to tell you, there's the ground that we're standing on, and the description that people talk about. The description of the surface is flat Earth, right? And the lack of curvature that they claim for the globe, the counter argument for the globe claim will be what we observe: flat, non-curving. Now, when you go beyond that and the antecedent relationships between what we observe, gas pressure, gas is not Earth, right? Gas is not, but we find ourselves breathing air, right? And a container is required for that air to be pressurized. The container wouldn't be the flat Earth that you're standing on. You see, there is a bunch of pieces in place for you to be able to breathe air in the first place. And if you follow a bunch of, because the creator and heaven above and the luminaries and the sun and his design, that's not flat Earth. That's not the flat Earth that you're standing and you're looking across.
Right. And I guess my point though is that this obviously sounds like you believe in a designer. I don't. And even if even if there was a different geometry to the Earth, like I don't think that would like imply a design or anything. I went to.
You will need a mind before matter, before any design. There has to be a mind behind it. For the laws in place, for the code in place, for the cause and effect relationships that you can come to a conclusion. I wouldn't say it's just a belief. It's based on the antecedents of what we have in place already. You're gonna have to follow to come to a conclusion. It's in relation to reality.
I unironically think that you're kind of doing the same thing that a lot of like atheists do with flat Earth, is kind of jumping to a conclusion that we don't observe, which would be the designer itself.
Well, you can argue about proteins and enzymes and this design of the body and a bunch of different things. Bro, it's like you're saying, when we look at the luminary, when we look at a switch watch, right? That all of those pieces that make the switch watch, you can grab all the pieces and put it in a box and shake the box, and it will never give you the switch watch that is built to give you the correct time, right? You require a watchmaker to put the pieces together and to set it to a point that it will give you the correct time. This is what I'm saying is correct, right?
But the quantum field has always existed.
Hello. So the Swiss watch, even if you have all the pieces, that require someone to build the pieces, right? A designer to build the pieces. You will still need the guy that build the pieces to put them precisely together.
Logic.
Okay. So the watch itself, even though it was designed to be and put in place, the gears were put in place to give you a specific time in a timely manner, it will be off, and guess what? You're gonna have to adjust it to the movement of the luminaries, and the luminaries move in patterns that reset like a clock, like a great clock up in the sky. And when you actually look at when you see the adjustment of the watch that you have in your hand and requires a designer, and you move it to the movement of the luminaries and the way they move like clockwise in like a clock, it requires a design. You can take this so many different ways.
This is where I'm definitely lost. And
Hey, I put it in the chat. That's the watchmaker's fallacy.
Yeah, I think it's the teleological argument.
All right, let's just get to mathematician, dude. Like, what did you want to ask about? Like, can you restate your question, perhaps? Maybe somebody else can go in a different direction. I mean, Jimsy gave his best to you, but I mean, if you feel like that's not answering, what was your question?
Yeah, so my question is more in regards to how to compatibilize or how to make compatible atheism and flat Earth.
Right. You're trying to see how you can think of it from a perspective that you have right now. Well, I mean, you think about it like this. So the idea that the Earth is a globe is like a cultist idea. It's a religious idea based on people thinking that it's a foregone conclusion, right? So in that way, the belief system that props up the idea that the Earth is a globe is only a construct of the mind. It's nowhere found in reality. So in that way, you can relate it to a religious person, right? Like if you're trying to relate it to your way of thinking. Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely. In fact, I kind of felt like that was what the last guy was, or Gemsy was.
And hey, real quick about what I was saying. I told you, flat Earth is not. You don't require to believe in a deity. There's people that say Earth is flat, and they don't believe in deities here. They're atheists. So
everything evolved from the quantum field.
About the description of the surface that we observe and measure and describe it as flat, right? That and then going to, is there a God or not a God? Those are separated issues. Even though the concept in place requires a designer.
If I may,
yeah, go ahead, man.
I
debunked you in the
chat. Another flat earther who was also religious, and I happen to I've noticed that like every flat earther I meet is like religious or like
this is not religious.
Yeah, that's not uncommon though. What you're saying is not uncommon. But if you're trying to, like I said, work it from your angle of perspective, like how you see it. So if based on what Jesse just finished telling you, you could base it just on empiricism, right? You can say that I'm just going to look at what the physical world is showing me. Yeah, just based on that, it doesn't describe the Earth being an oblate spheroid. I mean, you could at least respect that much, because the idea that the Earth is a globe is based on like an old teaching that the Earth is a globe, based on like these esoteric teachings, like Pythagoras. They had a cult, and they believed that all the universe was made of perfect spheres. So their cult believed that and propagated that into their religion. So in that kind of way, yeah, I could see like why you wouldn't disagree on that point. Like it's like a religious idea.
But yeah, the thing though is that I was talking to another flat earther who was also religious. But he told me, he said, being a flat earther, he thinks that flat earth is the most compatible, or should be the most compatible with atheism. And I've thought about that a while, because like to some extent it kind of makes sense. Actually, it might have been Flat Lloyd. I don't know if maybe it was maybe I don't know. Maybe it was a different flat earther, but it was a long time ago, to be fair. But the problem I see is that I don't think it is so easy to compatibilize the two, because when you have atheism as a group standing behind, what you would refer to as a religion, which would be the round Earth in this case, it makes you wonder why that epistemological obstacle exists so prevalently for people.
Because I can tell you why. It appeals to your imagination. So what else? Like, it appeals to curiosity and imagination. So the idea, yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, atheism fell into the same propaganda that the religious people did. So you have on both camps are falling into the same pit.
But that,
let me give you an example. So we have hard-nosed Christians, right? The idea that there is a God and such, and then you got the hard-nosed atheist who believes there is no God. On the both sides, they both are believing in these, cultist ideas that were propagated from these old pagan religions. Like I gave you an example, Pythagoras and his cult. So these ideas were propagated into the mainstream understanding. So we have people believing in occult ideas. Okay, I'll give you one prime example: heliocentric solar system. So we're talking about the sun god Helios, right? We got the mythological gods following after the names of the planets, right? Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Neptune. Yeah, you hear the names of these mythological gods being named after the things we call planets. And if that doesn't ring any bells, then you just got to look at the archives, right? Look at the history. See what that says. So all this stems from an occult pagan religion, and it's been adopted by the religious people, Christians and so forth, and they all think that it's nothing more than scientific endeavor. And so do the atheists. They want to claim the same. Everybody's wanted to put a stake into the claim of where did this come from? Did this come from scientific endeavors and reason, or did this come from actual, pagan, religious ideas? So you have to. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
This is. So for when I first thought about how the moon landing is fake, it led me to take a step back and think about, okay, well, what else is fake? The thing about that though is that I would imagine, being an atheist, that atheists would be the most likely to make that epistemological jump. But unironically, I see Christians believing the flat earth and atheists believing the flat earth. Or no, sorry, the round earth. I'm sorry. Christians believing the round earth and atheists believing the round earth. But I would expect flat earth to be primarily atheist because it's so evidence-based. But I don't see that. And that's the anomaly that just...
Yeah, I know, but you're going by consensus, mathematician. You can't do that. Every individual is their own thinking person, so you can't base it on the consensus.
No,
that's a logical. That's a logical.
No, I'm not. I'm basing it off of the fact that I know that atheists can overcome certain epistemological obstacles. In order to become an atheist, I think you have. Well, certain atheists.
That's your point of view, though. That's your point of view. You're giving us your point of view. That's okay, but we have to take in consideration everybody's their own thinking person. So some people have just jumped on the bandwagon because it sounds cool to be a rebel, right? So that's what they like. So you can't speak for the voice of people who are claiming to be atheists. You are one person who individually thinks about atheism in your own perspective. So we're actually addressing your point of view and not everybody else that you think you're lumping everybody else into.
But I am, because I do think that my personal experience is something that I think a lot of atheists.
That's your fallacy. That's your fallacy right there. What you're describing. It's your fallacy.
A lot of. I understand. I've talked to a lot of atheists though. And
so what? Is it the whole group of everybody on earth that declares themselves as atheists, dude? You gotta really, I hear you, man, but it doesn't describe everybody who says they're an atheist. It's not. They're not gonna walk the same path that you have, or 10 of your other friends. It's not the way, dude.
Right.
That's a logical fallacy in and of itself, bro.
I'm simply making observations. I'm not drawing an argument or anything.
You are drawing a conclusion. You're saying, well, I would assume that because me and my 10 other friends are saying the same thing I am, that means that everybody who's an atheist would walk the same path that I did.
That's not what I'm saying.
Bro, that's exactly what you're saying.
Here's another.
I'll repeat if I may.
The atheists that you're talking about, do they believe in the globe? Do they believe in the globe? Because the globe is a religious idea. So if they believe in the globe, there is a creation story there for them. So if they believe in the globe, they're not atheists. Then you may be talking about people that don't even know what they're claiming.
Okay, Gemzy, I agree with you. Let me just say something. I want to build off of what you just said. If that's true, then I still have I would imagine that the real atheists out there, the quote unquote real atheists, the ones that are really
I don't think there's such
hold on. The ones that are actually true to their own experience. They almost don't exist. I feel very isolated.
I think they don't exist.
But the irony is, I think that if the round Earth is like a religion, and it's completely made up, then the people who came up with that religion successfully managed to brainwash the very people that I think.
Exactly.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, we get it, dude. We know what you're gonna say. That's exactly what we're talking about. The whole world.
Hold on, dude, bro. Yeah, there's still a huge anomaly, in my opinion, that needs to be addressed. That isn't addressed, and to me, it's the anomaly that when I engage with flat earthers, an overwhelming majority of them are religious too. And there just aren't any. I just never meet anyone.
So what? What does that mean? But what does that mean?
Dude, if I want to be someone who wants to follow your advice, because you're the flat Earth room, you want me.
No, don't follow his advice.
Yeah, here's what we're doing, man.
Hold on, dude, guys. Please, I'm almost done.
But no, I think there's a mischaracterization, dude. We're not trying to make everybody somebody who thinks of the Earth as flat and then also says that they have to think about a creator. What we're telling people is that they have to critically think about the world around them individually. We cannot think for the person who's actually looking into this. You have to individually think for yourself. And that's where that starts. We don't ever tell somebody, you have to believe like this guy. Look at Genzi. Believe like he does. You know, we're not, that's not what we're doing. If you think that's what we're doing, that's a misconception, bro. We're actually telling people to think for themselves critically. And then you will come to the conclusion.
I don't think you're understanding my point. I would argue that you're trying to get people to cross a certain epistemological obstacle, correct?
That's for them to figure the topic. Let's say the topic that we see.
The whole point of this room is to get people to cross that a certain epistemological obstacle, correct?
I mean the topic of the VC, right? Flat Earth. There is no globe. There is one thing that is the conversation, but there is other topics that we can talk about, like like you said, religion, or you can have the foundation that the Earth is not a spinning globe, nonsensical fantasy, and at least come back to reality, to maybe come to certain realizations and come to an actual real conclusions about other stuff. It's just a foundational conversation about the realist level, about the place that we're in.
Okay, so when I talk,
you don't have to come to a conclusion about there is a God and this is how he looks like and this is his name. You don't necessarily have to, unless God give you a revelation of all that.
That's weird, because like if I don't, then I seem to be like the only fucking guy I've ever talked to. The only person I know is myself, the one that actually seems to rely on evidence. The thing that I don't like is how frequent flat earthers are religious, and just again, my opinion is that if you're willing to cross the epistemological obstacle that you need evidence to believe in something, then I find it ironic that a majority of flat earthers are religious, because I think that's making the same epistemological failure that you're trying to have other people overcome in this room. And that's like the anomaly that I can't get over in my head.
Here's another thought for you, right? If the Earth is flat or stationary, it kind of proves Creator must be present, because there's no natural processes by which to arrive at human on Earth.
I don't agree with that. I think that like there maybe and this is just,
really
I'll just make a third position. What if the Earth is flat and all of the religions are completely wrong about how we got here? And that is the position that I see nobody take. I've never seen, if I may, I've never seen anyone take that position. And that is what's annoying to me, because I think that's the most honest.
Right.
There's a lot of people in our group that have done that, dude. I think you're wrong.
Right. Creator,
I don't agree with that.
Being.
The very people I've been talking to in this conversation seem to be religious.
Yeah, creator or intelligent being, right, would have to have somehow inserted us into said Earth.
I think again, as someone who relies on my observations, I have never observed a creator, I've never observed a designer, and so I'm not going to make that
right. But there's again no natural processes. There's no Big Bang. There's none of that garbage in the flat Earth version, right? So
I agree.
That's why I think a lot of people are religious.
I went to, if I may, I went to an island once, and it was in like the U.S. Virgin. It was in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I can see 40 miles away from one island to another island, 40 miles away over the ocean.
Yeah, I've been there too. Dope.
And and it was weird, because like you're not supposed to see that around Earth or whatever. you're not supposed to see like the beaches or whatever. And that was the anomaly for me that I just like, I can't get that over my head. But if I may, real quick to finish this, I talked to a guy who lived on that island. He said he doesn't believe anything that NASA says. And I asked him, like if there is a firmament, if there is like a flat Earth and everything, then like what, how did we get here? And he said, I don't think we have any fucking idea how we got here or what led to this moment. And so his default position is that he's a Christian. But to me, he was doing exactly what I think a lot of flat earthers do, which is falling into an explanation for why or how something is that's not based on observation.
So wait, you gotta make a separation right there. You said, how did we get here? That's a different question of what the surface of the earth is.
No, it's
what is question is not a how is question.
Can I prove
how? Listen, the how is the how is will entail that you're gonna have to have special knowledge about God's work and how He did this and that.
I agree.
And then listen, then if you find yourself inside a construct and you can describe what that construct is, like is flat at the surface, you can describe certain things, you're not going to come to the conclusion of how God did everything. How the how question and the what is question are two different those are two different questions.
I agree. If I may, I totally agree. It's the people who believe in the round earth who claim that that there was a big bang and that's the creation story, right? Which comes from a weird Catholic scientist who thought that we started from like some primordial atom, and I think that's
those are not scientists. The Big Bang didn't come from scientists.
If I may, I agree. But the thing is, though, is that the shape of the Earth absolutely does have to. If the Earth is round, then that religion has its own creation
story.
Yeah.
So, we get it. We know
evolution. What we observe,
Big Bang.
We
got it.
So
we all learned it. We all went to school.
What we observe is not that. We don't observe that religion across the realist level.
Right.
We don't observe the globe.
What I'm saying is, when you abandon the round Earth, you have to also abandon that creation story.
Yeah, but no. Hold on, dude. Like, I think it sounds like an all or nothing fallacy. So, in other words, if you escape from the globe,
they're so intermixed. Yes, it's not a fallacy though.
Yeah, it is, because if you're saying that if you escape from the globe cultist religion, I'm going to explain. All right. So if you escape from the globe cultist religion, the idea that we live on a globe and stuff, then automatically by default, that makes you a skeptic to if you even were put here by a supernatural being. So you're thinking, like, how can anybody that reasons with himself, who's an empiricist, is going to look at that and say, okay, we know that the globe idea is incorrect. Why would you still follow a deity idea if you're being an empiricist, how you can't prove the deity? So then how are you going to say that you've went to logic and reason from like leaving a position of where you were entrenched in the idea that logic and reason doesn't exist to now something that, okay, well, the earth is flat, but we have a creator. So you're trying to square the circle, man. I get what you're saying, right? So I get it, man. A lot of people here already understand your position because it's been what people have been saying. I'm going to guarantee you one thing. People are sitting in this chat right now who will say they know that there is a creator. They just won't ascribe to who the creator is or based on any religious idea or interpretation from any holy book. So they won't say it that way. They'll say there's a designer, there's a creator. But it's like as far as following any Abrahamic religion, they wouldn't say that would be the case. So
even that position, I think, is like I think I take issue with that epistemology. Like I feel like that's still like an incomplete
Yeah, but that's your cross to bear. Pardon the pun. Like you're trying to make it sound like
I agree.
that burden that burden that you carry is something that you have to relinquish other people of, because you said, okay, I've been set free from this religious notion. Now I'm going to set other people free from the idea of even clinging to the religious notion if you're logical and reasonable, right? So you're trying to come at it from a perspective of, I'm just trying to give you my vantage point, because how can you be an empiricist and still believe in a deity after the fact that you've debunked the globe? That's what you're trying to tell us, dude. And I understand your position. I know what you're saying. So it's not lost on us that people have that mindset. But I'm coming at you with logic and reason, right? So on the one hand, you think atheism is a more proper way to be a skeptic. I would say that your idea of being an atheist is not actually logical or reasonable, because now you've abandoned any process of like an overmind. You've given nature the ability to just be a random, whatever it is.
No,
It's a
no.
You know what I mean? Or
no. Hold on, real quick. I'll just pause. I think it's super easy to fall into this idea of randomness, or the idea that something comes from nothing, if you appeal to the Big Bang Theory. I think that's like the whole purpose.
That came from the quantum void.
So what's your philosophical interpretation?
You never proved it's supernatural.
Everybody has a philosophical interpretation of the beginning, right? Or perhaps you think everything always existed. So what's your interpretation? Because it doesn't just go from, not thinking, because, if you're skeptical as an atheist, then how would you explain things? Would you say
the islander I talked to, the guy on the island who was a flat earther, I think his response was, for a moment, was like honest, which was, his response was, I have no idea what is above the firmament. Like, I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, but he's making another claim that there's a firmament, dude. Like, you know what I'm like? There's a lot of things that are being said that cannot be validated in the sense of empiricism.
I put it in the chat.
Empiricism. So we go by what we can test, what we can verify, right? And things have
flat earthers don't believe in firmaments.
Yeah, firmament is a term derived from a biblical context.
I disagree with that.
Dude, you can disagree with it all you want.
Conversation really hijacks the entire point of the room, right? And we can go, I actually do believe in the firmament.
All right, you're muted. I'm not going to listen to somebody just stepping over the moderation in this room and then just do what you want, dude. We're having this conversation with this gentleman because he seriously wants to ask these questions that nobody probably has answered. We're giving him the space. Hold on a minute. Hold on, mathematician. We have the ability to speak to him at the moment in time that he's actually inquiring. We're not going to squander it with somebody saying that we got to change the topic because there's some guy on the sideline. You can just leave the chat if that's what you want. We took the time to answer his questions because this was important to him. Yeah? Go ahead, mathematician.
I was just going to say, I'm leaning towards flat Earth still, much more than round Earth, of course. But the weird thing is that you said that you don't believe in a firmament, or that the firmament is not. You think the firmament is biblical? I think that's completely wrong.
Yeah. So where did firmament? Where was it? The term? Where was it derived?
Firmament's referenced, the actual firmament itself is referenced, I think, in many, many ancient religions. I can pull up a ChatGPT response if you want.
Yeah, but what does it mean in the biblical context? Because it was even mentioned in the King James version.
Right.
And it has its roots in other. Yeah, it has its roots in, when you study the word, where it actually was derived from. So to say that it's not, I think that's maybe you need to just go search it up. So just a bit of things that you have to look up too, man, when you're having this discussion, and it's how people perceive the world around them. So it's not just.
What is he putting Arab
It's not just. Yeah, it's not just the fact that we discuss the physical world, but sometimes we get into philosophy. Rarely, right? We don't like to do that because people go into the mindset of like, oh, we're just talking about God or no God, like, but it's people don't have the realization that we're human beings, bro. Sometimes we have these questions. We want to talk about it a little bit. So we're answering your question that seems to be specific to your atheist understanding.
I hear your answer. Don't get me wrong. I've heard your answers. It's just there is still this huge anomaly in my head that like doesn't make sense to me. You know,
you need to prove the supernatural to answer.
Yeah, well, there's also the idea that somebody who thinks that there is no creator and rational thinking people should just be atheists is a fallacy. You can't just
everything's
think
from the quantum void. It's eternal.
Yeah, that you can't just think that's the case, man. You can't just
I'm the founder of religion,
bro. You can't just draw a line in the sand and say that's the way it goes.
No, I just realized reality. If you want to disprove reality, then go ahead and try.
All right, so when you talk about the questions, though, is there a God or maybe not? Like that's philosophy. But we're describing the earth as it is. So if somebody has their own religious interpretation, then that's their walk, right? They can do that because in any case, you can't prove that God doesn't exist or does exist based on the way you see the world. The things you can prove is what we talk about in this room. Things you can prove. Yeah.
I agree how you I mean, with all due respect, I think that you don't think they're related because of your religious views. It's just my like honest opinion. And just if I'm okay if there's no answer to this, but I'm just wondering if there are any atheist flat earthers in this room.
There used to be one. There used to be the guy who used to be atheist, but every time we would have the conversation of like, let's say the dichotomy of creation and so forth, the idea that people, the story of creation, right? Either was nature that just made everything by itself for no apparent reason, or that there was a creator that intentionally put everything here, right? So when it went to that realm, he was just like really upset about that. He didn't want to have that conversation. So what we do here is we allow people to have whatever philosophical interpretation you think it is, but the empirical information that we gather from the earth around us displays itself as just what it is. There's no cultist idea about what the earth is displaying itself as. It's just that's the way it is. So no one can negate that fact. But as far as what you believe in your faith is, you're an atheist, you're a religious person, whatever it is, that's on you. That's your philosophy. Yeah. But it doesn't go over into the idea that we see things in reality. That's the physical world. No, it doesn't, dude. Your philosophical interpretation of there not being a God does not leach into the physical world. You testing something to be true, like water boiling at 100 degrees at sea level, that doesn't negate the fact that you say one day you thought God existed, one day you thought he didn't exist. That test will still be the same. Their philosophical interpretation of the world based on what you think it is not going to change that fact, dude. These are the facts of nature. And nature displays itself as a horizontal plane. Sorry to tell you. And so all of these things can be still intact. It doesn't impede anything of what you think philosophically. However, there will be debates about it, right? I strongly
disagree with you.
That's fine. You can strongly disagree, but it will be a debate. It won't be something like that would be obvious truth. It's not obvious truth. It would be a debate, as you so said. That's where that ends. It just ends as this huge debate. Well, is there a God? Is there not a God? And we can show you, of course, we have our side. We can point out to how that information is transferred only by somebody who's actually giving it and the receiver. But that won't make any sense to you because you won't, you know what I mean? It's your philosophical interpretation that there is no transmitter or receiver. So, and that's where it ends. It's, the physical world is determined by people who can empirically test and verify, falsify, and the philosophical interpretations, that's up to you, man. You can't tell somebody, well, you got to be an atheist in order for you to realize that the earth is flat. It's not. You
I'm not trying to. I'm pointing out an anomaly.
It's not an anomaly. It's your wrong. Anomaly. It's your wrong interpretation. You can't force somebody to think like you. Yeah. Everyone can think of whatever they want, and that's their own walk. They can do whatever they want. whatever philosophically they think that however we got here, that's what they think. You can't say, "Wow, you guys have to be atheists if you're skeptical on the Earth being flat." It being a globe. Yeah, sorry, that's just not going to work out for you. If that's your mindset, I would say if that's what's holding you back, then I would say you just relinquish that, man, because it's going to be a debate from here on till the end of time.
Well, I'm not trying to engage in that debate.
Well, you're making your point to say that it's not logical for that to be that people who are investigating that the Earth is flat and come to the conclusion are all just like these religious people that believe in a deity. Well, how can that be? How can that stand? That's talk to your atheist friends. Talk to your atheist friends, dude. Talk to your atheist friends. Tell them why they believe in a cultist idea. That's maybe a conversation you need to talk to them about, not us. We're telling you our perspective. It has the physical world and the philosophy that you think of how everything came about to be are two separate things. It's been said to you many times.
I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. I'm trying to work out why there is an anomaly.
It's not an anomaly.
I know you think that. I understand why you would think that too.
I did. Going over it again and just belaboring the point, to be honest.
I agree.
Perhaps we should move on. Okay.
I do think that the people who are most gung-ho about the shape of the Earth and about the Big Bang are atheists.
Yeah, I know. Because like I said, they fell into the same pit as the religious. Well, that's your point of view. We see it.
No. I would argue that they die on that hill more than religious people.
No, I don't think so, bro. Have you ever heard of a hard-nosed globalist that's a religious person? You haven't seen the videos that I've seen. I've seen preachers wagging their finger at the camera saying, "Flat Earth, if you think flat Earth is from God, you guys are heretics. You're stupid." Like a preacher. Yeah?
Right. Yeah, but that proves my point.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove your point.
Yes, it does, because what I'm trying to say to you is that the Bible that they're reading. Hold on, real quick. Nope. The preacher that was wagging his finger at that camera was indeed reading from the Bible, which is a flat Earth book. So how did he get the interpretation? It was a globe. Is beyond anyone in this room. No, the anomaly that I'm trying to bring up, that in my own head, if I understand everything, I'm totally honest with myself, I would argue and I would expect that more flat earthers would be atheists. Considering that the creation event behind the Big Bang is something we don't have evidence for. That's the anomaly. That is the anomaly that
you're wrong. You're wrong because that creation story didn't come from biblical context. What I'm telling you is, here's the thing. No, you don't. You just finished telling me that idea came from the Bible. No, it didn't come from the Bible. That interpretation.
Alpha, if he's saying he's saying that you guys don't believe in the cartoon globe. If you don't believe in that, therefore. I don't know, like he's trying to take us to outer space and religion and say, if you don't believe in that, there's something wrong here. I don't get it.
No, he's okay. I'll tell you, Jemsy. So basically, the way I'm interpreting what he's saying. Basically, if you're a skeptic, right, for things that NASA was saying and showing you pictures of the globe, if you're skeptical about that, then you've only been your diet woke. You're only halfway there. Actually, the completion of being a complete skeptic would be an atheist who doubts everything, even the creator. So he's saying, I can't square the circle that we got people that believe that know that the Earth is flat and still believe in a creator. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's overwhelmingly religious.
I know. I'm telling Jemsy that though, so he can see your point. That's what he's basically saying, Jemsy. He's saying that he can't square the circle. Why someone who's a hard skeptic is now saying, well, the Earth is flat because we have all the empirical information, is then turn around and saying that they believe in a creator. That doesn't make any sense. So that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's a very good Steelman.
I don't know. Jemsy, did you get that?
Yeah, I get that. It's complete nonsense.
Well, dude, I know, but like that mathematician feels like it's an anomaly in his point of view. But we went over this so that other people can hear too. Like the reason why sometimes people who like him, who is atheists, have that point of view. And that, I think it was a good exposition for the part that people haven't heard, like, well, never heard at this point. So for those who haven't heard, this is I've known about it actually. So it wasn't like not new to me, but anyway.
Hey, is there? I'm just saying. Do you believe in the genetic code? Mathematics.
I believe we have DNA.
Okay, DNA, a code, information. Information code requires a coder, an informer.
This is sorry. You're doing the thing again. Like
no,
said,
there's not doing anything. There's no other way around it, bro.
Conversation. I thought this was not a philosophical conversation about whether God exists. I thought this room was.
Well, I'm just telling you that to come to the conclusion that all the information that you're looking at doesn't require a designer. It's complete nonsensical,
here's the
non-logical, illogical, fantasy belief. Listen, the atheist that you're trying to portray is like a character that is speaking from a fantasy place, from a cartoon, and saying that the cartoon version of reality that they believe in, it has to be that, and you're just a character in a fantasy place.
Okay, I genuinely I genuinely think that you're doing the same thing that round earthers do.
No, not the same. Doesn't spell the same when you write it on paper. Doesn't spell the same when you speak it with your mouth. Doesn't look the same. Doesn't sound the same. It's not the same. Not the same thing.
I think you're running into a very similar epistemological.
Hey, but you said it was the same, but it is not. It's not the same.
I let you talk. If I may
say correct things.
Corvo, you're hot micing. Corvo, you're hot micing.
You know that round and flat are not mutually exclusive, so you're even wrong about that premise.
Okay. So hold on, I gotta rethink about what I was about to say.
Acknowledge round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, Gemzy. Notice how like in order to I first of all, I didn't ask you to convince me of there being a creator.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Well, you're providing the teleological argument, which is a conviction mechanism, and I would argue that that I would expect you as a flat earther, because I know you're a flat earther.
I'm an above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens earther.
You gotta let me bring up the anomaly.
Yeah, you're making a how do you say?
You gotta let me talk.
That fallacy is.
You gotta let me talk, dude.
You think I think the same as the other guy?
Dude, you gotta let me talk. I was in the. I still can't finish the thing I'm saying. I'm just trying to say that, like, Gemzy, you didn't come up to me and say, "Hey, look, if you look to your left and you look to your right and you look up and you look down, you can easily find your creator," right? But you'll do that to me when I'm trying to look at the flat Earth. I have to look to my left. I have to look to my right, right? And hold on.
That's not how you find the creator.
Hold on. Well, that's the fucking problem I have. That's the anomaly that's in my head.
Because you think that the creator and the creation of his is the same thing.
No, I'm giving you irony, dude. The irony is that you did not.
You think that if I show you a Swiss watch, that Swiss watch is the clockmaker, the designer of the clock?
Well, you can show me the clockmaker too. Right?
Okay, but if you see the Swiss watch, you know there has to be a clockmaker, don't you?
No, that's a fallacy.
No?
That's a fallacy. I don't.
So I think this is. I go back again. You're playing a character that ignores all logic, and you're playing like you're a clueless guy that doesn't use his senses and cannot come to a logical conclusion about how to reason with reality. And you just some type of character that say, "I'm skeptic about everything and information, design, creation. You're skeptic about everything."
In my head, What you're doing right now is exactly the same, like it's the same epistemological obstacle as someone else saying, "Look at the stars in the sky, therefore the shape is round." That's what you're doing.
No, that's wrong. You're completely wrong about that.
That is what you're doing in my head. In my head.
No, looking at a watch. Looking. Oh, the conclusion that you can look at the stars. Listen, the conclusion that you can look at the stars and come to a certain conclusion about Earth is a globe. That's a fallacy.
The fallacy of you can look at a watch and figure out that there's a watchmaker is also
not the same. Not the same thing.
It's not the same fallacy. I agree, but
it's not the same.
I never said it's the same. I said it's a very similar epistemological obstacle.
Okay, so not the same. Not the same thing.
Not exactly the same, but a very similar epistemological obstacle.
Because you got to remember, though, when you look at the stars and you come to a conclusion or you make an idea, Earth is a globe, then you go to the step of checking, okay, my idea is that Earth is a globe because I saw the stars in the sky. Now I'm going to check the Earth, the thing in question. I'm going to check if my idea is correct. And then when you check, you know that it's not correct.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. I hope everyone's listening. I hope everyone understands my anomaly.
When you look at the stars and you just see one star in the sky without any other information, you cannot come to the conclusion that you're standing on a globe. You can't do that.
I can't believe you're making that argument, dude. At the same time as making the other argument. Like those two arguments, I think, are like it's weird to me, man.
Have you reached the end
similar in fallacy?
Have you reached the end of your conclusion of like what you think the anomaly is? Because I think at this point there's an impasse because you feel very certain on your idea.
Well, to be fair, I genuinely think that there's an impasse because I believe I'm talking to a lot of religious flat earthers, and I think
it's fine. It's
unfortunate that there's not a lot of. It's unfortunate that you can't find a single flat earther who's an atheist. That's super weird to me, man.
Well, what I'm telling you, though, is that because we can divorce the fact that what the physical world is demonstrating is not the same as a philosophical interpretation. Yeah, I've told you that already in the past.
I agree.
I don't think you do. You think they're married, dude. You think they're married. And so you're like, well, if you think that the physical world and how all this is here, then okay, well, you have to put the creator involved. But you could be like you, thinking that, well, perhaps there isn't one. But then what you have to wrestle with at some point, if you don't, it's up to you. But if you have to wrestle with, like what Jemsy's talking about, things have a specific pattern, right? There's things that we have on this earth are cyclical in nature, right?
You're doing the same thing. Holy shit.
No. I'm telling you, this is the thing that you don't have to do this, right? You could look at nature being cyclical and then say, well, there's no rhyme or reason to it being cyclical. Of course, it's cyclical, but, I'm going to say that there's no rhyme or reason to the cyclicalness of all of creation. Whatever. Like, that's up to you. That right there doesn't need to be introduced. You can still see the same things that Jemsy's seeing that I'm seeing. I could see information that's encoded in all things that are living, right? All animate matter. All of it. It's encoded with information. Well, so that to me, is showing me that information is only given by someone, the information who's giving the information and then the one receiving it, right? I'm looking at it that way. You can look at information or code as something that it's just no rhyme or reason to it. It's just code. That's you. That's what you do, right? I don't have to look at your worldview as being that. I can think about it the way I think about it. Yeah, I'm my own person. You're your own person. Information and code that's received in all of nature, right? Because everything does have code. So you can't get away from that fact. You know that the same thing I do, right? DNA. We can look at the protein structures.
You're doing the same shit, dude.
Yeah. You can be upset about it and chew on the fact that
I'm gonna be upset about it, dude. It is.
Yeah, that's just a fact. That's just the facts. I'm telling you the facts. We know things have information. We know things have information. I didn't talk about a creator. However, the philosophical interpretation of that is how that information got there. That's where we say, yeah, there is a creator. And you say, well, I don't think so. That's the division right there.
That's not my problem.
Yeah,
well, no, your problem is you don't accept that there are standards that we are following. You've got your standards. We have ours.
I don't think you. No. I don't think flat earthers abide by their own standards.
I haven't said much, so allow me to finish. Okay, thank you. And it's this: we've established a standard which is following the scientific method where it's applicable and the standards of integrity. That's what we're doing. We're not.
I disagree.
Just pointing fingers and don't keep interrupting when I'm speaking. Don't be an arsehole, yeah? Can I just finish? Right? You have your standards, and your standards is not the standard that we would be adhering to. You're not the barometer of what goes on, okay? Bear that in mind. Thanks.
That's a good way to put it, actually.
I don't think that flat earthers completely abide by their standard, especially when they...
You are not the barometer. I'm going to just point to what he just finished saying. So you're not the standard, yeah? You don't set the standard, bro. You're not that guy. You're not going to say, I don't think this is you're doing it incorrectly. Sorry, but you have your philosophical interpretation. We have ours. That's where that divide is. So, like I said, we all agree that there's information in things that are living. All of us agree on that. And if you don't, you're just denying the facts of reality, yeah?
Well,
the things that we know. Yeah, okay, so now you're saying that there is no such thing as DNA? You're denying even that?
No, I think there is DNA. What do you mean?
Okay, so is that not information that's been coded into?
That's information. I don't think it's... Hold on. The word coded into, that's where I take issue for sure.
Well, that's what we say, the philosophical interpretation of there being someone who designed that code, right? Who put it there. Yeah, and you're saying...
I would ask you, I would ask you how you draw that conclusion.
Because we see nature happen in a very cyclical way.
Oh, right? I thought you were going to say the scientific method. This is my issue. Is that Hold on. Jin, hold on real quick. Jin said earlier that you guys have standards, right? And I like some of those standards, especially the standard where you simply rely on your observation and you take everything else with a grain of salt. But I just do not see consistently. I do not see flat earthers abide by that standard. And I think you're not abiding by that.
No, because you want everybody to believe like you do in the case of how things actually, like, we're here. So if we have information, everybody knows there has to be an information giver. You don't think that way. You think there doesn't need to be an information giver. Information can just exist out of no apparent reason. It could just be there. That's you. We don't think that way. Philosophically, we're going to say no. We think that there has to be someone who gave that information to the thing we see, whether it be a plant or a bird, a human. However, the information was put in place or set in motion, there has to be an information giver. That's why we're looking at it. You're not.
But if you think that way, I would expect you to be a round earther, just like all the other round earthers.
No, that's an absurd thing to say. Let me just get in there. That's an absurd thing today because God gave us our senses and the right to think for ourselves. So if the earth is a globe, we can go out and measure that. We have the tools and technologies.
How do you measure God?
Shut up. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, you fool. Let me finish what I'm saying. We have the tools and equipment to go out there and check that. We've been given the numbers, the specification. Let's go verify that. We're finding extended horizontality. Okay? Thank you.
So
He's mathematician. You skipping a bunch of different things. You're saying that in the moment, as a character in the idea of your mind, you can just say something, and therefore it has to be because you're skipping laws of nature. You're skipping our senses. You're skipping realist level. You're skipping measurements. You're skipping all of the processes, all of the cause and effect relationship things that are in place that can give us a conclusion about something like there is a design in place or the surface measures is not curving. All of those things, you're skipping that and just staying in your bubble and say, from my bubble, I don't believe what you guys are saying because whatever ideas you have in your mind.
Let me propose a possibility, okay? And this is just hear me out.
But stop operating like a character in a cartoon. Operating the realist level. Come on.
Okay, if I may, I just want to give you my perspective, and it's just a general response, because I think I've responded to that before.
Dude. I've been listening to you for like hours, man. Jesus, what are you talking about? What are you trying to get at here? that flat
Yeah,
earthers
he's gonna
don't
answer
believe.
that one. Go ahead, mathematicians. Finish the question. What you're gonna say, and then answer John about whatever.
Yeah, please.
I again, I think that it is important to rely on our senses. I do have an expectation on atheists, and I know you guys don't understand this. Not the atheist room or anything, but I do have an expectation on atheists. Atheists tend to rely on evidence. That's like one of the strongest virtues of atheism is to rely on evidence. And that seems to be a virtue that is shared among flat earthers as well, because in order to observe the flat earth, we have to rely on our senses. In order to the expectation I have, again, is that atheists should be the flat earthers. And it's just not that way. And here's my proposal as to why that is, if I may. And you can disagree with that all you want. I'm just going to give you my perspective as to why. I think that whoever's pushing this round earth, whoever came up with this, cult, and whoever's pushing this and whatever their purpose is, I think their primary motivation is to convert atheists to round earth. I think that's their goal. I think their goal is to convince atheists of the Big Bang Theory, and their target is atheists, I think. That's just my opinion. I think it happens to be the case that a lot of Christians and Catholics have been pulled into that religion, the round earth religion or whatever. And as a result, that's kind of muddied the waters for the round earthers. But the ultimate motivation is to, I think, prevent atheists from being able to think for themselves.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but flat earthers are not atheists. Sorry again there. Flat earthers are not atheists.
yeah,
Do you understand?
let John come through, Jen, because he
Sorry,
wanted
John.
to
Yeah, my mistake there, John. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's been your entire point, mathematician, is to is to bridge those 2 points. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that if you're saying if it is a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy against the atheistic community?
I think it's largely targeted the atheistic community because, number one, most atheists are round earthers. It's like overwhelming. I've never met an atheist that's a round earther.
So are most Christians too, actually.
Well, I think that, like I said, I think that a lot of Christians, as they struggle with their, modern material conditions, they have to adapt to a new moral compass that's more compatible with the modern era. And I think a lot of them also reflect on what atheism is a movement that's growing, especially in the U.S. And I think a lot of Christians look at what they believe and try to ad hoc reason their way out of Christianity without leaving Christianity, in the same way that, like, I feel like I have to ad hoc my round earth thing as an atheist. It's like the same shit. And it's so weird to me that, like, even the people who cross a certain epistemological obstacle, which is relying on your experience, even those people almost overwhelmingly don't rely on their own experience. And I feel like that was the purpose of round earth, maybe.
All right, so now we heard your point of view. It's stated, documented.
Yeah, now I understand. Now I understand where you're coming from. Sorry, David.
Yeah,
thank you for that.
Now there's a bit of clarity, right? And I think that's his perspective. He holds to that perspective alone, I would say, because I don't think anybody has ever come forth from an atheist perspective and said the things that he said so far. So what I understand from what we've been doing this for such a long time, in my experience doing this, the majority of people who are atheists would vehemently appeal to the fact that scientific reason and logic all stems from human endeavors to advance technology and innovation. So they would then appeal to the fact that the idea of the Earth being a globe coming from a Big Bang cosmology is the epitome of scientific endeavors and logic and reason. So they would actually make it sound like that is the height of human intelligence, is to be somebody who's advancements are to go to the stars and such. That's what, from my perspective of doing this, I've seen so far. Like, you have maybe taken a different view. You're probably the anomaly, if you want to talk about that. You're probably the only guy who would say, dude, I think atheists should be flat earthers. But the way we see it, atheists appeal to more of the idea that the cosmology that comes from a Big Bang is the reason why people are atheists, because they see no need for a
I think there's a very, very
and they see a need for nature actually being the force that randomly puts everything together for no apparent reason. So from what my
I disagree
perspective
with
has
that.
been, it doesn't matter, dude. My experience has been
It's not from no apparent event. I've never heard an
Are you
atheist say
serious?
that.
Really? They've never said that.
Yes.
What's the reason that it all came about then?
Almost overwhelmingly, I hear them say, "I have no idea."
Yeah. So for
That's
no
not what you
apparent
said.
reason. So
No,
yeah,
that's not what you
for
said.
no apparent reason
That's not what you said.
universe.
Not what I
Yeah.
said.
So for no apparent reason did the universe actually explode from a singularity into
There
all the
could
things
be
that
a
we see.
reason. There absolutely could be a reason. There probably is a reason.
They say that there's really no coherent, like there was an intent. Intent would insinuate a creator. Yeah, there was no intent.
You can
So
tell
there are
me, an atheist, how atheists respond, but like I'm telling you right now, I've engaged with lots of atheists.
So that's good. So would you say that they would say there's intent to that all of creation came about? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's no intent. I think
that's what I'm talking about. No rhyme or reason. Basically, why all things are the way they are.
I disagree with that. I think there is.
Okay, then. So then, what is the reason then?
Rhyme.
Yeah, can I make a small point here?
So then, are you making a case for there being intent that atheists say that all things came about? What is that intent?
No, if I can respond, dude, I think.
What is the intent?
I know you're excited, man.
I'm excited because you made a case for atheists making a case for there being intent for all of creation. Okay, go ahead. What's the atheist interpretation? All-knowing atheist. I want you to tell us what the intent is. There, what was the intent for all of creation? Go on.
Most atheists say, and this is just my experience. Most atheists say, and I say, I have no idea.
Oh my god, dude!
Hold on, it's the.
Oh man! Oh my god!
In my opinion,
Big Bang, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. Come on, dude. I just started responding. The Big Bang.
This is why you guys are illogical, by the way. Just showing you this why you guys are illogical. You're a hot mess, bro. Honestly.
You don't let me respond.
You're a hot mess, bro. Like I've given you the reason. I've given you the floor to tell me what is the intent then. If you say, yeah, we're not saying that, we're saying there is a reason. What's the reason? Why did all things come about?
You're making a false dichotomy.
Then what's the other
you're
option?
saying I don't know. You could take one position, or you could take the other, or you can not take a position. That's the three options. There's three options.
Okay. So in the discussion, there's either when you have a discussion, you either take a position or you say, you know what, there was no reason why things came about. It just
Listen, Alpha, he's disguising the I don't know into coming to a conclusion that I don't know who made this car. I don't know who designed it. Therefore, there cannot be a designer because I don't know who made this vehicle, this wristwatch. I don't know.
I genuinely, just 1 second.
But you're not getting it.
I feel like you guys have all strawmanned me incredibly. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I have 10 seconds, please? Thanks. Look, just listen. In this server, in the chat, I've posted 3 videos. Scientism 1, Scientism 2, the sequel, and the principle. Now, the principle in particular, you have the cosmologists who are Big Bang proponents have now arguing amongst themselves.
I can't find your post.
Please let me finish. I haven't even begun to finish yet. And
I'm trying to find your post, dude. Where's your post? I'm trying to find it.
Just scroll back. I'm Jin CBR1. Sorry, you'll find it. Okay, Jin CBR1. Now, basically, it's very soon. You will find it. Basically, the cosmologists themselves have come to realize that Earth is the center of creation. Now, I'm not a religious man, any way, shape, or form, but to hear the cosmologists say that means they're acknowledging that their Big Bang theory may not be the standard. Do you understand? Because they're now realizing Earth is the center of creation. Okay. So that's what you've got to go and look at. Look at these cosmologists arguing amongst themselves, Lawrence Krauss and a few others, trying to hash out. Okay? So,
Jim, whatever you posted is not on the text. So whatever you posted, try to post it in this text, in this
you
channel.
gotta post it, man. I'm trying to find what you posted.
Yeah, well, let's just wrap it up. I think that everybody wants to move on. It seems everybody.
That's fine. It's such a disappointing conversation, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically disappointing on our side. So we couldn't reason with somebody who's claiming to be reasonable. So imagine that.
I do think you strawman me a couple times, especially I think you strawman the atheist position. I think most people, if I
was
may,
just telling you my experience, man. Whatever it goes.
I know. If I may just correct the thing you said earlier, most people ask, if you ask an atheist, most atheists would say they do not know what was before the Big Bang. Most atheists would say that. I've asked a lot of atheists. Most atheists would say that.
And you that's contradicting yourself, because earlier you said the atheists follow evidence and that there's no evidence for the Big Bang. So whatever conclusion they're making about the non-evidence Big Bang is complete nonsense.
I agree.
He's just baiting you guys into more conversation.
You're getting
He said you wanted to move on.
I know, yeah, let's move on.
Quit entertaining his crap.
Well, he's getting closer to the anomaly, so I just wanted to point at that.
Wrap it up, buddy.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, mathematician. Jamesy, you're right. He's contradicting himself. First of all, he said...
Sorry, we're moving on. I apologize, Rojarker, but we're moving on. Yeah, we were going to do it, but yeah, we're now actually moving on. Sorry. We're just going to keep talking about it and going around in circles. Not like the globe Earth, though.
Well, he did say that atheists, like to rely on evidence, right? So does he have any evidence to back up his globe?
No, I don't have a globe.
Oh, you're not a globe?
He's leaning more on flat Earth, DJ. Imagine.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go back.
Yeah, dude, bro. You got to be careful.
Okay. I just had a question for Mathematician, just because I had to go in a sec. But Mathematician, do you understand antecedent relationships?
Yes.
Like, for instance, an orphan, just because they don't know their parents' names or, maybe even where they came from. But that doesn't mean their parents don't exist. That would mean they just don't know who their parents are. They had to, of course, get that information transfer, mitosis. You know what I mean? You have to.
If you do the same shit the other guys did, I'm not gonna gauge.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's like a sky daddy who does that, right? And I think AV was right when he was saying that it was actually more about the philosophical transfer of that information. I think he nailed it right on the head. Like, that's where the disagreement is. Like,
I'm not trying to okay.
Because I think you're missing that there's a large swath of flat earthers and there's a large swath of globe earthers. I've met 3 atheists personally that knew the earth was flat too. But that's what we're trying to tell you. It's completely separate from just objective reality, but then also philosophically asking, well, then how did it get like that?
I absolutely do that. Again, I think there are certain points that were left unaddressed, which is in particular that the people who die on the hill of the Big Bang Theory and the round Earth theory the most, in my opinion, proportionally, is atheism. And I think that I think that is
again just another basis claim, and it's just going to go in circles. But I just wanted to ask that, man.
Yeah, I agree. It's circles.
All right, thanks for that, Lloyd. Yep. I guess we can just move forward. Is there anybody else in the chat that wants to talk about how the Earth is a globe? And we can address that.
I've debated with you guys countless times, and I can't seem to win.
Yeah, hello. We know you have a track record, man. So,
I mean, at the end of it, at least you're not harming somebody physically. It's not like you're going around, pirating, taking like a pleasure yacht and trying to get to the edge of the Earth and kill everybody on board. It's not like what you believe in is dangerous inherently.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence.
I have another separate question.
Does it have a relation to the topic of the room? Because we can't go back. All right,
absolutely. And this is also just a genuine curiosity. How many of you flat earthers believe that there was a great flood, and how do you think it happened?
Oh Jesus, dude! Yeah, it's back into
That's the same thing.
It's the same thing, dude. Like, we're not gonna, for the sake of the audience, they've been pleading with us to move on. We're not gonna.
I don't think it's the same thing. I think there are a lot of
It
ancient
is.
cultures. I think there are a
It
lot
is.
of ancient cultures that have mentioned. that.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not related. We're talking about the empirical facts that the Earth is not a globe and indeed is a horizontal plane. So we're trying to get it back on that.
Just a short announcement. I've posted the video. It's in there now. I reposted it. Okay. The principle. That's the one you really got to watch anyway. There you go.
Yeah. Here's what I will say, though. If anybody wants to carry this conversation any farther, you can go to the chill chat in our home server, and then you can make a whole thing about it and talk about all day and all night this specific topic. If anybody wants to follow you there, they can go to the chill chat in our Discord. Definitely can hold it there.
Yeah. So how did we come to become flat earthers? Was the question I came into, I think. That was what I heard when I arrived. And Jemsy was responding. How we came to and how do you or whatever. Two points of contention.
I think that was pretty easy to resolve, is the fact that we use our senses to navigate this Earth so that we can detect and measure and verify the fact that the Earth is a horizontal plane and it's not a globe. So
that's right. And words like integrity, honesty, scientific methods where applicable, we follow those standards.
So a flat earther will be the one that, from an observation and experience and maybe certain measurements, will come to the conclusion that the Earth is not curving, and they say, hey, so I'm not a globe earther. That label, flat earther, for whatever it means, right? You can use it for its purposes, but there's a limitation to that, because he was trying to extend it to some other conversations that are not flat Earth. And that there's a separation between what is about the surface, what is that, what is the surface of the Earth, people describe it as flat, and how we came to be and how the universe came to be. And those are complete separate conversations, and I don't know if he got that. He gets that. He was trying to connect you guys flat earthers. It cannot be.
You're close.
You cannot believe on a creator or whatever like that. It's kind of like, I don't know how he was trying to connect those things.
I was connecting round Earth with atheism, actually.
Yeah. You're connecting religions with geometry. How do you do that?
Mathematics is the foundation of
no,
morality.
I think most flat earthers in here think that the round Earth is a religion, right?
No, that's not true.
Oh, I thought. Whoa, really?
The most flat earthers think the most flat earthers think that surface of the Earth is not curved, and that's the main point.
I agree, but I thought, most flat earthers I've talked to agree that.
You're jumping away. You're again jumping away from the actual thing. You're not being clear, because you're just making these mental gymnastics about whatever you're trying to say and coming to a flawed conclusion based on a false premise, based on a fantasy logical way of thinking, and trying to come up to a conclusion in the realist level about things when you're thinking fantasy in your head.
Yeah.
All right, James, you didn't say good. All of flat earthers, its main point, the surface, and that it's Earth measures flat. Who are anyone who are saying anything opposite of that? It's not flat earther. It's some guy who believe in flat Earth and saying, I don't know, some random things.
Yeah, and not all flat earthers think that the heliocentric model is a religion, but there is a big number that do follow that kind of situation, because that's the behavior and the psychology of those who are
I thought it
pushing.
was an overwhelming majority.
There would be a large number. I mean, I might have to agree with you there. I personally might have to agree with you there that there are a large number of flat earthers who do feel that those who are following the heliocentric model and the behavior of those is like a religion.
Exactly. I would agree. Well, okay, hold on. I would the connection that I am drawing, which is different from what Gem Z, I think, strawman, to be with respect. I think the connection I'm drawing is that the people who follow that religion, the Big Bang, the round Earth, all of that, right?
Yeah.
They're overwhelmed. The group of people that have the highest proportion in that religion are atheists, and I think that's ironic.
Oh yeah, I don't know if they're atheists. I can't say that. I can't say that. All I can say is that hang on, please allow me to speak. The behavior that they exhibit, their actions, is like one of a religion. Because when you do approach them with flat Earth, and the reaction you get, and it's a globe, and they know it's a globe, but they don't even know it's a globe because they've done no measurements. That kind of psychology, it's like they're in a religion. You see, trapped.
Sorry. If I made just small correction,
Yeah,
I said
you may.
I said that you that atheists are overwhelmingly round earthers, not that round earthers are overwhelmingly atheists. Do you see the difference?
So now, real quick, earlier you said that atheists follow the evidence, but if you actually follow the evidence, there's no way you can come to the conclusion that Earth is round. So are they atheists?
Religious. If you're
They're not atheists.
No. If you're atheist, you shouldn't be religious. I think what Jin is saying is that if round Earth is religious and atheists are overwhelmingly religious, that's ironic. That's a deep irony, and
that's why I told you that there is no such a thing as atheist. There is no such a thing.
Yes, there is.
You agree yourself that there's maybe one you.
Is it astronauts?
Maybe you're the only one.
I think but Gemzy, I think there's a concerted effort to do that. There is a deep effort by the people who purport this round Earth religion, the people at the very top, right?
But based on your definition, that atheists follow evidence to come to the conclusion of atheism, they cannot exist, because if you follow the evidence, you will not come to the conclusion that you're trying to portray it about whatever atheism means.
Gemzy, can you name me one group of people that is more round Earth than atheism?
NASA.
I would argue atheists are more, and I'm serious about this.
There's no atheists in NASA.
Hold on.
There is no atheists in NASA. You cannot be an atheist in NASA because they say, "In God we trust."
I agree. If I may, just real quick, NASA. I would argue more people in NASA know in the back of their mind that the Earth is flat and that they're lying, that they're pushing a lie. Atheists are. I'm gonna say my claim again because I still think it's correct. Atheism is more round Earth than any other group of people, including NASA themselves.
Let me explain it from my perspective, right? Because I became an atheist because of what I was taught in school, which just so happens to be round Earth. Therefore, taught school round Earth. Atheist. Cool beans. Good Lord. We're just going in circles, guys. We're going to make it hour number 3.
Based on evidence, there is no real atheist in reality. Only people that believe they're characters in a fantasy.
Right. And you're not supposed to teach religion in school, and yet they teach your origins in school, which is essentially the basis for a religion. Awesome.
I think Jin was the closest person in here to get my point, which was that atheists are overwhelmingly religious, and that's the irony.
Yeah. That's because that's what they're taught in school.
Well, my claim is that the people who are teaching them are targeting atheists. That's my overarching claim.
No, they teach them to become atheists while simultaneously believing in something, their origin story.
They teach them to become religious.
Yes.
No,
cool beans, dude. Awesome.
Teach them to become
No one cares. We don't care. We're moving on. This is just like bait for hour number 3 of the same circle.
I don't think there's any atheists in nature.
Nature. You mean like in like a Neolithic society?
Yeah, I was
Like
going
a
to say,
society where we
sorry, I was going to say, mathematician is moving towards flat Earth. What is it that's making him move towards flat Earth then? If that's the case, that's what we want to hear more of.
His legs, because the Earth is not moving, but he can.
The same, probably the same reason that you do.
And what would those be? Those would involve your senses for sure. So
yes.
Okay. So what is it that's making you? At what percent would you say that you're leaning towards flat Earth now? Then, can you put it in a percentage?
Like 60%.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's okay. Well, that's quite a substantial amount there. 60% is good.
And by the way, AV, if I may also, I'm about 60% on the firmament as well.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. That's your position. You see, you reserve that right. That's
how did you get that 60%? Why you are not 65?
It's because of these anomalies. This is
did you
it's so
honestly
confusing.
I want to take a joke because I'm a mathematician also. In my consideration, now you have something like that. You did some 100 examples. In that 100 examples, 60 examples was telling you that and 40 no. Then you can be 60% sure. Is that correct? You did that things?
No, I didn't do that.
That means you cannot know if you are something 60, 50, 22, or 78.
I agree. I was just answering Jill's question. It was just like it was just me like throwing a dart on a dartboard.
I'm just saying how math is working, you know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's not. I'm not trying to identify a sample space or an event space.
Yeah, it's important to understand though that don't let the anomalies stop you from going forward, okay? Because they're just anomalies there.
They definitely
hang on. If the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid, that's easy to prove. Okay, if it is flat, that's easy to prove. Okay, so no anomaly is going to stop you getting to that result.
I agree. I just what's annoying to me, right, is that like I think, and this is just in my head, I think a lot of round earthers are arguing in their head like, why the hell are flat earthers like so confident and so and this is just respectful. I think they're respectful as well, by the way. Why are they so confident, respectful in their opinions? And I think
we're not giving you opinions. Hang on a second. We're not giving you opinions, you see. Flat earthers don't deal with opinions. They deal with
facts. My perspective. This is not my perspective. This is my
Yeah, I understand
round earth.
Yeah,
I agree. But what I'm trying to say is like for me, I have a much larger cognitive dissonance than they do, in my opinion.
Why would that be?
Because I have an anomaly, which I think you understand, which, and maybe you just don't approach this the way I do because I'm an atheist, but the atheists have the highest proportion of people who are round earthers and Big Bang theorists and evolution theorists, which I think evolution might be true, but
which is a creation story, and it's ironic, right?
No, and we were meant to be moving on from it. You see? We were meant to be moving away from that. We were supposed to be talking about you actually not allowing the anomalies for you to go forward, because like I said, the atheist, that stuff, that's not going to stop you finding the truth. The truth is, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, that would be easy to prove. If it is flat, that would be easy to prove. We don't need to be talking about atheists and the heliocentrists. We don't have to. That's not a road you need to go on. That's not the road to go on, is it?
It's definitely one interesting fucking question for me.
But it's not teaching you about shape, though, is it? That's a psychology of a group of people. But you want to know whether or not. Hang on, you're not listening now. You're not listening. You want to know whether or not the Earth is an oblate spheroid, or is it flat? That's what you want to know. The psychology of the makeup of the atheists, and that's not the question here. It's not.
It is in my head. I guess.
Yeah, but that's you putting an obstacle in your way. Then you're putting an unnecessary obstacle to stop you from going to get to the truth. Why would you do that? Why?
I don't think it's an obstacle.
It is, because you're saying I've got this anomaly, and it's to do with the heliocentrists and the atheists. That's got nothing to do with the bloody shape of the earth at the end of the day. You want to know the shape, you go and measure it. As Miggy was telling you, you've got to measure it. That's how you know, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So we don't need to talk about the atheists. It's got nothing to do with it.
Once you actually go out there and measure whatever you're able to measure, you're gonna come to find out you cannot know the shape.
Thank you. There we are.
The thing is, even if I said that I was 100% flat earther, I would still be incredibly disappointed in the cognitive dissonance that cannot be resolved in my head. I will think to myself about this cognitive dissonance.
You're just gonna have to buck up, dude. You're just gonna have to buck up. That's all we can tell you to do is buck up.
Yeah.
Right. Listen, it's like a spell. It's like a spell that you have to break out of. It's a spell.
Schools confuse people. They teach you it's not a religion when it is a religion. They teach you can be a girl when you're a boy. I mean, it's stupid, right? Cool. Everybody gets it.
They tell you that nonsense makes sense.
Everything comes from nothing. Nothing is everything. Blah blah blah, and so on and so forth.
And interesting how all this.
I'm also a communist, by the way. I think a lot of communists are dialectical materialists, and I think a lot of materialists should be.
They also tell you. They also tell you you can know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, right. I can say I could say in 30 years ago I had opinion like him, but that changed with the information and everything what it's giving you the creator stuff. I was thinking, that is not possible. How you can prove me the creator of stuff? But what maybe guy doesn't know, you can find out all this what we call what bring it to the atheism. It's like a giving, going away from the religion. But look at this devil. The religion, Big Bang, the priest is the father of the Big Bang theory. All this heliocentric stuff, Kepler, Copernicus, all religious people. Do you understand?
I tried, folks. You can't say I didn't try.
I do understand, and that is the most. I do wonder if it's like if it's the people at the very, very top, right, that have all the control, that just really want us to be religious, and that they know that the Big Bang and the round Earth religion is the only last saving, the saving model that they have to prevent atheists from thinking for themselves.
The round Earth religion.
The heliocentric model, basically, I think is what he's referring to.
Yeah, exactly.
We can talk to the new guy. How about that? Let's talk to that new guy.
Let's talk to the new guy. Let me just finish it off with this one. With Elon Musk. You can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard.
Oh.
All right, go ahead. We're giving the floor to Clownify. Go ahead and tell us how you think the Earth is evolved, man.
Let's go. Wait. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Hold on.
It's alright, prepare.
Okay, tell you how that works. The Earth is what?
It's a globe. Go ahead and give us the information of how you know that it's a globe.
Okay. Well, me, myself, if we're speaking realistically, I can look at all the information I want, but I don't have a true answer because I've never been to space. So all this information, quote unquote, that I'm telling you could be real or could be completely fake. I don't know. Never been to space. Never seen it with my two eyes. So, in my opinion, and from what I've seen, and from what information I've read, I strongly believe the Earth is a sphere. And it's for a couple of reasons. And just starting out with simple reasons, it's just science. Like, first of all, if the Earth was completely flat, then by now, unless all the media wanted to hide it, someone would find the end of the Earth or the ice wall or something, and someone would take a helicopter and go over it. There's nobody hiding from it. That's not a thing, okay? We would know clearly by now. There would be no ISS space station. There would be no astronauts taking pictures of the round Earth. That wouldn't happen if the Earth was truly flat, would it? And also, the horizon, if you take a telescope and you look way down the ocean on a boat, you'll see that it slowly goes down the curvature of the Earth. Not because you can't see it with your eyes anymore, because you see it with a telescope, so it's simple.
He finished his sentence, and it was just to showcase the fallacy stacking, the nonsense, all put together in a few sentences.
Back. But yeah, those are the claims I really have. It just doesn't make any logical sense that the Earth would be flat. And then I also asked the question.
Tell me what will be the senses, one of your senses that tell you that the Earth is a globe. That's based on your sensory system. Which of your experience, of your senses, which one is it that tells you, there you go, my senses tell me Earth is a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space? Tell me the first one.
Number one, starting that water won't go to an edge, because if there was an edge, there would have to be an even amount of water in which it wouldn't all collide with an ice wall or wouldn't all break it.
Wait, you saying that you, with your eyes, one of your senses, your vision, you observe water not going to an edge? Is this what you're saying?
Like, there wouldn't. Like, I guess.
What did your eyes told you that it is a globe? You say that you haven't seen water going to an edge. So what did you actually observe that told you Earth is a globe based on what I just observed?
That's easy. That's back to the boat thing. Seeing the boat go under the horizon and the curvature of the Earth. I mean, that's easy.
Okay, so you're saying that you observed a boat going away from your view, away from your sense, your vision, and the only conclusion, the only variable that you took into account is because the water is curving, and that's blocking your vision, your senses, your view from observing the boat.
I have actually a couple years ago when I went down to a beach in Florida.
That's fine. I've seen the phenomena myself. That's totally fine. We believe you. You saw the boat going away from your view. We believe you. You saw the boat.
So
you couldn't see the boat anymore. Which other variables did you took into account and discarded before you went to the variable of curvature? Did you took into account any other variables?
Not sure.
So you came to your conclusion that it is the curve that is not allowing you to see the boat anymore. That's the only variable that you took into account. That's it. No other variables.
Yeah, the only possibilities, in other words. When he says variables, he means possibilities. What other possibilities could it have been? Okay, there you go.
Reasoning is not a sense.
Yes, hold on.
No, but remember, he said that he observed the boat going away from his view, and he concluded that it has to be the curvature of the water across. That's the only way he made that observation based on what he observed, his vision, one of his senses.
And yet, if you place your camera down on a basketball court, face it towards the opposite hoop, walk away from it towards the opposite hoop, after you hit record, you start to disappear from the bottom up. And then, you lift it up by 1 foot, you now see your feet all the way to the other hoop. But if you put 10 hoops in a row, you again begin to, 10 basketball courts in a row, you again begin to disappear from the bottom up. So we can deduce that it also happens on a flat surface.
Yes, the example that he gave you is to show you that there are variables in place that will allow you to observe, view, based on your vision, what the phenomena that you observe, it can happen also on a flat surface, not just on the conclusion that you had about the curved surface of water. And there's other variables that can cause the whole of the effect that you observe. boat going away from your view. There's other variables.
I'm back.
Oh, he wasn't listening.
Oh, he wasn't even here? Oh, let me explain that to him again. So if you go to a basketball court, you put your camera down on the floor and you face it towards the opposite hoop from where you're standing. If you begin to hit record, begin to walk away, you start to disappear from the bottom up. And then if you come back and you put it up 1 foot, you'll now see yourself all the way to the feet at the opposite hoop, right? But if you now then go ahead and put 10 basketball hoops in a row, before you get to the 10th hoop, you will again begin to disappear from the bottom up. So we can observe that this phenomena also happens on a very perfectly flat level surface. So we can, I guess, add that it does happen on both, right?
I don't know. I've never seen that happen before.
You can do it yourself.
You tested that out?
Yeah, you can do it yourself. I could show you on my camera here if I had permissions. I could do it on my countertop and show you how a can or a jug starts to disappear from the bottom up over 5 feet of flatness. But I don't have permissions on that yet.
Listen, you can make a video and probably share it, but there's many examples of that phenomena happening. And I was saying, this guy just gave you an example of one of the other variables that can cause you to observe a certain effect that you describe. That the only way that you saw the boat going out of your view is because curvature of the water. So that's one. He gave you a variable that this phenomena can happen over a flat surface. And that's there's other variables that can add up to give you the phenomena that you observed.
Okay, so if you believe the Earth is flat, do you believe that there is two sides of the Earth? Like if it's flat, because I've seen flat models.
Why you asking
online.
some random question? Why you don't find out their real seat position and then you build the question?
You believe the Earth is flat? So I'm asking you a question.
Listen, buddy. The thing is that when we are examining the place that we're in, we're gonna have to start. You're trying to go from an outside perspective, a place that you haven't been to, I haven't been to, and we cannot go to. You're trying to go from the outside perspective and look inwards into this place. And that's where the issues are coming in, some of them. If you start from your perspective, from the realist level, from the things that you can observe, experience, measure, test, verify, then you can build from there, and you will be able to come to certain conclusions about the phenomena that you're actually observing. Like the example that we give you about the boat. You said the boat is is disappearing from my view because curvature of the Earth. But curvature of the Earth, you haven't observed that. You're just saying that that's your conclusion. But okay, let's stay on that one. Another variable. One guy told you that this phenomena can happen over a flat surface, that the bottom of the boat can disappear. You also have something called the angular resolution of your eye or any optic, right? So any optic that you're using, towards a certain distance, you won't be able to resolve that image anymore. That's the perspective of the optics, right? Then there is visibility. There is stuff in the air, right? There is water, vapor. There is particles of dust many times in the air. There is a bunch of things in the air that will block the light will scatter, and it will light attenuation will happen, and it's gonna be opaque. It's gonna be opaque. You won't be able to see the object anymore, or after a certain distance. So this is a bunch of different variables that you could add up and take into account before coming to the conclusion that it is this other thing, the water curving. You see, there's other variables in place.
Right. So I have a little question.
Real quick, before hold that question.
I'm holding it.
I'm sorry. Someone. I was gonna try to show you some observations, long distance observations, so maybe someone can bring it up. But you have to acknowledge that there is other variables, right? You're agreeing there is more than one variable in place that might cause this effect of the boat disappearing from your view. And on the globe claim, if you're claiming that it is the globe that the surface is curving, the geometry and the drop over the distance where this phenomena has to be happening at, it will have to be very, very specific at a specific distance and from a specific altitude. So if this boat is disappearing from your view beyond this geometrical place, that means that it is not the curvature that is causing the effect that you're observing. Do you get that point?
I understand it a little bit.
So remember, the globe is a geometry, right? It has a certain size, certain values, like the radius, the circumference. And based on these values, you standing on the surface, there will have to be, because you're saying it's a globe, right? It will have to be dropping away from you, the surface. It will have to be going down, dropping over the distance. You get that?
Yeah.
Exactly. So this drop where the boat is disappearing behind, that you said that that's probably what you saw when you saw the boat going away from your view. That drop will have to be at a specific location based on the geometry of the boat. So if you saw that boat disappearing from your view and it was beyond that location, and the other variables that we gave you about the visibility, the angle of view, and the things disappearing over a flat surface as well. Once you put all of those together, you can actually conclude that what you observe wasn't wasn't caused by the curvature of the set sphere. It is something else happening. So it's something for you to consider. Go ahead.
Yeah. So talking from that to the planets, do you believe in like other planets? Like they're real? They're not like fake?
So that premise that you inserting when you're saying, do you believe in other planets? So let's first label, when you say planet, we mean when we are standing on the ground that is not curving. We still haven't proven the curvature of it, right? But we still from it look up to the sky either with our eyes or with optical equipment like telescopes or cameras. We observe certain luminaries or lights in the sky that move in certain patterns, right? And we label them planets. Is that what you're saying when you say planets?
Yes, I'm talking Mars, Jupiter, Venus, those type of things.
Mars, Jupiter, Venus. Okay, so these lights move across the sky between certain regions of the sky, between the sun and the moon, and that's the observed phenomena. Now, there is a separation between the observed phenomena that we do from the realist level and then the drawings of these things that you might have in your mind because I see that you're thinking from an outside perspective, and you're probably thinking about the solar system and the cartoon of it. You know, solar system, when you think about the solar system, you're looking from the outside, from a perspective that you've never been to.
Have you ever looked up the definition of planet? It actually is wandering stars.
Yeah. Planets are wandering stars, observable phenomena that you can look from the ground. But I'm trying to have him separate the observable phenomena from the ground that is not curving and is motionless, stationary, right? The place that we're standing, and what he's actually looking in his mind, the cartoon, the solar system, and make a separation.
I'm not looking from an outside perspective. I mean, I've looked through a telescope. I've zoomed into Jupiter because I have a $2,000 telescope downstairs in my living room, and I've seen that perfectly round planet actually rotate over a long period of time.
Perfect. You see the gas? That's awesome. You can see the phenomena, and those observations. What will give you? What variables will tell you that you're standing on something like that you're observing? That the Earth that you're standing on, it's also a light in the sky, like that stuff. How do you come to that conclusion logically?
Okay, logically, I think considering all of our planets, if you want to call them, in our solar system are round.
There you go. Outside perspective.
Well, not technically. I've looked at also Venus, round, Mars, round. I have an image and a video. The moon, round, even though that's not a planet, it's a moon.
Yeah.
So it's just, it wouldn't make any logical sense.
But then the surface that you're standing on is not curving, though. So that's the issue that you're having.
Yes,
the surface that you're standing on is not curving like those things, those circles that you're observing. The sun, you can see it as a circle. The moon sometimes is a circle. The other stuff, lights in the sky. None of those features that you're observing of the luminaries, what on earth is showing you that the earth is like those lights in the sky?
Because why would any logical sense point to every single other planetary body being round and us being flat? Why would that make any logical sense?
Listen, the separation, the earth is Terra, the ground you're standing on. The luminaries are celestial up in the sky. When you look at the earth, you look down below your feet. When you look at the luminaries with the telescope, where do you look to? You look up, away from the earth. So separate things, not the same.
It just doesn't make any logical sense. Like it's just,
how many things are round in the sky?
I'm assuming.
Man, you are assuming on some numbers. How many things are round in the sky?
How many things are wrong?
Round.
Oh, round? A lot.
Yep. How many? 8.
Probably,
all the planets, all the stars.
Probably trillions.
The
I wouldn't
stars.
think.
Can you
not
show
every
me one
single.
star?
Not every single star is round, but I believe
can you show me?
trillions
Can you
are.
show me one star round? Only one.
One star round, Betelgeuse.
Our sun. Yeah. Our sun.
Or our sun.
Not,
yeah, you can say that.
not the sun. The star in the sky. One round star. Can you show me with a telescope?
I don't think I have permissions to.
I don't think so that you have pictures of the round star.
I could get them tonight if the night's clear. I have some older ones. I haven't put up my telescope in a while.
Are they changing the shape every second, or they are they are the same like a sun? They are circular.
Not every single one is the exact same shape.
Is it one?
Majority of them are that I've found.
Okay. Can you find me one like a sun all the time circular? Does not change the shape when you are looking through the telescope. Can you do that one?
Yeah, I probably could.
Listen, the luminaries can be round. The luminaries can be round or whatever, smaller round or bigger round. Even though the stars, when you observe them, they don't look like circles. The sun, the circle of the sun, you can observe that, observable phenomena. There's nothing wrong with that. The moon looks round sometimes, other times it looks like a crescent. There's no issue with that. That's the observed phenomena. Venus looks round sometimes, but a lot of the time it doesn't look round. You know this, right? It's a crescent for most of the month.
Yeah, and Venus is a harder image to take.
Okay, so there you go. We observe this phenomena up in the sky. Tell me, what of Earth do you observe that looks like that phenomena of the sky? There's nothing on the Earth that you see that it looks like the luminaries.
There is one. It's called a star in a jar, and it's literally when you pass sound waves through water to create what looks exactly like a star, known as sonoluminescence.
Yeah, that's sound on a jar in water. Yeah, that's doable down here on Earth. But the question is, he's based in the shape, right? He's saying if the shape of the luminaries, some of them are round. From what he looks through the telescope, he's saying, therefore, the ground he's standing is ground. It is round. But bro, when you measure the ground that you're standing on and the waters across, doesn't measure round. So you see the issue there?
It just doesn't make any logical sense. And I guess technically I can't prove it, but neither can you. You could go up to space in 40 years, find out the Earth was round, and then you're going to hate yourself for thinking it's flat.
That's a future-proof fallacy, bro.
Yes,
maybe in the future, 100 years from now, we might be able to do something that we cannot do right now. But you know that since the moon landings 60 years ago, people have been saying that one day we're going to have McDonald's in the moon, right? That hasn't happened.
Who in the hell's ever going to have McDonald's on the moon?
Well, that was a promise. Hotels, moon travel, that kind of stuff. But anyways, bro, you just when you say logical sense, your senses, remember earlier, your senses, you didn't observe the curvature. You you thought that you were proving with your observation that it is curving when you admitted there is other variables that might give you the same effect that you observe, not curvature, because the curvature you will have to measure it, the drop over the distance, right? And you still haven't come to that conclusion. So that curvature, let's say that roundness of the sphere that will have to be there for it to be a sphere, it's not there. So when you look at the sky, away from the thing in question, remember the thing in question is the ground, but okay, I'm granting you, we can observe the phenomena of the sky, of the luminaries moving like clockwork. That phenomena looks certain ways, but that doesn't look nothing like the ground you're standing on. Do you see trees? Do you see bodies of water? No, you don't see trees. You don't see bodies of water. You don't see people. You don't see on the earth. You don't see the roundness or the circle that you're looking at the sky. You don't see the earth being a light either. The earth is not a light like the lights in the sky.
Oh wait, I do observe something though.
What?
Because if the Earth was flat, assuming it only has one side, because it's flat, right? Assuming. I mean, nobody knows for sure, right? I mean, this is all theoretical.
From your inside perspective in a contained environment, you can only observe what is inside in the place that you're in. But if you cannot go out and have a God's eye view, you won't be able to determine all of the dimensions of the construct.
Yeah, so technically it's theoretical. The Earth could either be flat or it could be round. So nobody really knows unless you've been out there.
No, flat and round are not mutually exclusive, dude. You can have round tables, round CDs, frisbees.
Spherical, my fault.
Oh, so spherical. No, now you see the spherical thing, like I said earlier, across the surface, there will have to be a drop over distance, and that will be the elephant in the room that you are running away. No, I'm not saying you're running away. You're pretty cool, but the thing that you're ignoring is that the curvature that you're claiming is there, but you're saying let's look at something else that is not the Earth to determine that the Earth is curving.
Sure.
You see the issue? The issue with remember, you said common sense and logical sense. Remember, where is the logic to ignore the thing in question to come to a conclusion? How is that's not logical?
Yeah, Gemsy, could you direct him to the chat and have him look at the meme that I posted? Look, son, the Earth is a globe, and then he might get an idea exactly what you're talking about. Have him have a look at that meme quickly. It's just there.
Yeah, Gene is trying to get your attention towards the chat. And
for what?
Oh yeah, Gene CBR1. He's saying, look, looking through the telescope of the phenomena, and by looking through the telescope, you say, look, Earth is a globe. It's kind of funny, but that's what you said earlier. You have a $2,000 telescope that have you observed certain phenomena. Pretty cool, awesome. I've looked through telescopes as well. I've seen the luminaries as well, but that doesn't logically follow that the ground that I'm standing on is one of those things in the sky.
Yeah, it's called a force equivalence fallacy, because you cannot extrapolate because you're looking at a planet, right? That Earth is a planet, because those planets don't have life on it, as far as we know. No life, nothing's going on. But here you have life, water, weather, pistachio nuts. Okay, you've got things going on that you can eat and nourish yourself with. So you cannot equivalate what you're on to what's in the sky. You can't do that. And you cannot look there and say the Earth is a globe. You measure the globe, because you're on you would, if you were on a globe, you would have to measure it to know that.
Okay, what about
how you will distinguish the curved surface from the flat surface?
How will I distinguish it?
Yeah, how you will know, okay, this is the flat surface, and now somebody show you, okay, this is the curved surface. curve surface?
I would have to measure it, but the Earth's too big to measure it fully accurately.
Okay.
So,
Do
that's
you know?
It's called a too big fallacy. A too big fallacy.
Do you know how big it is?
across, no, I don't know the exact number.
It's a radius 3,959 miles. Did you hear that? Do you know with your height how much you can see on that supposedly sphere number? What you said that it's big.
The what you said?
Do you know how much you can see with your height on that sphere? What you said that it's big?
No.
3 miles.
3 miles?
Yeah, if you're about 6 feet and you're looking across the seashore, across the water, and if there's, let's say, a boat that is 6 feet as well, I'm sorry, I was gonna speak about something else. So he's saying that the curve, the horizon, the drop over, it will be about 3 miles. The drop that you won't be able to, that corner of the globe, based on your altitude, based on your height.
You can check.
It's
You can
dropping.
check it you can check it if you don't believe me, because that's the heliocentric math. That's 6 foot height, 3 miles. But do you know what is interesting? With 1 foot height observation in a reality, you can reach even, you can see 10 miles or 20 miles.
And how much did you say the Earth's radius was?
3,959 miles. It's in my name also.
That's allegedly. That's the numbers on paper. Remember, when you get the drawing of the globe, and remember the cartoon of the Earth, they draw the circle, and then they put the dot on the center and draw a line to the edge of the circle, and they say this is the radius of the labeled Earth, globe Earth. The alleged number is 3,969 miles.
Okay, so
58 point something.
Let's get back to saying about the orbit. Let's just switch to that. So
the orbit of what?
Earth were to be flat, then as we see in real life, the sun go under
the orbit of what? What is orbiting? What are you observing that is orbiting?
I'm observing that it's orbiting the sun, and that's also because we have gravity and we have its gravitational pull.
You're saying that the Earth is in motion?
Yes.
You will have to provide evidence for that the Earth is in motion.
Okay, I cannot provide evidence. I don't know.
Exactly. And that will be a nonsensical argument, because you're actually observing the sun moving across the sky and the luminaries. Remember earlier about what makes sense and what doesn't? You don't have motion of the ground. You cannot detect it. You cannot detect it with equipment. You cannot feel it yourself with your vestibular system that indicates axial rotation if it was spinning. And you're observing the luminaries moving across the sky, and you inverting that and saying the lack of detection of movement is because there is movement. You see, it's completely non-logical.
Well,
logically,
so if I were theoretically outside of the Earth and zero gravity, assuming that's real, then I would be able to easily then tell how Earth has motion, but I can't feel
you
it.
See, you're jumping the bridge before you have the materials to build the bridge, and before reaching the bridge, before even having plans of the bridge, you're saying that you already made it past the bridge. So you're saying that if you go outside of reality and you skip the lack of motion that you can detect here on the ground, if you skip that and you skip the non-curvature, right, that it's not in there. If you skip going outside of the contained environment that we're in, you skip that and you go outside of reality. From that place, you can see the Earth as a globe.
Wait, so you don't think the Earth's spinning?
Can you provide evidence that it is?
Well, the sun. You see,
let's follow this logically. Earlier you said logic. You observe when before the morning comes, at the sunrise, what are you observing? The sun rises from the east and it moves across the sky.
Rises from underneath the horizon, and if it rises from underneath, then how is some parts of the earth having sun if there's no underneath of the earth because it's flat?
Okay, that is claim stacking on top of each other. Remember, you don't have the earth is not moving. The actual observation is that the sun is moving, and you inverting that into saying that phenomena that you're observing is because of the earth moving, even though you don't have that.
The sun doesn't rotate around the earth. I don't know what point you're trying to make here. Yeah,
Okay,
the sun.
have you ever heard of sunrise and sunsets? The sun or noon. Have you ever heard of noon? What is noon?
When the sun is exactly above.
Okay, and what happens? Okay, so the sun comes from the east, from the horizon, and then when it's directly above your head, that's noon, right? So it moves position across the sky from one place to another place. Now noon, and then afternoon, and then sunset, the evening. And you're saying that's not happening. You're saying that no, that's not happening.
No, what? That doesn't make any sense. The earth is rotating around the sun.
That doesn't make any sense. Listen of what you're saying. You're saying that your sensory. You're saying it doesn't make sense. You observe with your vision, your eyes, one of your senses, that the sun is moving across the sky. You're saying that doesn't make any sense. And you're saying the earth is in motion, even though you have your vestibular system that detects motion, detects rotation, and you don't sense it. And you're saying your senses make no sense, and the nonsense makes sense.
Because I observe the sun moving. If the sun were to stay above the
sun is moving. There you go. The sun is moving. You go. You made it.
And the earth is. And you don't want to believe. Is that correct? You don't think the earth's moving. You think the earth's completely still.
You don't have any actual evidence of that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Hold on, guys. Ball Earth Jesus, known as Einstein, his entire theory that allows for the universe, known as relativity, actually hinges on the point that there is no difference between the Earth standing still and the universe rotating around it, or the universe rotating around a stationary Earth. Or like the Earth spinning within a stationary universe, right? So your idea is moot. Like that whole thing, that whole argument can be explained both ways if you believe in Einstein, which you clearly do because you believe in a ball Earth.
Sensical logic, and his argument is nonsensical logic. And Einstein is saying that both things can be true at the same time, which is a contradiction.
Because it just doesn't make sense. If the sun is much, much, much larger than the earth, and the earth is flat.
Bro, again, you're being cool, bro. I respect you. Listen, brother, I respect you. You sound cool. Everything is okay, but now you're stacking fallacies on top of each other. Now you're saying if the sun is this other thing that I don't observe it to be, therefore, your conclusion is this and this and that. Complete nonsense.
It just makes sense.
It's contrary to what you sense. It's contrary to what makes sense.
Let's do it from your point of view. Okay, I wake up, the earth is flat. Okay, if the sun is much larger than the earth, and it moves, and the earth doesn't move at all, so it moves around the continents, right? Then it would be bright all the time.
No, you've got it wrong.
Larger than the earth, bro.
That just makes sense.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. You've got the size of the sun. You got it wrong. When you're looking at the flat Earth, the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon.
Bigger.
Are you insane?
Yeah.
Are you insane?
Yeah.
Do you know how perspective works?
You believe the flat Earth is bigger than the sun?
Hey, bro, remember the outside perspective that you say you weren't looking at? You're looking at the solar system from an outside perspective, the cartoon version of the actual observed phenomena. You're looking at a misrepresentation of what the sun is and replacing the actual observed phenomena by a cartoon that you were given.
Okay, so then this argument's pointless.
But it's nonsense. Like that's my whole point. The argument that the sun is not moving, that the earth is, and that the sun is bigger than the earth, that's complete nonsense, non-logical.
I just realized, yeah, this argument's pointless. You've never been to space. You don't know. I've never been to space. I don't know. This argument's pointless. It could be real or it could be fake.
We do know something. You know what? We do know. What we do know is that the earth is not curving and the sun is moving across the sky, and the sun is not bigger than the earth. We do know that.
We know from our perspective on the earth, the only thing we know is that the sun is moving, and that's all we know. We don't know if the earth's flat.
Claiming the opposite will be nonsensical.
We don't know. You haven't been to space, have you? You haven't seen
space is. Remember, the space. What you think of space is an impossibility. It cannot be.
You don't. What's an impossibility?
Okay, what you think about space is the cartoon of the global system that you were thinking about earlier, that the sun, you draw the sun like a big yellow circle, and then you draw the earth and Venus as smaller circles. That imaginary thing, that's not reality. And what's surrounding that, the blackness or the whiteness or whatever you can color it with, that stuff is not the reality we live in.
Oh yeah, you been there?
You haven't been there. I haven't been there, and we know it's impossible.
This argument's pointless. I haven't been there.
No. You still haven't. We still haven't reached the conclusion, bro. It's not that it's pointless. There is an actual point to this.
We will never reach the conclusion until we go to space. Okay, let me ask you a question.
No, bro. You're jumping. It's okay, bro. Don't get triggered. It's okay. You're cool. It's all good. But bro, if the space place that you're calling space that is real, if that was the case, you wouldn't be able to breathe air.
The earth produces its own oxygen.
And the gas pressure that you're breathing when you expand the volume of your lungs with your muscles, right? That you expand the available medium of your lungs and the gas pressure rushes towards your lungs. That gas pressure requires a container, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well,
this is what it is, and it's not my fault or your fault. This is realist level stuff.
It's just okay. Let me just ask you a what if, because I know you hate.
Remember, just to bring the point home, the space thing that you think is next to the high pressure system of Earth, the gas pressure, it cannot be, because if that was the case, you wouldn't be able to breathe air. And you are breathing air. There is gas pressure. Therefore, that space claim that you believe that the Earth is a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space, that's impossible. Complete nonsense fantasy.
Well, I don't know, so I can't prove it. And you don't know.
Remember, we do know. No, you're underestimating yourself, because you do know the Earth is not curving. You haven't measured that. You haven't proved that to yourself. You do know that it is motionless. Your vestibular system is already telling you that, and you don't have any tests that will go contrary to the Earth being motionless. You do know that the sun is moving across the sky. Claiming the opposite will be nonsensical. You do know that you're breathing air. You do know that. There's a lot of things that you do know, but the nonsense claims of the globe, you're saying, no, I don't know any of that stuff, but because you don't know any of those nonsensical fantasy claims, that stuff doesn't supersede reality, bro.
Okay, so you only believe in your perspective. You don't believe in telescope photos. You don't believe in NASA. You don't believe in...
I've looked through telescopes, and I see. I know that I'm looking at is stuff. Yeah, it's observable phenomena.
Have you seen a Voyager take the picture of the Earth? That's fake, right?
Voyager? You're saying something that went outside of reality and is taking pictures from outside of reality.
Correct.
And listen, the Voyager, you're saying that it's showing you what the Earth is not curved. The Earth is not curving. It's contained, and the Voyager is showing you something that you cannot verify.
So you don't believe in the photos.
Well,
right?
Those photos are from something that is not in reality. Those are not photos. Remember, those are images. Images. It's different.
desperately not, though.
Yeah, because when you take photos of reality, you can pull up the infrared, you can pull up high optical zoom cameras, you can pull up cameras that can see on the optics in the spectrum of light. And when you look across the surface of the Earth, it's not curving. So if the Voyager is showing you an image of a cartoon curving, that is not what you see in reality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the container, the contained environment that you're in requires a container, and the Voyager cannot break the container.
Okay,
If the Voyager can break the container, you wouldn't be able to breathe air. Because the gas will go to that available medium. That medium that you think the Voyager is in, showing you cartoons of the Earth, that medium doesn't exist.
Okay, I have a good question for you then.
No, okay. This question, hold it 1 second, one more second. The Voyager is equivalent to, you're saying, I have Aslan, I have this girl that went to Narnia and spoke to Aslan and took picture with Aslan and spoke to the witch and proved me wrong, or Godzilla. That's what you're saying the Voyager is. Now, go ahead with your question.
Okay, I have a question. Let's say, and this is another hypothetical, and I know you hate these, but it's a possibility, because you could do this one day. Let's say, get in a rocket ship, you go to outer space, and you see the Earth's round. Are you going to be upset?
The outer space thing, the outer space. Okay, rockets. We can devise rockets. We can devise rockets that can go up and then down. Right? We launch them. They go up and then down. They're not going to the fantasy place Narnia that you think they're going. They're not going there.
Oh, do you not believe you can leave Earth?
Okay.
Do you think there's like a boundary or something?
That will be a belief. That will be a belief without evidence that you can leave this contained environment.
If I have money one day, I will pay you to go on a rocket ship into space.
You know the billionaires, the richest people in the world have tried and they cannot do it.
Oh, you want to? So yeah, you believe there's a boundary. You believe you can't leave.
Bro, there's gas pressure. You are breathing air. Gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
I mean, you wear oxygen tanks when you leave, but that just makes sense.
Listen, that makes sense. That the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. That makes a lot of sense. That's the only way you can demonstrate it, and that's what we observe. That's gas behavior. It does make sense. What you're claiming about the gas not flowing towards the low pressure of uncontained outer space, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
Listen, let me read something from you real quick, because hopefully you can bring this point home and realize.
Oh, there's nothing to realize because I can't prove it. Neither can you. So.
Okay. Well, we can prove that the gas pressure is caused by the gases pushing against the container.
And hey, maybe I take a rocket ship, I go to space, I explode and die, and then someone will realize.
You know, what will you get in a rocket? Nobody's gonna do that.
No, maybe it will. If there's a boundary, or if there's some type of thing where you can't get to space, like you're saying, I get in a rocket ship and I can't.
Listen, okay, let's say you get in a rocket and you go very high up, and then you come back down as a hero, whatever. You're not gonna show the Earth as a curving sphere in the vacuum of space. That's not what you're gonna see or show.
How do you know that? You've been there?
Because you cannot go high enough to see the whole of the Earth, and you cannot go to this fantasy place you think is outer space. You can't go there.
Do you think outer space is a fantasy place?
Remember the globe that you don't have, the curvature, the curving thing that the Earth is not doing. The Earth is not curving. And then next to that, there is this vacuum, this emptiness place that you claiming is next to the high pressure air that you're breathing on the Earth. That is not possible. You cannot have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a container.
I think it is.
Oh, you think it is? You believe it is?
Do you believe in the ISS, the International Space Station, or is that a myth?
So look,
Not real.
We can have high altitude devices up there, sure, but it's not in this place that you call outer space. It's not there. It's not next to a spinning water ball, because the Earth is not curving, it's not rotating. So all of these ideas that you show about outer space is not what you think it is.
Oh, okay, because you've been up there, right?
No, but you haven't been up there.
I know. I can't prove it. It's non-proven.
And people can go, let's say people can go very high up, but they're going to stay within the contained environment that we're in. They're not going to go beyond that point and show you this fantasy place that you think you can show. You can't do that.
Okay, well, maybe, once again, like I said earlier, I'll pay for you when you're older, or when I'm older, for you to go on a rocket. Unless you're, like, scared to or whatever, but I'll pay for you to go on a rocket, and then...
Look at this, buddy. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. You see?
Right.
So
why doesn't he pay for himself to go to space first and foremost? Then he would know. Then hang on a minute. Then you would know, and then you could then offer Gemsy to go as a lift, as a offer after you've been yourself. That's what would normally be happening.
I'm really planning when I'm older to have enough money to be able to go to space. Will I probably
You're going to waste your money for something that cannot be done, dude. Come on.
Well, that's a bummer. Waste my money. I don't really care. I mean, we're all going to die on a rock or...
Listen, bro. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container, listen to this word. It's very important. Causes pressure. You hear that?
Cool. That's cool.
So now take a deep breath right now. Right now, take a deep breath. You see that to be able to have that gas pressure around you, for you to be able to breathe it, a container has to be in place.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere and gravity holding it in. That's the container. Yeah.
The atmos is the air. That's the gas pressure. The atmos. The sphere will be a contradiction. Okay, atmosphere is a contradiction of terms because gases have no inherent shape. They take the shape of the container. They don't have an inherent shape. So you're saying atmosphere is one thing.
They're omnidirectional.
Yeah, they go all directions, and when you expand the volume of your lungs, and you can take a deep breath. If there wasn't a container in place, like you're saying, outer space, whatever fantasy, the gases will be going towards that available medium violently, and they will be leaving your lungs violently. You get that?
No.
You don't get reality? You don't get the loss of thermodynamics? You do get that. Come on.
No. I've never been to space. Neither have you, so we can't prove this argument.
No, so we've never been to Narnia. We're never going to go to Narnia, bro.
We can prove entropy. We can prove entropy here on Earth by having a vacuum chamber, and you evacuate the air and then pump it in and see what happens. That can be demonstrated even up to 10 to the minus 3 to 4 tall here on Earth. We can.
Okay, what if you prove that and then you take a rocket ship and then you see the Earth spherical? What are you going to do?
No, we can't. That's the problem. We can't go to space because rockets themselves don't work in a vacuum.
Now I'm going to say it. That will be you running away from your claim. You're claiming that the thing that you're standing on is curving, and now you're going to run away from it. And you're saying, I'm going to go to Fantasyland and not measure what I'm claiming is curving and just make assertions about Fantasyland. You're running away from your claim, bro. Why are you doing that?
Fantasyland and see the Earth's a sphere, and then I'll know if it's a sphere.
No. You measure the thing you're standing on. You measure the Earth. You're saying the Earth is curving. If you can provide measurements of it curving, then you have something.
Nobody can ever measure the entire Earth. You'll run into mountains.
Yeah, you can. Look. If they hang on a second. Hang on, Jamesy. Let me just ask him one question. Listen, young man, if you are given the specifications to something, a gentleman's suit, a pair of shoes, the dimensions. You can check it to know that it's the right size. Yeah, you can check that. So if they've given you the numbers of the Earth itself, we should be able to check it, shouldn't we? If they've given us the numbers, should we not be able to verify that? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Oh, again,
I haven't
one time. If you're given the numbers to the size of the Earth, shouldn't we not be able to verify it? If they've measured it, that means we should be able to measure it. Yes?
Possibly, if we have the right tools.
Yes, right. Okay, that's good enough. Right. So you need to go and measure the curvature of the Earth. Then you would know. You don't need to go to space. They didn't go to space to give us those numbers. They gave us those numbers here on Earth. Do you understand?
Okay. Sure.
Right.
Yeah, you can see good thing. He's being honest. He's conceding to that point that you cannot measure the curvature of the Earth, and that's not for the globe argument. If there was a curvature, you will be able to measure it, but the fact that it's not measured because it's not a globe.
Do you know how long that will take, buddy? Do you know? Do you know how long it would take to measure California to Las Vegas?
You can measure 20 miles, and there's laser tests. There is long distance observations. You can measure a section across a body of water, and within that section, you can determine if there is any drop over distance. And then you can add that section to another section, and a bunch of people have done this together already, and come to find out, we have flatness all over the surface of the Earth, no measurements of curvature.
You did that? You measured the entire Earth? You did that?
You know about California. You mentioned California, right? Let's see. What is it? Indiana. You know, is one of the Indiana or Idaho, and then Florida. Many of the states in the United States are described as flatter than a pancake. You know that, right?
Have you measured the entire Earth? You measured it?
No, I haven't done that, and you don't have to do that to determine if there is curvature across the surface.
Wait. So we're on the same page. You haven't measured it. You don't know. I havenent measured it. I don't know. So we don't know. Huh,
we have measured sections of it. Right.
Though, and we haven't measured the whole thing.
Listen, across Florida, there is no curvature across Florida. That's a big section of the Earth. You know that, right?
Across Florida, that is not that big of a section of the Earth.
Isn't it?
It's really not.
Okay, so what about maybe five states of the United States? Is that like a decent section of the U.S.?
I wouldn't say so.
No? Okay.
I would say if we measure across the entirety of America with a perfectly flat ruler and it starts bending, then we'd know. If it stays perfectly flat the whole time, then we're okay. The Earth's flat.
No, Mick? Is that me?
Yeah, quick. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mick. I think you're cutting out a little bit. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Cloud, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, from what it sounds like, okay, do you have any reference to anyone who has done some sort of measurement in the past to determine the values that we have?
No.
No, okay. So why is it that you take it at face value?
What do you mean?
They tell us that we live on a ball of 3,959 miles, right? But there's no measurement. So why do you think we live on a ball of 3,959 miles?
Because that's what I've learned in school, and that's what I want to think. Why do you think it's flat? We could live on
Okay. So they didn't give you any measurements. They didn't give you any proof.
They didn't give you any measurements that it's flat either.
They didn't. Hang on. They didn't give you any of that. You're in here demanding for these same measurements, going to the contrary. But what's your means? What is your method by which you determine which is true?
I just wanted to hear opinions. I just wanted to know.
So you're in the wrong. I think you're in the wrong room then, because this is not about opinions. This is about measuring shit. Take a ruler, you put it up. I guess a piece of paper. Inches. That's not an opinion.
So this room. Right? Wait. So this should be completely.
Berserker, your hot mic.
Berserker hot mic.
Yo, what the? So this room should have 0 people because nobody in this room has measured the entire Earth. Yes or yes?
But no, that's not even relevant. Why is that? Why?
Yep. Why is it relevant?
Why is that your qualifier? Why is that your qualifier? Gemsy already pointed out to you. Okay, there's a method by which if you do it in sections, right, you can come to certain conclusions. Right?
But you
think of this. Think of this, dude. If you think of this, right? If you take a little basketball, okay, and you put a ruler on top of it, within the first inch or two, okay, from the ruler to the side of the ruler on top of the basketball, you will notice nonlinear distance increase between the surface of the basketball and the ruler. Right? You don't have to measure the entire thing to determine the rate at which that basketball is dropping away from the ruler.
But if you did, you would know your answer.
You would have a lot more clarity, a lot more certainty for sure. But even by that method, you can still calculate to a certain degree of precision. Now, with that line of thinking, you would assume that they would have had done this, right? An entire Earth curve measurement, an Earth surface measurement, or even a type of measurement like this where they're doing a section, right? Now, in the entire time that I've heard you speak to Gemsy, which was not long, I only recently got up, you haven't brought anything to the table.
No, because I haven't measured the Earth.
Right, but do you know anyone who might have done it in the past?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, like, you're kind of, you got nothing. You're here criticizing or antagonizing, but you can't prove your position. So, I mean, case closed, dude.
But how can you prove it's flat? If you
not been listening, you haven't been listening to Gemsy, right? He's been giving you methods, or at least I thought I heard at least one. Right? If one can show no deviation from one point to another point, or at the very least, not the deviation that would be expected on the ball of said dimensions, you would concur that there might be something wrong with the provided measurement, right? They say we should have exponential growth or nonlinear growth from point A to point B along the surface. We go out, we measure that point A to point B, and we get no deviation whatsoever.
When are you going here?
They won't make any claims, man, because I have to back them up. So this is I'm asking you questions.
Rob, you're a robot.
Yeah,
dude.
you're roboting.
I think we're doing soon. Okay. 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Who you guys talking to?
Clonify.
Yeah, I'm here.
Clonify. Is there anything you learn? Are you American? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
Is there anything they taught you in school that you questioned?
I've questioned a couple things, but I don't have a true answer, so there's really no point.
About manifest destiny. Do you think that's true?
No.
So
I
haven't
questioned the Earth is flat because I haven't measured the entire Earth. I haven't questioned.
No, I'm just saying other things that the government taught you. Did they teach you anything that you're like, that's bullshit?
Not really, because I don't really care that much about school.
What about Wounded Knee? Did they tell you what happened at Wounded Knee?
No. They don't teach, a lot of stuff. That's probably important.
Yeah, it's kind of just like babysitting at this point. They're just keeping kids off the streets.
Yep, basically. But either way, I don't really care that much because the Earth's flat, cool. The Earth's round, cool. We're still living. I'm still going to die in 70 years, and that's it. Like, it doesn't really matter. So
yeah, that's the point. That's the point we're making. In the globe Earth, they told you everything would change. It was a giant leap forward.
Who did?
The Apollo program. In the Apollo program, they told you everything was going to change. And it's been 60 years. What the fuck is the holdup?
I don't know. I mean,
well, the Earth is
go work
flat.
for them or something.
That's it. The Earth is flat. That's why nothing's going to change around here. It doesn't matter how many giant leap forwards you think you're taking; they'll all be face.
So nothing's changed, so we assume it's flat.
No, nothing.
Is that what you're saying?
Nothing changed, so you assume their claim.
What did you
giant leap forward was bullcrap.
What did you want to change? What was supposed to change?
Well, they tell you. What did they tell you in school? What was going to change?
They didn't really specify much. The only reason we learned the Earth was a sphere is because of photos that obviously aren't true in your guys' beliefs. Radius, circumference, I guess some old measurements. But yeah, that's about it.
Photos will be the ones that you take. Photos will be the stuff that you take from the realist level. The stuff that you have about the globe, those are not photos. Those are images or stitches of things put together. Like
they're images. They're CGI. They're AI. They're programmed or whatever. They drew the Earth over the photo.
When you take a photo, when you take a photo of reality, you don't see any curvature in the photos.
Because the Earth's too big and we can't zoom that far. Thank you very much.
Earth's too big.
Yes, that is what I just said.
In the photos, you don't see the globe. In the cartoons, you do see the globe.
Correct. Because in the photos...
So you see the problem there?
Are you talking photos outside of Earth or inside of Earth? Or inside... Well, I mean, you guys don't really believe in an outside of Earth because
there is no photo outside of Earth.
Okay, you don't believe that?
No,
okay.
It's not that I don't believe that. If you can provide it, I will believe it. Okay.
Like, are you wanting a photo of Earth from the outside, or like different things from Earth outside?
Are you saying that image is photo or photo is image? Or photo is photo? When you take a photo, you take a photo, or you're constructing some digital thing in computer. What do you want? Photo or some digital things from computer?
I don't know. Probably photo.
We don't have that photo. The only one photo where they're claiming that's Apollo, I think in 72. Only one real one they are claiming. There is no one photo of the Earth from outside.
I mean, I don't know. I've heard telescopes take photos.
Yeah.
Or images.
Yeah, telescope takes photos. Can you take a telescope and make photos of the Earth?
No, I don't have enough money to do that.
Okay, who has the money? We had money. Nobody made a photo of the Earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah, the government, NASA, they built a telescope. They sent it outside of Earth, and it took a raw photo of Earth.
Those are computer-generated images put together by data points that they gather, supposedly.
No photo. Supposedly, so we don't know for sure. Meaning, it's kind of pointless to argue about it.
Not supposedly. That's not a photo.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, for you? Okay, let's put it like this. You want to believe that it's a photo and that's on you. Okay, great. That's photo. Good.
I just think it's hard how people just measure two states across and be like, "Oh, Earth's flat." Okay, that's it.
Okay. Can you have 10 miles of flat surface on this sphere?
Can I what?
Can you have 10 miles of flatness on this sphere?
Can I count 10 miles?
No, can you have it?
Can you have 10 miles of flat surface on this Earth?
On this Earth, yeah.
Yeah. You can buy
No,
it.
you cannot. No, you cannot. You know why? Because on 10 miles, you're going to have 66-foot drop everywhere from your point. All around 360 degrees. Do you understand? You cannot have 10 miles of flat surface on this globe.
Yeah, you know that for a fact? You've done it?
Yeah, I done it. I done it. If you want to know, I done it in my life in Croatia, in the UK. But if you want to know, I done it like 3 weeks ago. It was in Edinburgh, and you can find it's called beach Portobello. It's near in Edinburgh, and then you can in 24 kilometers you can reach for your height the lighthouse. If you want to know, yes, I did it 5 or 6 times in my life, in different locations, different countries. Yeah.
It's just my
And it's just my mind also. I don't know now to deny the reality or to believe people. What to do?
Well, you can't. Once again, like I've said 2 trillion times, you can argue all you want. You can throw up all the gases, all the science, all the measurements you want, but until we have a confirmed measurement around the entire Earth, which who knows how long that would take. Until that happens, we won't know an answer. So you can't assume it's flat.
Can I ask a simple question? What is sea level?
What is sea level?
Yep.
Loki, I forgot. Probably should know this actually.
Is it level or flat?
Is it flat?
Is it level flat?
Is it level flat? Believe so. I don't know.
Okay. Is it sea level flat?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
How much sea we have on the Earth?
I think like 75%.
If 75% of the surface is flat, is that not enough for measuring the Earth?
Do you know that? You measured it?
Let's go. Let's do it again. What is the sea?
You didn't measure it. Nope, you didn't measure it.
I measure it in every town. I go to the town in UK and I change the town, and every town saying this is elevation above the sea level. You know. But if you are on the sea and when you go to across the sea, you are not changing that elevation.
And you've measured it. You've measured 75% of the Earth.
I don't need to measure it. I know how liquids behave in nature.
You don't need to. Yeah, right.
Okay. Can I ask a simple question? How liquids behave in nature when they are still?
How does liquid behave?
Yep.
When it's still?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's still. Just sits there. I don't know.
The surface of the water.
Yeah, it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
The reason...
And that means does not curve.
And you know the ocean has tides because of the moon, right? Or do you not believe that either?
Does tides curving?
And the reason the ocean's flat way out there is because we have a thing...
Is it tides the changing of level or changing the curve?
The ocean's flat and it won't change levels because of gravity.
Is it tide changing the level or changing the curve?
Changing the level.
Okay, that means we have tides down. The flat surface. That means the flat surface is going up and down. Is that correct? Or curved surface going up and down?
The curved surface. It's not curving in and out. It's not. It's like not.
It's not curving. We are saying that we are on the same page. Yes, the water is not curving. The sea is not curving. The ocean is not curving.
that.
Yeah. We don't need to say that we know that because that's water. Water does not speak; it behaves, And then you look how water behaves in nature, and then you
too
say,
big to realize from a perspective that it curves.
The Pacific Ocean, it's also too big.
Yeah, you'd have to measure the whole thing, but once again, nobody has, so we don't have an answer.
That's a liquid, man. I don't need to measure it. Liquid will not curve.
Do you know what a meniscus is?
Oh, Jesus. I'm out.
This guy's not getting it. Hold on. If you actually believe in the globe model, you have to believe that at some point, water has to curve over the supposed surface of the ball. Right?
And before you leave,
where it would do it.
That doesn't make any
water curves all the time.
Measure it without
liquids in general
you
curve.
Can measure it.
Hey, Clownfly, someone new joined before you leave. Remember, you were planning into studying and working for the rest of your life, so one day you're going to use all of that money and put yourself in a rocket and explode. Now you can save that and maybe put yourself to do something better for you and your future.
No, it's my life. I can do what I want to do. Also, I'm not planning on working.
Just think about it. Just don't do that, bro. Just come back later. Don't put yourself in a rocket.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You measured the entire Earth. It's flat. Oh wait, you didn't do that.
So you said you were leaving.
You measured it. It's a ball. Oh wait, you didn't do that either.
No, I haven't measured it either. I mean, I guess it could be flat, but I don't know why you guys assume if you haven't measured it.
Go ahead, humanity. You ask a question. Humanity, you got the mic now.
Oh, I was just saying that liquids curve all the time, right? On the small scale, you got meniscuses. On larger scales, we can see if you, for example, pour liquid oxygen over magnets, basically they will curve around the source of attraction. So on the globe model, right, the Earth is a source of attractions. They're going to form vaguely a ball around it, which is consistent with what we see.
Like 8 inch per mile squared, you're saying?
What?
8 inch per mile squared. That's curving like that.
No, I'm not saying anything about the size of it, right? If we had a ball which attracted the things around it very strongly, say through magnetic forces, you could get the same kind of things, right? You could look at ferrofluids, for example.
Do we have that? Do we have that in reality?
Yes.
Ferrofluids? Yes.
Yeah, but
we have the curved ocean in reality. You're saying,
right? Yeah, is water feral fluid?
I think you'd really struggle to explain the way that you see things out over the ocean without some kind of curvature, or you need some very straight optics, which basically amount to curvature.
And where is the amount of the curvature? Where should it be?
I don't know what that means.
Unequivocally, curvature happens over the ocean.
How I can calculate? How I can measure curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know, but you know that it's there.
I mean, I guess your dad could hold a ruler on the beach. And
you know that it's there, but you don't know
hundreds
how
of miles
measure.
out. I guess.
You know what?
There's a difference between being able to make a qualitative observation and a quantitative observation. Yes.
Right. Quantitative is spherical trigonometry dictates that a Earth with a radius of 3959 miles has to curve at an average of 8 inches per mile squared. And it would do so over the ocean without question, because that is the one point where it must absolutely curve without question. Okay, so now that we've established that, can you show us where that happens? Because we're not seeing it.
Why do things disappear beneath the ocean by experience?
Why do things disappear on a basketball court?
I just don't believe that, though.
What do you mean?
I would like you. Hey, actually, send me a video of that in DMs, please. Send me a video of you doing that basketball thing.
I don't actually have the upgraded version of this crap they want you to subscribe for my video that I have, but I demonstrated on a 5-foot flat, perfectly level countertop that something actually starts to disappear from the bottom up. Now, if we go over to the other politics server, I would be happy to give you that one.
Perfect. Oh.
And I don't even know how do you guys get permissions on this server? Like, is it like a 6 months after you join, or what's the deal here?
No clue.
So yeah, if you can explain that.
The politics server just gives you permission automatically once you've been here for a while. Texting,
so they claim that things disappear from the bottom up is exclusive to a ball, and yet we can demonstrate it on a perfectly flat level surface. So the argument
not
there
exclusive to a ball. It's just far easier to account
that's why
for
you say that's why it supposedly happens. That's why boats disappear from the bottom up, because it goes over the curve. Yes, we've all heard Bill Nye the Science Guy when we were 8 years old. Cool, got it, understand it. Now, why does it happen on a flat surface?
It doesn't. What do you mean?
It does.
take your camera out, and I want you to go to a basketball court. I want you to set your camera down. I want you to hit record after it's facing the opposite hoop from where you're at. I want you to be under one hoop, face it towards the other hoop, hit record. Turn around. I want you to walk to the other hoop. You will begin to disappear from the bottom up. And then I want you to go back to your camera. I want you to raise it up 1 foot. You will notice that you will now see your feet at underneath of the other hoop. But now if we go to a place where there's, say, 10 basketball hoops all level in a row, you will then begin to disappear again from the bottom up before you reach the 10th basketball court. So it does
Sounds like you're saying this basketball court isn't flat.
No, I can actually do it on my countertop, which I built myself, and I know for certain it is perfectly flat, perfectly level, and yet a can will start to disappear from the bottom up from 5 feet away, my guy. 5 feet.
I don't believe you.
Well, if I had permissions in here, I would happily show you. Unfortunately, I do not. So until we get that resolved, I guess I can't really show you on here, but we can go over to the other politics server, or hell, you can add me on Facebook and I'll send you the video there. Or here's an idea. Do you have a countertop at home? Like an island?
Not one that I would describe as flat.
Oh, well, darn. I guess you had a shit contractor then.
True.
Okay, well, maybe upgrade. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Not a priority.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I can see why, doing actual experimentation or observations might not be a priority for a ball earther, because you don't, it's really easy to deny the truth if you're unwilling to test it, right? And just remain ignorant to it.
I go near the ocean a number of times.
Oh,
I've yet to have any flat
and did you
earth
bring your P900 with you?
I don't know what that is.
It's a camera that you could zoom in, or even your cell phone. You can nowadays if you got a decent cell phone. Do you got I got a 6 megapixel camera. I can go out to the ocean too. I can watch the supposed boat go over the supposed horizon, and voila, just whip out the old phone, zoom back in. Oh my God, it's back in view again. How'd that happen if it went over the curb?
Are your eyes bad or something? Because I've never experienced anything like that. And I've
actually, yeah, I am legally blind. My eyes are very bad.
I mean, that explains it.
No, it really don't. Because here's the thing, right? It just so happens that your supposed apparent horizon just so happens to be at basically the exact same distance as the point of convergence. What's that, you might say? Well, it's when you can no longer see a car if you're 6 foot tall. Just so happens to be 3 miles away. Dope. All right. Now we're getting somewhere, right?
No, I really don't know what you're getting at, or what you mean by point of convergence.
Yeah, I know. You might want to start studying, when you want to talk about optics and why things disappear, then maybe you should study the points a little bit and figure it out instead of just assuming what Bill Nye the Science Guy told you was true.
I'm not assuming anything. You're just not actually contending with what I'm saying.
No, you're assuming that because the boat goes over the horizon, so boat goes over the horizon, starts to disappear from the bottom up, that means there's a ball that it's going over. However,
no,
I actually explained to you that you will do the same thing on a perfectly flat basketball court.
But that has never happened, ever.
But it does.
But it does not.
Again, if I had permissions here, I could show you that. But unfortunately, I don't. But you yourself can take your cell phone.
I've been on basketball courts. They generally aren't flat.
Okay, well, maybe go to one that is. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Find a perfectly flat, level surface somewhere. Anywhere with 100 feet will do.
You realize
go to a nice building. Go to a nice building with 100 feet stretch there, where it's nice, perfectly flat.
and level.
Buildings are not built perfectly flat and level. That's never a priority when people build buildings.
Some are, absolutely. And it really is a priority, actually.
No.
For anybody that's worth their salt as a contractor, you want it to be nice and flat and level. Like my house, for example. I think I got a good, 60 feet? Perfectly flat level basement. And all my floors upstairs, too. Now, why, like they have this stuff called floor leveler? It's a lot like concrete. And it's just thinner, though. So it levels itself out when you pour it. You don't even have to do anything to it. You just dump it in, boom, you're good to go. Dope, right?
It's part of the building codes, isn't it? The building codes and standards.
Yeah, it is.
You're
required
it's by
to have
law.
it level so things don't fall apart.
They don't require that anything is perfectly level or perfectly flat. This is not true. There are tolerances allowed.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're allowed to that, but they have to be level. A skyscraper has to be level.
What?
Yes, they do.
Skyscrapers are built to sway with the wind and stuff. They obviously aren't level in the way you're describing. They're dynamic systems.
Straight. Okay, what he meant that using measuring tools like level, you get eventually a straight building. This is what you
this
get.
seems like a conclusion that's if I build a sufficiently long building, by my rights, if I'm building it according to a level, it's going to be curved.
Well, you would think so, but yet we don't observe it as curved. It looks pretty
What do you mean by that?
flat. Well, if you had
Is that really the strength of your argument? Well, I looked at it and it didn't seem that way. What?
100 feet is perfectly level, perfectly flat, right? And yet you're
Never experienced anything like
going to be curved.
Listen, the only place you're going to find that stuff is what are they called? They're not called radio telescopes. What are they called? Oh, I can't remember. It's the ones that use the mercury mirrors. Those, when they're not spinning, those are pretty fucking close to perfectly flat. Other than that, you're not going to find anything like that.
Right, but you can use a laser, you can use other things too that they have, strings and stuff like that, right? And then you place the level on that, and
both of you
there's all kinds of things that you can do.
Lasers go pretty straight, if that's what you're saying. I would agree that lasers
they're
go
called
pretty
laser level.
You just don't get the final point, which is you use leveling tool to get relative straight line. If it's like a building and a few meters, it's okay. But if you build bigger, you need this straightness, like in LIGO, you will use other devices and stuff to make sure that the line stays straight. But
how you measure curve line?
But on the Earth level,
how you measure the curve line?
Flat.
How do you measure the curve? You go to the ocean, right? And you would use mathematics, right? So if hold on. And if you actually had a nice perfectly long level that was 10 miles long, but I don't know that one exists, so there's probably a problem.
No, you have water level precision systems where you connect a pipe between 2 points, and then you can get a flat, a level plane.
Yeah, you could do that too, but
again, not in house construction. You usually just use a laser to get your level good enough for your home.
Right. Exactly. But if it's good enough for your home, it's relatively flat. So you could actually pull a string, right? If it's 100 feet, we'll say as long as it's within 100 feet, and you have a decent tensile strength string, you could actually run a string from one end to the other, and you could measure it and see if it's actually flat and how close to flat it is.
But the thing is, you will encounter issues from bending due to gravity before you reach the level of the curve of the Earth.
Gravity, I don't know. I'm not buying that one.
Can you not use your soundboard? You don't know how to use it and it doesn't help you.
No.
Yeah.
That would actually,
just relax.
That would actually be a good experiment, to be honest. Just take a high tensile strength string, like a steel wire or something, and then just take it out.
Did
it. Can I see? Do you have any?
They had no success with it. It's called Force the Line. You can look it up and you can find a few brave enough flat earthers that did measurements. I can send you, of course, but the flat earthers here will tell you it's BS.
That would have to be conclusive. If you pick like some kind of thick enough steel wire that like will withstand the forces over distance, I just feel like that would be like
obviously it cannot work because it suffers heavy mechanical issues with tolerances and stuff. But
that's why you have poles, right?
You would just make sure the string is under as much tension as you can get it, basically over.
Well, you could put
but you need to rebalance
and it's gonna break pretty quickly. Basically, if you want something straight, just use a laser.
Yeah, you use a laser, but you can do it with the string too. You get the laser to get the correct height, right? So then you use the, or you could just put the laser on the ground.
You don't think you don't think in the. Let me finish. You don't think in this case like a flat earther. Flat earther wants something physical. He doesn't trust optics.
Yeah, I know, but we're testing the physical with a laser.
Right, but therefore he wants a big ruler out of his mommy's basement up to the point he measures.
Oh, no, it's definitely my basement, my brotato
The problem with a laser is you need to state what exactly you're expecting to see with the laser and how that contradicts the globe model. If you had a tightened piece of wire and you just took it out like 5 kilometers and it's like not touching the water, then you've got it in the bag. There's no alternative explanation like with the physics of a laser.
Oh, can we talk about like, the physics of water?
Local aberrations and stuff. There's still tons of things like that.
We don't even need to do any of this because water doesn't even behave like this to begin with, Cosmos.
On a calm day, you're not going to get a sweat, and it would contradict flat Earth claims of like water bending.
Water should bend, though, right? According to the globe Earth
contradicts flat Earth claims.
No, it would contradict flat Earth claims of water bending.
Flat Earth has no claims.
Yeah, we don't claim that water bends, bro. Flat Earth just think it's flat.
Maybe we will agree that
water not bending.
Real flat earther doesn't make any claims. He doesn't know what the sun is. He doesn't know what the moon is. He doesn't know what water is. He doesn't know how gases behave.
What sun is? Can you tell us what sun is?
Like Sasha here. He will not say anything about the sun or the sun movement.
Yeah,
Can you demonstrate the sun and how it happens in your model on Earth?
Yes.
Oh, wait, no, you can't, because there's never been a star produced in a vacuum on Earth. You're welcome.
Could you keep the assumptions about
That's a silly way to make anything work. Why would you need to create a sun here to know about how suns work? That's silly.
Well, I would say for the purpose of induction.
That's not how science works.
For the purpose of induction.
No.
Hold on, humanity. For the purpose of induction, we could keep our claims as simple as possible and say the sun is just this thing that emits light, and then base your experimentation off that, because that's indisputable. You're just saying the sun is this thing that moves around and emits light.
You guys are going farther than that and saying what it is, what it's made of, where it is, the distance, etc. You're going way farther than just that. But it is
Your mic is not.
AJ, Mr.
Your mic is not coming in.
And muffled.
Yeah.
But if you keep your assumptions purely to observation, you just say the sun is this thing that moves in the sky that emits heat and light.
Yeah. So what? So what?
But if we acknowledge those premises, the sun is this thing in the sky that moves and emits heat and light, we can do an experiment.
Yeah. What kind of experiment?
But this is already like you're already in the realm of theory when you describe it moving.
But no,
dude, no.
The sun moving.
You're not in the realm of theory. You're just making an observation. Humanity, relax.
Right. No. Because you're not observing its movement at all.
You are moving.
Yes, you are, dude. It moves from east to west. Come on, bro.
No. It appears to move. That's not the same as you observing it moving.
We observe it moving.
Said it's the same thing.
Then what does it mean to observe it to move?
Even saying that the sun is an object is theory. No, you can't assume that. The sun, the sun might simply be the image alone.
So what?
Do you know what relativity is? It's the basis for all of modern day science.
Yeah,
when it comes to the solar system, right? And he said that there's no difference between the Earth.
We're just talking about observations. That's all we're doing. We're not doing anything more than that. What are you doing?
Okay, then you got to retreat to only talking about observations.
We're not retreating. We start there. That's the base axiom. You start there.
Sure. So what have you observed?
We observe the sun moving across the sky. You do not observe that?
So you do not know. No one has ever observed that without invoking ideas of theory.
Yeah, okay, so what do you observe?
Basically just light.
Yeah, you see light. What is the light doing?
Changing in my perspective.
Now, how does it do that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, it has to move in order for it to change perspective, yeah?
That is not necessarily true. If you want to assert something like that, you need to bring in some ideas of theory.
So, yeah. So when you're still, you're not moving, you're just looking at the sun, you can observe the sun moving across the sky when you're not moving.
No. You're again invoking ideas of theory here.
You're not going to reduce observations to absurdity. You're not going to do that. Everybody starts with observations. If you throw that into question, then none of your worldview makes any sense. If you can't make basic observations, then all of your worldview is thrown into question. Everything. What you think is actual reality is not reality anymore. Once you do that. So you're going to hinder the fact that we make observations based on this kind of philosophical interpretation. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're just talking about our observations that we see something doing something when we're not moving. We can see the sun move across the sky. That's just an observation. When you take it anywhere else other than that, you're going to make that into an absurdity. You cannot make any other observation other than that.
When you say we see the sun moving, you understand that all of humanity sees the sun moving.
Yes.
At the same time,
yeah, bro.
Therefore, you collect those points of measurement to understand what is happening.
So when we see the sun moving and we make this observation, everybody collectively can say the sun is moving across the sky.
So, AV, you said the sun. How do you know it's one object?
Dude, you are trying to get into this argument of absurdity where we can't even know what we're looking at. Yeah.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Listen, if you're not going to argue about observations being what they are, and you're going to go into this absurd worldview where you can't even know things are moving across the sky, then maybe you're not even equipped to even have a conversation of logic. Because we're using logic here.
Following what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're
what
not
I'm saying.
Using logic.
I am using logic. You're the ones who are jumping to conclusions that aren't justified.
We're not
We're
jumping
not jumping to conclusions. We
We're
see the
just
sun move
watching.
across the
We're,
sky.
we're seeing one thing
Sunrise,
happening.
So
Yeah?
sunrise.
when you
sun-
say you see the sun, that right there
All right,
requires you to say it's not many objects, it's one object. That's theory.
It's not a theory. That's not a theory at all. The sun moves across the sky. We see that. You call it sunrise and you call it sunset. Rise is a movement. Setting is a movement going down. Come on, you're arguing. Mute the guy, man. Just mute the guy. This is stupid.
I want to see if there's a consensus behind him. Do you other Globers that are in here agree with his point that we do not observe the sun moving?
Have you guys ever heard of the diffraction limit?
No, I need you here. You guys, are you backing him up? Because you stayed silent when he was saying this nonsense. Are you agreeing with him?
Oh, I agree. How do you know it's one object and not two?
How do you know you're talking, mate? How do you know you're talking?
So your mom is flat. Once again, you can go into another room with that guy and talk about how you can't know anything to be true. Go with him somewhere else.
I didn't.
Yeah, send them on their way.
Anybody else that wants to agree that our observations are not happening the way we make our observations? I need to know this.
So what he's saying?
No, Cosmos, are you saying the same thing he is? I need you to admit it. Are you saying when you observe something happening, that's not happening? Are you confirming what he's saying?
No.
Okay, so anybody else? How about M Agent? Are you agreeing?
Why was I muted?
Yeah, are you agreeing? Are you agreeing with humanity that when we make our observation that the sun's moving across the sky, that the sun's not actually moving across the sky? Are you agreeing with him?
He didn't say that.
What did he say?
You're literally strawmanning what he said.
Did he say?
It is not relevant.
What did he say?
It is not relevant because you just mute what you don't want to hear.
Banging with the others. Banging with the others. He's not answering. Banging with the others. Not saying anything there. Banging with the others.
Jim,
I can explain. I can explain the context of what he.
We don't need people to explain the incoherent babbling of somebody saying they can't observe something happening as it's observed. We don't want to hear a reason for that. We already know they're illogical, so we don't need to go into it. Yeah?
Yeah, you're going to explain yourself into that other room, what you're going to do. Carry on, yeah?
You have to have a logic, is what he's saying. You have to have a set of metaphysical constraints.
We already know that. We operate with logic. Don't tell us what we adhere to. We have the fucking standards, yeah? What that idiot was doing was being fucking ridiculous. Now, if you're moving, you're fucking rude.
That's right, yeah. And if you want to join him, just keep saying that our observations are not our observations. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so we were agreeing on premises.
Are you the Borg? Are you think for yourself?
I asked you if you agree.
What, that you're looking at something
Agreeing on
across
anything.
the sky? That I'm going to say that it's not. Dude, what are you talking about?
Right. We agreed. We can just say the sun is this object that moves and emits heat and light.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I say that the sun's moving across the sky. Whatever you think the sun is, I don't have any control of that. I don't know if you think it's an orange. I don't know. But all I can tell you is that the sun moves across the sky, right? And what we know about the sun is that it emits heat, and in light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are just the obvious truths. And we can't get away from that. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, I agree. So if we grant that, could we do a basic experiment?
Well, like what? What are you trying to do?
Right. So we could do a more refined version of Eratosthenes' experiment because we just use hold on. We just use modus ponens. We just say if the sun is an object that emits heat and light and moves across the sky, we can do a measurement.
What kind of measurement are you doing? Like, what are you trying to measure?
So Eratosthenes' experiment used shadows at different points of latitude.
Yeah, but what are you, like, once again, I'm going to ask you, what are you trying to measure?
testing the geometry of the Earth based on the angle of the shadows.
Okay, but you can't test something that you don't know is actually what you're trying to test. So in other words, you're going into the test already pre-assuming that it's something. You can't start there. You got to start with, I don't know what what the test result's going to be like. I'm just starting with a blank sheet of paper. I'm going to start with trying to get angle measurements. If you want to do this correctly, angle measurements to the sun, right? You know what an angle is, right? 2 straight lines. One of those lines is going to be the baseline. The other line is going to be going straight to the top of the pole or whatever, because you're using shadows, yeah? So one of the lines is going to go to the top of whatever thing you're using to cast the shadow, and the other line is going to be the baseline on the floor. Yeah? 2 straight lines. So what are we trying to determine with these 2 straight lines?
We're determining from the angle of the shadows, right? Whether how far, if we say, right, we measure the angle of the shadows, and then our conclusion of the experiment is what can we infer from this? Would it be, and say when we've done this, it's either the sun is pretty close, right, or the Earth is curved?
Yeah, well, you're going to make a conclusion based on the information that you're using, right? So what information can we use that's going to give us the determination? And I'll tell you like this. I'm using 2 straight lines to make an angle, right? So number one, we have a baseline for one of the lines of the angle. The other one's going to go to the top of the shadow, which it's being cast from the object. So that's 2 straight lines. So one of the lines I need to have a flat line, that's going to be the baseline, and the other one's going to the top of the thing, the object that's casting the shadow. Now the light that's emitting, we're just going to say, is it an unknown distance? Because we don't know the distance of the sun, right? Unknown, which is basically Eratosthenes' point too. It's an unknown distance, unlimited or whatever. But we're just using the shadows. So all we can conclude is that the surface that those shadows are being cast on are a horizontal flat baseline, because that's one of the angle lines that we're using, right? One of the lines is actually on the ground. So the other one's going to be angled up to the object. So the only thing I can conclude from doing this test is angle measurements on a horizontal plane. That's it. I don't get the conclusion of a globe or round or curving. I'm not getting that because I have to use 2 straight lines.
So you can't do any trig to
trigonometry, bro. Like what I'm saying, in order for you to realize that the baseline is an angle measurement, you're going to have to use 2 straight lines, and that makes the angle. Otherwise, you can't have the angle that you're describing. So I'm going to determine that using 2 straight lines, the base of that one of the lines is going to be on the ground, which is going to be the flat Earth that's required in order for me to have this angle. Now, I'll grant that ground might have some elevation change, but in order to get these angles, I'm going to need the ground to be flat. So on the surface, I'm going to have to use flat ground in order to get 2 straight lines to have an angle measurement, a proper angle. Yeah. You got to have that angle measurement with the proper baseline being a horizontal plane, dude. You have to.
No, you've just assumed what you're trying to test.
No, you're not assuming. See, you're using the ground, and that ground that the shadow's casting on, because the shadow is casting on the ground. So one of the lines is going to be going up to the object, the other one's going to be the baseline. 2 straight lines.
Right. So we'd use 3. We'd use 3, by the way. Not just 2.
You can add another one, but it's just going to be another straight line.
Right. So do you get how it can measure it? The experiment could tell us, right, whether we either have a very local sun, right, or a curved Earth.
No, linear distance can be known to the sun. That's not the object of our test. The object of our test is to determine whether or not the ground that's being utilized for this test, for the shadows, because the shadows are falling onto the Earth. They're not. The sun is only giving us the light that we need to make these shadows visible. Like for us to see these shadows, we need light. So the light that's being shown has nothing. It's got nothing to do with the distance to the light. It's got everything to do with the angle measurement from the object that we're using to cast the shadow. So we're only utilizing that angle for the shadow that's casting on the ground, which I said you need that baseline to be horizontal. And so the other angle that's going up to the object is going to be at an angle of degrees. And we know that because the sunlight's hitting that object at a specific angle.
Right. Is the light from the sun, especially during midday, like the highest point of the sun, is it traveling in a straight line?
Well, I'm telling you like this. What we measure from the shadows is an angle measurement that needs two straight lines. So for all intents and purposes, we can say that the angle measurements are done with two straight lines. So whether or not there's distortions that cause, there to be something happening, in the air, what we're using is the angle measurement. So we're using the angle measurement. We're not talking about the sunlight per se, right? We're just using the shadow for our guide.
So let's take a flat plane, right? That will be one of our straight lines in this flat plane, right? Yeah. And then you take the angle the angle at which light is coming down and hitting the shadow, right? So that's your other angle. Yeah. You've got your zero datum stick, which is meant to just not cast a shadow, where the sun is directly overhead that location as far as no shadow permit. And then you've got your third stick, south or north, that's giving you another shadow so you can get another angle.
Listen, you can do that, but that's not what Eratosthenes tested. I mean, it was only I don't know, you're adding an extra layer to what Eratosthenes. I mean, you could, I don't give a damn if you add 10 more, right? It's not really
this is just maths, though. This is just maths.
Yeah, can you look into, sorry to interrupt you, can you look in the chat? If you look in the chat, I've posted two images. One of them is of the Eratosthenes, right? And the other one is an experiment that you can actually do yourself. Another one, there's two, with the sun, and how we know that the sun is not 93 million miles away. Have a look. Look at that as well. Pay attention to the chat, because lots of information being pushed out there as well. Thanks.
So right, that's fine, Jim. But would you say from that measurement, the sun has to be close if it's on a flat plane?
Well, yeah. So
absolutely,
the determination of the sun's distance, close is just an idea of it's not. There's not a numeric value given to that. So nobody knows the distance to the sun. So saying that it's close, okay, let me just say it this way. Saying that it's close is implying that it's far. But what far and close mean have to be used as a metric, right? Either you know that it's far from, let's say, where I am. Let's say I'm using myself as a metric, right? Where I am to where that thing is over there, that's far. But what is far? Is far like an inch? Is it a mile? What is far to you, right? So in relation to you, what is far and what is close? So that has not been defined within this test.
Okay.
You can't use far and close unless you say that we have a metric like the globe Earth is saying 93 million miles away, and then you're saying no, it's closer than that. That's something that's a standard. You're saying it's not 93 million miles away; it's actually closer, and that right there is a false dichotomy, because the 93 million miles away is not even purported to be something that we know. Because linear distance to the sun is not known at all by anybody. These are just like these estimations that people have in their head based on the cosmic distance ladder. Now, if you knew that, you would say, okay, the cosmic distance ladder, the first rung would be the size of the Earth. Well, you can't have the size of the Earth if you don't know how to attain the size. So we got a problem. So the cosmic distance ladder, to give you the information that Venus, using, transit in front of the sun, to say that Venus is the same size as Earth, it's Earth-like. We're going to use parallax to determine that because of its size and its transit in front of the sun, we're going to determine that we are X amount of distance away from the sun. I mean, you're moving up the rung of the cosmic distance ladder when you're trying to figure it out, right? But it all started with the pre-assumption of the size of the Earth. So the cosmic distance ladder to put the sun at 93 million miles away is already false on its face because it's using the pre-assumption of the Earth being a globe. And on top of that, we're making a false dichotomy by saying the sun's 93 million miles away and saying, no, it's closer than that. We can't do that. That's a false dichotomy. So in other words, what we can say is that the sun is in an unknown distance away, or unlimited if you'd like, but there's no way that you can know to say that it's closer. The close and far are just these ideas that we have to denote something is at a distance away from us, but distance is not known once again. So there you have it. You can't say close or far, and nobody can, because there is no linear distance to the sun that's been discovered.
So is trig sound? Does trig work in real life?
Mathematics to describe things is being utilized every day. So
yeah.
what your argument is like, okay, so we have sound math that can describe certain things. Therefore, sound math can give us a distance to the sun. I'm telling you, the known distance to the sun is unknown. Like if you say, well, we have 93 million miles away, we know how we got that. No, we don't. I'm giving you the problem, right? It's a cosmic distance ladder.
No. So
yeah.
If you say the Earth is flat, right, and once again, if you're just taking shadows and the angle of shadows, you form a triangle on a flat plane, and you have two angles, right?
Cosmos, this is you. This is your claim. You're claiming that the sun is an object and it has a distance. Well, give us the distance then.
Oh shit!
Wait. So
One
we're not
astronomical
agreed. Are we agreed the sun is an object or not? I'm going to let you guys figure that out.
This is actually your exercise. Excuse me. This is your exercise, not ours. You did this. So apparently, in this paradigm, the sun is an object.
You can debate that with AV. I agreed with that.
No. This was your modus tollens or modus ponens. Remember? This is yours.
No, because I started with do we agree?
Do we agree? Oh,
yeah.
No worries.
I didn't agree to his sun being an object.
Yeah.
You just already presume I agree with him. So
wait.
No worries. Hey, Cosmos. Hey, wait. No, we don't agree that the sun is an object. So this is your baby right here.
So AV was calling it stupid philosophy wrangling for people to question whether the sun is an object, right? So what position?
Well, it is.
What position?
It is. How would you know either way? That's why it's stupid. And he's pointing that out, and you're just walking down the stupid path.
But you can take that argument and say, right, if I don't even know that, I have to take a hard skeptical position where I can't know most things.
Problem. That's what we're doing. No problem.
Right. So you can't even say what the Earth is.
No.
Yes, we can.
No.
There he is. He's going down the Edwards path now, right? You can't even know what that is. Okay, you've just entered the sophist paradigm where maybe we don't even know, right? So I guess
you're done. I walked in.
No.
What?
Understand me. I am not making claims about knowing what the sun is because I can't touch it, but I can touch the Earth. Does that make sense?
Right. I'm not saying that you're telling me exactly what the sun is. I was saying...
Right, so why would I even assume? No, we're not going to assume with you. That's how you guys got yourselves in this pickle in the first place. You go have fun assuming and see how that works out. You'll end up with a globe Earth. Which it's not.
The hard skeptical position, you realize if we go down this route, is just saying, I can't possibly determine what shape the Earth is.
No, the hard skeptical position is some things we just can't know and some things we can't test, and that's where we're at.
And that's correct. We don't know what the shape of the Earth is. We can't know that. We can't leave Earth to find that out. We know it's not an oblate spheroid, though, because we're measuring horizontality everywhere. We're not finding the curvature anywhere. So we know it's not oblate. We know that. Don't know the shape. Yes.
No, you can't.
No, you can't say no because that's what it is. That's why we're flat earthers. That's why. It's not no at all. You see, if you say no, that means you've measured the curvature. Please show us. Thank you.
Jin, do you live in the UK?
I was born in the UK. I'm in Japan at the moment. But what about it anyway? Go ahead.
Okay. Right.
I know the UK like the back of my hand, so carry on.
Right. Well, if you were ever willing to come to the UK, right, I could meet you.
Nobody cares about that, bro. Just get to the point proper, man. What we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
anybody
we can't
listen, you, Cosmos, Cosmic, whatever you call yourself. If anybody, even you, wants to challenge the position, you can do so. But don't get off the position and talk about come to UK and whatnot. Just talk about the point.
Yeah, and the point is, did you measure the curvature? Because you're saying no about the flat earthers. We're saying to you, we've measured. We don't know the shape. We know it's not an oblate spheroid because we've gone out
Don't
and
waste your
measured.
time on these retards.
Sorry?
Hey, Rod. Just mute up. Stay muted, bro.
Right. So you understand, for the sake of argument, AV, what were you talking to that guy before me? Right, when you were saying this is stupid philosophy bullshit, we're not doing this. Like we right. Can you clarify, because it seems we've just gone back on that now.
No, we're not going back on that. He was basically saying our observations are not being able to be certain of. Like I was saying, we observe the sun moving across the sky. Yeah, we know that it's a light and it emits heat. Those are some things that we can know. And he's like, well, we can know that it's light, we know that it's heat, but we don't know if it's moving across the sky. We don't observe that. I'm like, bullshit, dude. Everybody can observe that. If you make a claim that you cannot not observe the sun move from one portion of the sky to another, then you are going to be the one that's, thinking of like the solipsistic worldview where we can't know anything to be true. That's why I said it was bullshit.
Right, so we can say basic premise in this argument: the sun has at any one time a location.
What do you location? Yeah, it's moving across the sky. So when I see it wherever it is, it's in motion. It's moving. Yeah.
Yeah, but it must have at any point in time a location.
I mean, what do you mean by that? Like
it's actual, in the sky. It's in the sky. Okay, there's the location. In the sky, moving.
Hey, can I ask a question, panel? Chat, let me ask you a question. Cosmos, can you say that about a rainbow? Can you say that about a rainbow?
What, a rainbow has a location?
Yeah, can you say that about a rainbow?
A rainbow's not technically a thing.
There you go, exactly.
Yeah. And the thing is, you're saying it doesn't have a location, but we all see it in a place away from our distance.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying the sun is like a rainbow, but you're saying it's like an object that must have a location. Well, there's light phenomena taking place in the sky, like a rainbow, that doesn't necessarily have a location. I would say the sun is probably closer to that than like some sort of object type shit.
Right.
But
okay,
that might be a hot take.
So we're necessarily saying as well, the sun doesn't even.
The sun, I get.
What?
Go ahead. What?
Well,
you're running on fumes, Cosmos. Like, I don't think you're bringing the point proper, man. You're just like, you're a hot mess. You want to make some sense out of like Eratosthenes, and I told you, there's nothing you can gather from that other than you need a horizontal baseline, which is the Earth that you're utilizing for your angle measurements. So
right now, we're trying to just make sense of our premises so we can go forward.
Well, let's clarify.
Your premises.
Your
premises. That's your premise.
Right. So you keep saying it's my premise. I say I'm in a room right now. Is that if you were there with me, is that my premise? Or is that both our premise?
Dude. What are you doing?
Why do you
it's
do
gotten
that,
ugly.
man? My God, bro.
You're still not, because you know you're making a ridiculous counter argument.
No, what you're doing is you're cutting to the chase. You're not cutting to the chase. That's why Miggy's getting exasperated. Get to the chase, get to the point. You're trying to use Aristophanes to prove curvature. You've been debunked with that. Can you now find some other methodology? Because the Aristophanes is not working for you, unfortunately.
It only proves a flat Earth. Like I've told them this.
So triangles don't work, and it proves a flat Earth. So fuck you. That's the counter argument.
Have you,
Cosmos? Let's start over here for a second, Cosmos. Let's start over. How about we just end the idea of the agreement ladder? Since you guys love agreement ladders, why don't you just make a claim and we'll see what happens?
Yeah,
right.
He's a worry.
But we've not even. If I make a claim, right, and we're not even agreeing that the sun emits light when we did before.
No one said that.
No one said that.
No one said that.
You have hearing issues like Arab.
Does a rainbow emit light or reflect light?
I hate when they do this, bro. I hate when they do this.
Yeah. Well, that's why they should just.
So it's back to the agreement ladder.
Just mute the guy.
So we're back to the agreement ladder, which I told you not to do, which is the agreement ladder.
The questions to continue the conversation, isn't it?
Dude, why did he mute him, dude?
Here's a question, Mez.
We're grown ass people.
Here's a question for you, Mez. Will you be able to text anything in the chat before I kick you out of here? That's a question.
He's gonna try. He's gonna try.
Go for it.
Try it, Mez.
It doesn't matter either way because you're still getting kicked. That's the fun part.
It'll be a race too.
Oh, that's Mez. Oh, he's easily cookable, bro.
Yeah. Well, not only that, man, but he's a ban on site.
Yeah. He tried the Aristophanes thing. Just wasn't working for him.
Yeah, but we do want to take.
Let me ask you: if you come to the UK,
we haven't talked to Arab. So why is he all triggered? Was he just getting upset because the speakers were getting like shellacked or what?
Dude, I'm not upset, dude. I don't really care, dude. I'm just saying flat earthers are kind of retards in my opinion.
But
like, you guys are low life.
Lovely critique, dude. Lovely critique. So can you tell us a claim for the Earth being a globe to see if you can substantiate it? Let's see what you got.
I have a question, though. I have a question for you, flat earthers.
No, bro. Just give us a claim.
Means why does it like if the sun?
Remember when you said you weren't low IQ and you don't have hearing issues? I just asked you a question. Well, actually, we told you to make a claim. So since you don't have hearing issues, respond appropriately.
Dude, I don't have a claim. I just have a question.
You have hearing problems.
But I don't want to make a claim, though.
So that means that you don't know if the Earth is a globe, yeah? Because you would make a claim, say, I know the Earth is a globe, and you'd be able to tell us how. But since you can't do that, it sounds like you are not able to do it either, just like the guys who were speaking before you.
Nah, I just don't want to waste my time on retards.
Yeah, because you can't.
Okay, that's fine,
bro. You can't do it.
That's fine.
Question, though.
How about this, Arab? Arab, how about this? So let's talk about the claim or your opinion that you think flat earthers are retards. Why is that?
Because, dude, all you guys do is like, tell people like in the streets, the Earth is flat. Like, you're wasting your time, dude. The Earth is not flat.
Okay, great. So there's a claim. The Earth is not flat. What shape is it then? What is the contour of the surface of the Earth? Sphere. Okay, there's a claim. You made a claim, everybody. Okay, back up your claim.
Yeah, prove it.
I said I don't want to waste my time, though.
Because you can't do it, right?
Well, then I guess we don't want to waste our time with you. No, see, we're asking questions. It's kind of a back and forth here. You made a claim. We already asked you a question. You didn't want to answer it, so now you're going to be muted. See how easy that was?
I'll answer the question.
Great.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys literally reject all the evidence that gives us our scientific models and actual usable technology with nothing to replace it.
That's what you got.
So is that models that no worries, Jin? Jin, hold on.
Reality is it? Is it?
He says we're rejecting the evidence. Yeah. Jeez, Jin. He says we're rejecting the evidence. So what's the evidence?
Yeah.
The breadth of the entire scientific community. is just wrong.
Already the
according to you.
scumbags, you mean?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. They're all scumbags, they're all fake, and they're all liars, right?
So the breadth of the scientific community is evidence that the Earth is a globe? That sounds retarded.
Oh, yeah, if you don't know anything, it does.
Okay, so give me one example of measurable curvature over distance, drop over distance, that we can verify.
Sure.
Maybe somebody from the scientific
the
community
photos
has...
from the moon.
No, not me.
Go take a look at the photo from the moon's looking at Earth.
You. Is that measurable?
So, and that's another thing, too. You guys are absolute imperialists, right?
Yeah. Is that something that we can verify? But I know it is. Let's see if you know how we can verify it. Ready? Go.
It can't be verified because you are...
There it is.
Oh, you can't verify that the photo from the moon is actual Earth curve? That's not good for your globe paradigm.
You're right. It's just a spinning ball. It's.
No, I didn't say it was a spinning ball. You did. So somebody has a photograph, and you said we can't verify if that's actually Earth curve we're looking at. So now what do you do?
Oh, you're going to unmute me.
Yeah, I asked you a question.
Yeah, the curvature, right? What is the definition of curvature?
Oh, you get the curvature measurement and the definition for me, please.
What is a curve, right? I would say not a straight line, right?
Yeah, what is it?
So when we look at the photos from the moon and we see around Earth, that's curvature.
So how do you verify?
Dude, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't
see the Earth on the moon.
I know. So you see a curve. Is that a measurement that we can verify? Yes or no?
No. You guys don't have the tech.
Okay. So you don't have the technology. Why is it our burden? This is your burden. You said it looks curved, and he ran away.
He sees the Earth on
Who
the moon.
else? Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
Let's see if Cosmos here has decided to abandon the agreement ladder.
Yeah.
Cosmos, you want to make a claim?
Well, it's just we seem to be contradictory in how we view motion here.
What?
There we go. He's back on
motion.
Shit, bro.
So you don't want to make a claim. So the Earth is not
Going in
spinning.
circles. If you're talking about motion,
Here's my claim. If something is moving at any point in time, it has to have a location.
Okay, prove that.
What?
Isn't it? It's moving through the location. It's moving.
What is the thing?
Right, are we disputing this? If something is
Why don't
moving
we get to the
at any
thing?
point in
I'm not going to
time,
agree with that.
have a lo-
I'm going to shut you up because you ramble. Number one, what is the thing? Is the thing a light? Is the thing a hammer? What is the thing in this specific instance?
Yeah.
The sun.
What is the thing?
The sun. Okay, what is the sun?
We could just say a thing, right? A thing.
Does this thing have physicality?
Well, what are you asking here?
Got him.
Does it have physicality?
If it's pretty
Is it a physical
simple,
object?
really easy question. Yeah, is it physical?
It has to be physical. Yeah.
Oh.
Unless it
has to be. Shut up. So it has to be. Why does it have to be?
Are you an idealist?
Oh no, just answer the question.
It doesn't matter. Don't ask me a question. Yeah, why? Why does it have to be?
Because if I talk about the physical world and then I say there is non-physical stuff in the physical world, I'm creating an exclusion. So I'm talking about something other than the physical world, aren't I?
Well, like a rainbow?
Physical?
Well, the physical world is the physical one.
Dang, mate,
right?
you're on the same page, bro.
Is the sun part of the physical world?
Is it? Is it? Let's agree. Is it?
I'm asking you. I'm not agreeing on anything. I'm asking you.
He thinks you're agreeing with.
Right. My P is yes. Can you give your not P?
No. You're making claims, dude. So you are saying it is. How would you verify that the sun is physical?
How would I verify that it's physical?
Yeah.
It's It's literally part of the physical world.
Is a rainbow physical?
You're just chanting and repeating yourself. I need you to verify that the sun is a physical object.
So you could say what the rainbow is actually constituted of. Yes, it's.
I want you to verify that the sun is a physical object. Don't run away from that.
In what sense?
Well, verify physicality. How would you go about doing that?
What, the light is physically hitting my face?
No, nope. I didn't ask you about the light. I said the sun.
That the sun is physical.
Check the chat, Cosmos.
Yeah, no, Rainbow. I agreed with you. I agreed with you, and he muted me.
No, you said it was physical.
No, it. Okay.
It's in the physical world, though. Also, somebody's. Says you got a bit of a wind in the background.
My bad.
No, you're good. Hey, you're on a roll there. Keep going. I just was pointing out. He's like, everything in the physical world must be physical. Then we have rainbows in the physical world, and that's not physical.
Yeah, because you're trying to establish what are you talking about when you say a rainbow. If you're talking about the concept
knows
of
what
a
that
rainbow.
is.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the concept of a rainbow, right, you're saying a rainbow is the result of its constituent, like refractions and reflections of light through like water droplets. So that's what you're calling the physical.
Okay.
Right. If you ask any search engine, is a rainbow a physical phenomenon? What will it tell you?
I just did.
Who cares?
Yeah, let's see it. Is a rainbow a physical phenomenon?
I just did that. It's in the chat, bro.
Right. Are we just like, is it like a group of do you guys just role play as 5-year-olds? Is that
So isn't it interesting how you get wrecked? So you got wrecked because now the internet that you were going to appeal to, I'm just going to go ahead and mute your dumbass so we can, end this point.
He's
so
getting
you wanted to
frustrated at the
appeal.
guy spamming Nelson's laugh.
Yeah,
He
getting roasted.
He wanted to appeal to Google, so we went to Google. Google didn't agree with him, so then he wanted to talk shit about us, which is pathetic, by the way. But so we don't have any verification that the sun is a physical object, so I guess we're pretty much done here, aren't we, Cosmos?
We just cooked him on 2 points. He said, well, it must be moving and have a location.
Yeah.
Something moving must have a location. Well, the rainbow. We just cooked him with a rainbow.
Oh, bro. That's... Hang your head in shame.
The interesting thing about the globe paradigm is that the sun is also in an apparent location because the light that's supposed to be hitting us from a 93 million mile away ball takes 8 minutes. So the sun isn't actually where you see it. That blows.
Oh my!
It wouldn't matter if you had like more than 2 brain cells to work with.
Yeah, so now it's ad hominem because you still are getting wrecked.
Yeah.
He's just upset right now. He don't know where to go. He's just like.
Can we do an experiment?
The are popping out. The springs are bursting out his head.
Cosmos, can you make a claim instead of all these hypothetical experiments that you want all of us to go through? You make a claim. That's your new job from now on in here. Make claims and support them.
Right. Okay.
That would be nice because if we're taking these long, winding trails of questions that don't really lead anywhere, make a claim, dude. Come out with your point directly.
I can't even make a claim.
Yeah, we know. I believe him.
Yeah.
So things are tough all over, huh?
Would you come to the UK?
And do what?
I would get your bookie for sure.
Guys, honest question.
But
Were you
Here we go again.
were you bullied at school?
Bro, here we're bullying you. What
Who
is
was
it?
bullied in school?
I know. That's why I know. That's why I'm asking, because it's often a phenomena for people who were subject to like harsh bullying at school.
all right, Cosmo.
Wait, Creation, you were bullied in school, bro?
So we'll talk to Cujo now.
How did you know, Cosmos?
So you
Like you're reading my autobiography.
Can we at least admit this?
Damn, why'd you mute him, bro? He was coming up with some good points.
He's not.
No, we want to hear you throw down.
Shit.
We want to hear you throw down, Cujo. What you got, bro?
What you want me to throw down?
Tell us how the Earth is a globe. And, make a claim and then back it up.
All right. So I got on my computer. I went on Google Earth, and then I just saw like around Earth. There.
What, the cartoon?
No, it's Google Earth.
Yeah, it's a cartoon.
No, Google Earth.
Yeah, a cartoon.
Google Earth.
It's a cartoon.
That's a cartoon, bro.
Google Earth, man. Google Earth is never wrong, bro. It was Google Earth. See how I just proved my point?
Right.
Like, look. Now how
Hey, you prove your point. Yeah, it's a cartoon, yeah.
It's good. How is it a cartoon?
It's not a real globe, is it? You're standing on the thing you think is a globe.
I'm standing on what you mean.
You think you're standing on the thing that you're pointing to in the cartoon.
It's not a cartoon, it's Google Earth.
Does it look like a cartoon?
Nope.
Really? It looks real?
Nope. Yeah, it really does, man.
Is it a live video, bro?
You've never seen the Earth like that, bro. Relax.
Yes, I have.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
Okay,
have.
let's see if your logic holds up. Let's see if your logic holds up. If you see a photo of Santa Claus, does that make him Santa Claus?
Absolutely.
Oh boy, well that answers the question right there, folks.
So I mean, your point,
again.
I mean, I think I'm right. I think I just proved you guys wrong. So I mean, I don't know. I think we can all agree. I just won this debate.
I think you're tweaking, bro.
No, I think I just won this debate.
You're tweaking, gang.
No, I think we can all agree I won this debate. Prove to me that the Earth is flat.
He's doing the Shooter McGavin. Heretic. He's doing the Shooter McGavin.
What? Prove.
Yeah, simple,
I don't want you to prove it.
Yeah, simple, man. Water's flat on the surface, bro.
Water's flat on the surface.
Yeah, you go ahead and debate that. See if you can.
That shit was
tell
like
me water. Tell me water's not flat. You telling me water's not flat on the surface?
The water
Come at me, bro.
is flat on the surface.
Yeah.
Brother.
Yeah, you know it's true.
Absolutely
That's
disagree.
why you said that.
Because I looked at Google Earth and I saw it was a globe. So I think that
Dude,
you're
it's
wrong.
a cartoon. It's a cartoon. I'm gonna point you to some real water outside when we go to your swimming pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. Not a cartoon globe, bro. That's what you're doing.
What you mean?
No, what do you think I mean? I mean like the water's flat when you go outside.
Huh? Really?
Yeah. I mean, water's flat. Water covers the majority of the Earth. Therefore, Earth is flat. Pretty simple logic, bro.
Have you never seen a body of water?
Wait,
Kidding
so
me?
I'm confused. If the Earth is flat, how does the sun get to the other side? So like basically when the United States is in the dark, when it's nighttime for us, why? How is it night? How is it daytime for China?
What about the water part? No. Let's stick to the water. I want you to contest it.
No,
I want you to contest it, bro. No, we're going to stick to the water. No, we're sticking to the water, Cujo.
States, but it's nighttime.
No.
In China. How does
we want a concession on that? We want a concession on that.
Does the sun just go like
we
in a
want a
straight line?
concession or a contention with it.
I'm confused. Does the sun just go like in a straight line? Like
yeah, I'm confused. Are you of the opinion, or do you agree or disagree that the surface of water is flat?
I'm just saying this. The sun like
do you disagree or agree that the surface of water is flat?
Go under the flat Earth and then come back up?
No, bro. We're not going there.
What do you mean we're not going there?
You got your tracksuits on. You're running from the question, bro. That's what he's saying.
How does the sun rotate? I'm confused.
But you forgot about water being flat, homie.
Okay, we're going to throw out the whole water thing. Let's go answer my question now. How does the sun rotate?
But did you agree with me? Did you agree with me that water's flat, though?
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with you just so you can get off the top.
Yeah, that's word. That's word.
But how does the sun rotate? Like, can you explain it? Does it like go under the flat Earth and then come back up? And then does it like, or does it like just go in a straight line and just go to China to the United States or something like that? You know?
So you agree that the sun moves above the flat Earth?
I mean, I would assume if you guys think it's a flat Earth, I mean, does it like just go under the flat Earth or something like that and come back up?
No, you just agreed with us a second ago that the water is flat on its surface, remember?
Okay, we're off the water thing. Can we forget the water thing?
No, that just confirmed that the Earth is flat. You didn't know that, did you, when you conceived it?
No, I didn't confirm it. I said I agreed just so he could get off the topic.
Right, but you agreed. So 70% of the Earth's surface is water. On the surface, it's flat. And so you've agreed that at least 70% of the Earth's surface is nice and horizontal and flat. So now you're telling us about how the sun moves across the flat Earth. You're becoming a flat earther quite quickly.
I'm asking a question. How does it happen? I mean, you're an expert on this.
Oh, we don't know anything. No, we don't know. Who here said that they were an expert about what happens with the sun? Who said that?
What you mean? If you know it's a flat Earth, how do you don't know how?
I'm asking you what you mean. You tell me who said they were an expert about that.
So do you think that this Earth is flat?
No, I know it is. At least 70%, because the surface of the water, as you agreed, is flat.
So you would have to know how the sun operates with the Earth, right? If you know.
Why would we have to know how the sun? It's interesting. You know how the sun is. Why are you freaking out, bro? How come you can't figure out that the sun is not the Earth? You realize they're two different things?
Yeah, I know that they're two different things, but you would obviously have to know how the sun operates.
No, why would we obviously have to know? Why would we have to obviously know?
What do you mean, bro? What? Okay, now you're just trying to twist my words, man. Like, this is like fun.
Not really at all. I know, you should probably bail out right now before it gets too ugly for you.
Man, I know I'm right. I'm winning this debate. So tell me,
there's no debate here.
Since
you already told us that 70% of the Earth is flat, remember?
Okay, since you think that the Earth is flat, and I'm not saying that you know, but
well, you do. I wish you could be concise. It's really simple. You already agreed that 70% of the Earth's surface is flat. So this is your claim now? Or are you asking yourself a question? Or is it rhetorical? Which one?
You said what?
Right. What?
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Why not?
Because it's going to be a bullshit question when you already agreed that the Earth was flat.
What do you mean? We're talking about the sun and the Earth. They correlate. They're two correlating.
Yeah, no, they don't. How do they correlate?
They do. How do you think? What do you mean? We get sunlight. What you talking about?
Yeah, we do get sunlight. What is the correlation that you're drawing between the two of them?
We get sunlight from the sun. What do you mean? How does it?
Yes,
correlate?
that's great. Maybe repeat yourself again. What are they? What's the correlation?
Oh my gosh! Now you're trying to get into technicalities. I see your game. I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Right. I'm asking really specific questions about the things you say. Yeah, that's my game.
Question. You kept getting off of it. You keep going back to the water thing, man. I'm trying to ask you a question.
I didn't talk about the water at all. I asked about the correlation that you just claimed.
What you talking about?
How are they correlating? How are they correlating?
Okay, can I ask my question? The one I had, and will you answer it?
Well, I haven't gotten an answer to my question about the correlation that you're drawing. What's the correlation between the two?
I mean, we got the correlation because you wouldn't let me ask my question.
Dude, you said that they're correlated. Okay, how are they correlated?
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, you said you know the Earth is flat, right? Correct. Just say yes or no.
Yes. And so do you. Yeah, you do too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying if you know this. I'm sure you don't. I'm just asking, how do you think the Earth operates with the flat Earth? I mean, the sun operates with the flat Earth.
I already told you. I don't know. It goes over our head and moves, like you said earlier.
I mean, but like, does it go in like a straight line or something like that?
Well, I don't know. It's an apparent location, so it's kind of hard to say what exactly it is doing. But the apparent description of it is it moves in an arced path.
What is that? What is that? Is it like just go? What do you mean?
Well, obviously, it takes an arc between horizons, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the apparent thing that it does. What it really is doing, we don't know. Because we can see things in the sky take an arc path, but they're going straight. So it's hard to say what exactly it's doing.
Hey, man, you're really knowledgeable on this subject. Hey.
Yeah, but I'm no sun expert.
You not?
Is that the only question you had?
Yeah, man, that was my only question, man.
Okay, cool.
I just thought you were like an expert on this and stuff like that, you know?
I can't be a sun expert. Never been to it, never touched it. Don't even know if it's a physical object, to be honest with you.
Dang, man. Now let's go back to Google Earth. So do you believe Google Earth?
Is it a religious system? Is Google Earth a religious system?
Nope, it's a website.
Oh, I don't believe in websites. I mean, I know that websites exist, but it's hard to kind of believe in something that's just a website. You know what I mean?
Why wouldn't you believe in the website? I mean, Google Earth gets like $20 million from the U.S. government every year. So, I mean, why wouldn't you believe it?
What is there to believe about it? Are you talking about the big CGI ball that they show you on the start screen? Do you think that's the Earth that you live on? The CGI art?
Absolutely.
So you live on CGI, do you?
No, I live in the big globe that they show.
Oh, the globe. Okay, so is it curved on the surface?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you show me how you measured that?
Okay. So I don't even have to show you, man. I'm just gonna need you to look up Google Earth, and we're gonna take pictures and measure it.
I want you to measure the actual Earth, not the CGI.
What do you mean? The CGI Earth is the actual Earth. I mean, it's the one we're on, right?
Okay, so that's right. You said you think you live on CGI. So there's no point in talking to you anymore because you're an idiot.
It's literally we're literally on the CGI. How am I an idiot, man? You can't even...
That's the end of you.
Get out from computer.
We got the duck in the house. Who else we got? Does the duck have any globe evidence? Maybe some measurements? No. Let's see if Cosmos is lying in here. Cosmos, who in here said they know what the entire Earth looks like?
What?
Who in here said they know what the Earth looks like?
What are you talking about?
Well, you just said in the side chat that these flat earthers say they know what the Earth looks like without a map or evidence. Who here claim they know what the entire Earth looks like?
Where did I say that?
It's in the side chat, bro.
Is it? Let's see.
They just know what the Earth looks like with no map or evidence. You don't even know what you're typing? Is your mom doing it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, your mom's typing for you. You should have her stop doing that. That way she's not making you look bad.
Mom, can you type a bit more accurate for me, please?
Okay, so your mom made a false claim. You're not the one that actually said that, so I'll go ahead and just ignore it. Or you could delete it since you didn't type it, I guess.
Mom, can you delete that one, please?
I mean, if she doesn't delete it, I might just have to kick you out of here. We don't want lives on the live stream, do we?
Mummy's not obeying.
That's not the... Okay, I guess you have to go then. Bye.
First, you make an assumption. Then you appeal to authority. And then you resort to ad hominems. And bam, you've magically proven the Earth is a globe.
Edgar quantifies this something.
The goat is returned, which is me. Obviously.
I don't think it helps when you. Yeah, it doesn't help when you claim to be the goat. Sounds kind of sad.
It was just a joke, bud. Just a joke.
Bad one.
Well, we got the flat Earth tag, so come on now.
Tony, do you think that this flat Earth thing it's ridiculous?
The what?
Do you think that this flat Earth thing it's ridiculous?
I wouldn't call it ridiculous. But you know, I'm not a scientist or an expert or anything, but when I study more, then I'll realize how ridiculous it actually is. But that's until I study a lot.
Okay. If you find out that it's ridiculous, you will come back here, or we will not ever come back here.
Oh, I'll come back here and debate once I figure out how ridiculous.
Okay. I will tell you my experience. If I find out in life that something is ridiculous for me, like saying some bad movie, you know, I will not go to watch that movie again, you know, because it's bad and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If I go to you know to watch cricket, you know, it's a ridiculous sport for me, you know. I will not go to watch again cricket, you know, because it's ridiculous. I will leave it like that. My time will be better, you know. I will choose better things, you know, whatever. I will watch scientific movies. I will watch launches of the rockets, for example. So, some stuff like that. That would be interesting for me. Yeah. I will never come in these places, but I think they are ridiculous. For example, that's only me.
Wait, you say what?
I will never go to the places when I realize that places are ridiculous for me. I will not go and visit them again because it's ridiculous. Why to go to there?
Oh, I just.
But you said that you will come when you find out that it's ridiculous. That's good. You're different from me. That's all right.
Yeah, I just like to debate, and I mean, at the end of the day, speaking realistically here, it doesn't really matter because, like I said earlier, if anyone was in here, like we're all gonna...
If that is the second point, if I think that something doesn't matter, something for me, I never go there and think I don't deal with that stuff. If something doesn't matter, you know, for me, I don't care about this. If something telling me, you know, Sasha, what, you need to stop the war wherever. If I say I don't care about wars, then it's I don't care about wars, and I don't go to spend my time to say people about peace, war, or anything. I don't care about that. And that's it. And I live my life, and I'm going. For example, you are here now. It's better if you're in cinema. It's better if you're with your girl, but you're still here, even if you think that this is ridiculous. I'm not thinking that this is ridiculous. That's why I'm here. But you thinking that this is...
Yeah, but I like to hear opinions, and then I like to debate. That's also kind of
you kind of come to the wrong place, right? Because this is an objective topic. This is not a subjective topic. So this is not about opinion. It's just about what's measured.
FEAMA, or make claim to debate. That means I would be allowed to debate.
Sure. So what claim do you want to make?
Oh, I'm not planning on debating right now. I just came back in here because I wanted to. I have free will. I have rights. I can do what I want. So there's no issue if that is there. I mean, you can block.
I didn't say anything about any of that. I don't know why you're going off on this tangent. How fragile are you?
No, I'm not at all. I mean, I think it's
okay. But I have rights. Why would you just declare I have rights? I have free will. That's kind of weird.
Well, I mean, I do. I mean, I'm not lying. Well, it's just Sasha was questioning why I'm still in here, and I'm in here because I don't know. I can be I'll probably.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I will not judge you. But I'm saying how I am. We are different. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, and that's cool. And you know, everyone's different in their own ways. Everyone has their own little thing. I don't know.
For example, if I see 10 miles of flatness and you see 10 miles of flatness, is that different or is it the same?
I don't know what you just said.
If I see 10 miles of flat surface and you see 10 miles of flat surface, is that the same or is different?
Well, technically it could be depending on our vision. But I mean, it should be the same if we have the same vision and the same perspective of it.
Yeah, let's say that we don't have problem with the vision. That I will not put inside. If I have problem with the vision, then I will not speak about something observing.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm deaf, I will not say let's listen to music.
Yeah.
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 That means we can come together in conclusion. It's 10 miles, it's flat, then it's flat surface, and we can call it. Look, this 10 miles is flat.
Is that why you think the Earth's flat? Because of only 10 miles?
That's why I'm thinking Earth is not a globe.
I mean, I'm not.
Let's put it like this. I think that you have problem with Earth flat. Let's say that it's not flat. Let's find out, is it curved?
Well, I think.
Because it doesn't matter. Let's see. I think that you're triggered with the word flat Earth. Let's put it that word never existed. We have only globe Earth. And let's do that measurement for the globe Earth is same. And then
I am triggered.
And then we will find out if we see 10 miles of flat surface, can we call that flat or we cannot call that flat?
I mean, technically it's not perfectly flat, so.
Not perfectly flat, only flat.
No, I don't think any part of the world is like perfectly flat. Like not even like concrete.
So
like there's still like.
So the water's not. Yeah, well, no one here is saying perfectly flat. It's a description.
Yeah.
Right. So in the globe paradigm, it must be 66 feet of drop and 10 miles, but that 66 feet of drop is not there. So it's flat. It's planar.
I mean, the water's flat, but that's because of gravity.
Yeah. No, why would the world would gravity make water flat, dude? That's ridiculous.
Gravity would make the water curve.
Well, and also, gravity. I meant to mean the tides and the moon holding the water in. I don't know. Once again, I said as soon as I got here, I haven't done a bunch of studies on this. This is just what I know as a little child. Okay.
So the tides and the moon are making the water flat? Explain that, please.
Something is. I don't know. Can't really explain it much because, like I just said, I wasn't even planning on debating. You guys just forced me into it.
Maybe keep reiterating the fact that you're not here to debate. I'm just asking questions. This is not a debate. I'm just having a conversation with you.
Well, it turns into one. Because you're.
Turns into what? A debate?
Not.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So it does. Like. Hold on.
Well, you do realize you're like on a debate Discord, right?
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay.
Well, I'm just curious how he came to the belief that the moon is making the water flat.
What?
Tides and stuff.
No, water is flat. You're right about that.
Okay. So 70% of the Earth's surface is flat. Great. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Nope. Hold on.
Made it.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Oh, you gonna let me talk? Please.
Yeah, sure.
The reason water can still be flat on a globe is because, back to gravity, I was right about that. Gravity constantly pulls it towards Earth's center, the Earth's core, creating a flat, leveled surface.
Oh, what core? Flat.
The core in the middle of the Earth, because it is a
Where's
globe.
that? You got a sample of that? I want to see how that was confirmed. Let's see if there's any kind of confirmation about that.
Let me ask him a question.
Okay, so wait, hold on. The Earth's flat.
Are you saying, when you say the water's flat, you mean it's like down on the ground? Because if they reference the pictures from space, quote unquote, that's not showing flat water. So, like, what do you mean by that?
It's flat, but it's in a globe. So, yes, it doesn't technically look flat. But say it wasn't a globe, then it would
be flat. Super fucking
It's
confused.
either
One more time. They have the pictures from space show curved water, not flat water. Can you acknowledge that?
So you're just acknowledging that the Earth's a globe. Okay, perfect.
No. I'm saying you're all over the place, bro. If gravity's doing stuff to water, it should be making it curved, like the pictures from space supposedly show. So
and
when
it
you say
does. You
it's
were
flat,
arguing
that's
flat.
our point. Yes, the water is flat. It does appear flat too, by the way.
It's leveled, but then it curves because the Earth is curved. Yes.
Interesting. So just to clarify, you're saying the water is flat or the water is curved?
Curved.
That contradicts literally what you said in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. So now it's curved. Okay, so where can we measure this curvature at of the water?
Technically, theoretically, you could get a ruler, but once again, that's not really possible because the scale of the Earth.
You're going to use a ruler to check and see if the water is curving? Tell me how that works.
Yeah, measuring tape. You can go at let's go California to Japan. Is that possible? Not quite sure. Don't think so.
And how would a measuring tape help with that?
And how what?
How would you use a tape measure to determine if the Earth was curving from one point to another across the surface? Please help me with that.
Because when you stretch the tape measure all the way it would curve over that long of a distance, but it's not theoretically possible because nobody's ever done that.
Why in the world would you use a tape measure, which is not any kind of rigid structure, to measure curvature drop over distance? It measures distance between points.
Okay, then you go ahead and do it.
Oh, okay, so we've used lasers across the water, right? 25 miles-ish. Those are good long tests where there should be hundreds of feet of drop, and it's not there. So, you know.
You did that yourself. You did that.
I mean, I didn't do it myself. A group called FE Core did that. A bunch of engineers did that. You want the PDFs?
Yeah.
The videos and the PDFs, you want that?
Not to me, please.
I want it from non-biased sources, not flat Earth. I don't want it from flat Earth.
Yeah, I actually want to see a scientist do that who believes the Earth's a globe.
So you want somebody who has a bias towards the globe to go ahead and tell you it's a globe?
No, so that they can do the experiment and then change their mind and say
it's not an experiment. Why are you saying experiment?
Believe the globe.
Because you're experimenting if the Earth's flat or not. Huh?
It's not an experiment, dude. It's not a cause and effect relationship.
Okay, what is it?
You actually go, like, you want to debate people on purpose? You're fucking retarded.
Okay, I don't care that much. Like, it's not that serious.
Okay, good. Great. So anyways, experiments have to do with the cause and effect relationships, not what is, right? Measurements, that's geometry. So we're not going to be talking to any scientists about this. Or an experiment. No experiments. Measurements.
Sorry.
You get the difference now? You get the difference now? Measurements, not science or experiments? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just funny. Sorry.
Oh, and if PhD, people were the only ones capable of understanding these scientific, process and stuff like that, why would they actually start teaching you that in like second grade, right? Because you want to be able to grasp it according to you, so it would just be a PhD thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Really pay attention.
The scientific method, we're taught that in like second grade, bro.
I don't know if I was ever taught that. I'm not gonna lie here. Oh, no, it was fifth grade.
Oh, fifth grade. Okay, cool. So why would they teach you that in fifth grade? Or do you think that you're incapable of understanding that then?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I can
really... Okay. So people that are in fifth grade can understand it, but when it comes to applying it in real life, they're incapable.
Yeah, because maybe they don't want to understand it or remember it. Like.
Oh, okay. But what if they do?
Then they remember it and they study on it more? I don't know.
I think you just rendered your argument moot. See ya.
What? Okay. Like, it's not that serious. This is fun to me. I like doing these things, even if I'm completely wrong. I don't care. Like, this is fun.
Why is it fun? I'm just curious. I want to see inside your soul for a minute.
I don't know. I think it's cool seeing other people's perspective on like the Earth and everything. I just think it's interesting, because everyone has a slightly different perspective. I feel.
Yeah, but it's not really about perspective. It's just what's measured. Like I said, this is not subjective.
So you 100% know for a fact the Earth is flat?
Yeah, of course. Everybody does.
Oh, everybody does now.
Yeah, even you. You don't use it as a ball ever, do you?
I don't use it?
No, you don't use it as a ball. You don't compensate for any curvature. You always describe up and down relative to a horizontal plane.
I mean, I want to go to space one day. I think it would be pretty cool.
Space doesn't exist. The one that you're imagining, the vacuum where you float around, that's retarded. That doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, you're right. So what are the lights in the sky again? Those are fake too?
No, they're lights in the sky. Who said they were fake? I see them. You see them. You don't know what they are though. No one does.
The stars, the planets, the galaxy, the nebulae.
Yeah, nobody knows what those are except lights in the sky.
I mean, scientists have studied them, but
Okay, how did they figure out what they were? How did they test them?
How did they test them? I don't know.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how I ask a question and then you re-ask it?
Why are you gonna cry? Like, are you okay? Like, gosh, stop.
No, I just think it's interesting that you repeat the question every time.
Okay, like, and the Earth.
Anyways, how did they test these stars to figure out their composition?
What does that mean? Forgot.
What are they made of?
Pretty sure like gas, dust, particles.
Okay, how'd they prove that?
No clue. I'm not a scientist.
Okay. How about the distance? How'd they figure that out?
I think that was through radio waves or something. I don't know. It's a good question.
So you don't know. Yeah. So these are all things that you believe, but nobody actually showed you how they know it. You just believed it.
Yeah.
But you use the Earth as a flat, stationary, enclosed plane, don't you?
I still think the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, but you don't use it that way.
I mean, I don't know if I use it that way. I haven't been outside the Earth. I don't know. Okay, let me give you this. You go on a spaceship. You go to space, whether you...
No one's going on a spaceship. We don't need hypotheticals. No one's going on any spaceships.
Someone straps you to a spaceship and kidnaps you. You go in the space, whether you like it or not.
Nobody's going to space. It's a hypothetical. It's like asking me if I've ever been to Narnia. Let's say someone takes you to Narnia, a place that doesn't exist.
Have you not seen a rocket ship go up in space?
I've been to Cape Canaveral. I didn't see a rocket go into space. No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't?
No.
You didn't see one take off?
I saw it take off. It went downrange. I never saw it go into space. Nobody ever sees that.
Well, yeah, because you can't see it anymore because it goes to space.
Oh, you can't. So, yeah, that's bad logic. It's actually affirming the consequent. You like to debate? Are you sure?
Yeah, I love it. It's fun.
So you enjoy losing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I don't care that much. Like, we're all going to die anyways. Why does it matter?
So now we've just went to, well, if I'm wrong all the time, we're all going to die anyways, so let's do things where I'm wrong all the time. Great.
I mean, do you ever think in the back of your mind that nothing really matters?
No, I never think that.
Well, I mean, it's true. Jobs, bills, everything, nothing really matters. I mean, it does for now so that we control the chaos and, the world isn't set on fire. But, when you die, that's it. Doesn't really matter, does it? So it's like...
Well, I mean, that's what you believe. I guess if you want to live according to that paradigm, which, by the way, I don't know if you've actually deduced that. I think you choose to believe that. How have you deduced that, by the way?
How have I what?
Deduced that that's what happens.
That you die?
No, that you die and that's it.
I mean, technically I haven't, but pretty sure that's it.
Okay. You're pretty sure. What would you say the percentage of sureness is that you have?
25. Actually, no, 50.
25?
50-50.
Well, that's still not sure. That's like, maybe.
Yeah, I don't base my life off of 100% fact. I can't do that.
Why not?
I'm not. I go to the pharmacy. I'm not 100% sure the medicine that I'm getting doesn't have poison in it. I'm not 100% sure I pay this exact amount for it. I'm not 100% sure of this and this and that and that. You can't base your life off of that. You just can't.
Well, there are certain things that you can be sure of.
I also base most of my life off beliefs and theories. Like, nobody's 100% sure if there's a creator, but nobody's 100% sure if there was a Big Bang, Nobody's 100% sure if there's space, like you. Nobody's 100% sure.
You realize just applying a little bit of logic and some deductive reasoning to this would solve a lot of your problems?
True. I don't feel like it, though.
You don't feel like it. So you choose ignorance?
Sure, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not.
There we go.
It's just not that serious. I don't get it.
You're right. It isn't that serious. To you, it's not that serious. There's really no point to anything, I guess.
In some perspective, yeah. In some way.
Okay.
That's I love life, though. It's fun.
But there's no point.
I mean, yeah. But it's still fun.
Fair enough.
And it doesn't mean I can't do anything. I can.
No one said that.
Well, you said there was no point. And that kind of signifies.
No, that's what you said.
I mean, eventually.
Okay. So I'll let you mutter with somebody else about how things don't matter. I'll go ahead and bow out.
Shoot. Dang, we're all quiet. Hey, I see the moon. Does anyone believe in the moon? You guys think that's fake too?
Hey, hold on a second. Before you just come in here and try to project things onto people, like, do you guys think the moon is fake? You may have to differentiate what it is that you're talking about. Everybody sees the moon. We call the thing that we see a moon. Does that mean that we think it's fake, or is it that we think the story about what it is fake? You're going to have to be a little bit more concise.
It's not.
Can we rephrase?
He's a weak troll, and hello, Jin. I hope you're well.
No, the weak troll ran away.
Yeah, that was really painful to listen to be honest. He was like embarrassing himself there. So is everyone in here all on the side of flat Earth, or we got any globies in here?
No, there's globe in here. There's definitely some globe in here.
Okay. Yo, Jin. Come on, someone in here must kick off a debate. I need to have someone to listen to us for dinner.
Alexandra, are you flat or are you globe? What are you?
I am on the side of curiosity, I guess. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, we don't know. And
so you're curious?
yeah, and I think
So do you think what you're standing on, do you think it's a flat plane, or do you think you're standing on a globe? I mean, which one?
From
You
my
gotta think.
perspective, it's certainly a flat plane. However, if I use my imagination, my third eye, and if I imagined I became like the size of a fucking galactic being that could hold the world in my hand, then I could see how, from such a minuscule perspective, it could appear as flat.
All right. Well, that's not the question I asked you, though. The question I asked you is, do you think you're standing on a flat planar surface, or do you think you're standing on a globe?
Well, right now I'm standing on a flat surface.
So you think the Earth is flat and planar? You don't think it's a globe?
Well, I mean, I just answered that question. You completely dismissed the answer, so I don't think there's any point in answering it again.
Well, you didn't answer it. You said, well, I could imagine a globe. We can all imagine it. I didn't ask you what you can imagine. I asked you what you believe. What's your belief?
I don't do beliefs. I do absolutes and facts.
You don't have any beliefs?
No. And plus, it seems like if I did have beliefs, it would be pointless because we're not allowed to use our imagination, right? But like belief kind of ties in with imagination and there we go.
Well, witness is non-responsive. Let the record show.
So I answered your question. You just chose to dismiss the answer. How was that non-responsive?
No, it's non-responsive. I asked if you believed in a globe or a flat, what you think, and you said, well, I mean, it looks flat, but I could imagine it being a globe. I don't have a belief. I don't, you just don't know. That's what you're saying. But when anybody says
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's literally what I started off by saying. At the end of the day, no one knows.
Why don't you just admit it? I know you're in a flat Earth channel, but don't be scared. You believe in the globe, just say it.
I don't do beliefs.
Yeah, sure. All right.
But I like the thought exercise. Do you know what I mean? I like using my so far acquired knowledge to hypothesize about what it could be. Because, like you say, at the end of the day, no one knows.
What do you mean nobody knows? There's plenty of people who claim to know. You're just saying you don't know. The only thing you know is that you don't know. That's all you know, is that you don't know.
So are you claiming to know or not know?
I didn't make any claim. I was asking you. You seemed to wanted a conversation. You want to talk about it. I tried to engage you. Non-responsive.
I wouldn't say you engaged me. You tried to jump me. You try to attack me. It doesn't seem like you're looking for a discussion here.
All right. Well, you got to look at where you're at. You're in the Flat Earth Discord. If you're not, you can't handle the heat. Get the fuck out the kitchen, bro. What are you doing?
There's no heat coming from you. I'll be honest with you. Literally no heat. I think, in fact, the opposite.
I think you're in the hot seat right now.
You are cold,
sir. You're not handling it very well.
But hang on, you asked me a question. I answered your question. You dismissed the answer. You're saying I'm not handling it well. You're just trying to attack.
Non-responsive.
See, look at this guy, man. He's non-responsive. He doesn't want to engage. Let the record show this man is non-responsive. He needs CPR. That's it. All right, I'm going to go find another podcast to listen to.
actually silent. Crazy. I'm getting the earth is whatever shape you want it to be.
Absolutely 100% flat and stationary.
Who cares? Who cares? Is that your girlfriend in your profile picture? Hello?
No, that's my wife, bro.
It's your wife. Does she think in flat Earth as well?
Yep.
So, Inject, can you please remove the derogatory F words that you posted?
Yeah, I will when you guys remove your previous.
Oh, no worries. So, I guess that's your the end of your time here, isn't it?
Is it quiet?
Oh, well, that didn't last very long.
Huh?
No, he's just here to troll and antagonize. So he goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, the minute he started asking about woman in my picture, that's when I knew it was probably over with at that point.
I just wanted to announce that I'm gonna be doing a lot of. Oh wait. I'm gonna be doing a lot of studying so that I can have a proper debate later. So.
On this topic?
Yeah.
It's not a debatable topic, dude. It's objective.
What does that mean?
You've heard of the terms objective and subjective?
Not in a while.
Okay. One of them is just about facts. The other one is about opinions. Objective is about facts. Subjective is about how people feel or their opinions about something.
Oh, I'll be here to prove you guys wrong.
Well, all you would need, I mean, you could do it now. All you would need is just verifiable Earth curve measurements.
Yeah, but that's not possible.
So then what are you going to do?
You have to be at an altitude of, I believe, around 35,000 feet, as in a plane, to verify and at least see the Earth's curvature. We're too small.
No, not see.
Measure it.
Not see. You understand? Not
Or
see
measure it. Okay.
Measure it.
Or to measure it.
Yeah. Nobody has measured Earth curve from 35,000 feet or 120,000 feet or 250 miles up.
Because it's not possible, really.
Right. So it's not possible. So there's no Earth curve that you can prove. It's over. That's why we're here. It hasn't been done. It measures flat. It's pretty simple.
It's not possible. The Earth's too large. Like, what? That doesn't make sense.
No, what doesn't make sense is you saying that it's too big, but you can't measure it.
That's just straight facts. That's what's
okay.
true.
So nobody's measured the curvature of the Earth. Then that's your final claim.
No, but there's so much evidence how it's round. I gotta go, but I'll be back in a couple of hours. Have a good one.
Evidence how it's round. So funny.
Man, these debates are getting shorter and shorter.
Yeah.
One guy said the same thing 7 years ago. He said, like, I will come back in 2 hours.
Yeah, that was Wolfie, 6020. He said, I'm a pilot. I'm going to go get you the data that proves planes are traveling in an arced path as they maintain a level flight at a specific altitude over a curved Earth. I'll be back. That's like, what, 8 years later? All right, how's this microphone connection sound? Like trash?
Sounds pretty good.
It's totally random, dude. It's the same headset I always use when I'm mobile, the same phone I always use. Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good.
Your roboting usually seems like you're in a bad coverage area or something, but I've never had a problem with your mic.
Well, there's been a lot of complaints throughout the years of the panel members and the guests having bad mics, which means that they're willing to donate to us so that we could quit our jobs and have a studio in all our houses so that every time we get on, every single one of us has impeccable mic quality, right? The answer is no. No one's going to sell any money for that. So we got to do the best we can, right?
Yeah, well, you're crystal clear right now.
Dude, maybe I need a Patreon and a GoFundMe and a OnlyFans.
Well, whatever you do it for her.
hey, you know what, dude? You know what guys should do? They should do an OnlyFans. So what they do is they purchase OnlyFans of women, and then they stream it to another channel, which is then selling it for like 1 cent, just to further diminish the monetary value that these women are getting.
I would support that.
So Drace was going to do an OnlyFans, where he's going to take his AI model and the language model, and then just have her talk about flat Earth. And she wouldn't necessarily be nude or anything. It'd just be like that same type of simpish interaction with the fans, to where they're like thirsty for any interaction they can have with a girl that's willing to talk to them. But the only thing she's willing to talk to them about is flat Earth. Say, hey, honey, I see. Are you home from work? And the guy's like, yeah, it was a long day. She's like, all right, why don't you come talk about flat Earth with me?
Oh, only flats.
Yeah, so people say, like, what does it matter that, we're hurtling on a ball through space and the sun is going to blow us up in, a bajillion years? Well, if you have no investment in your progeny, or that, the life will continue and the children that you have are valuable, then you might not choose to have children, or you might decide not to have a relationship, and you might decide to just be a cuck slave of the state, Be like, oh, kids don't matter, relationships don't matter, so I'm not gonna, get married, have a family. And the legal system sucks because it's actually been geared towards individualism rather than any type of tribal family identity. So it's not geared towards, a man and a woman getting together, staying together, and having their kids. Everybody's out to get their own because, we're just a dead, lifeless rock, and we just have to live for hedonism until we vaporize into nothingness. Yeah, you heard that right, friends. Imagining giant balls floating in space actually hurts reproductivity. Funny, the more you think about balls all day, the less babies you have. Kind of weird. Yeah, why are so many young men, fantasizing about one day we'll go to space, we'll find a race of alien girls who are actually nice and will, make us dinner, and then we can work all day and, bring home the alien cow. The wife could cook it. It's like, dude, that's never going to happen, dude. In a million years, in a billion years, it's never going to happen. Why don't you try having a family and a life now, here on this earth, the home you have? They're like, well, it's hurtling through space, and Bill Nye said it's filling up with junk, and Elon Musk says we need to go to Mars. So I just have to live in a fantasy land that only could possibly exist in another dimension or in the future, rather than actually live in the here and now. Yeah, so why they would lie about the shape of the Earth is it alters your entire metaphysic. It alters who you are, why you're here, where you're going, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. How much to pay, how long to go to work every day, how much the resources cost in the first place, how much you're taxed on those, double taxed, triple taxed, quadruple taxed, like on and on and on, like control every resource you ever use from cradle to grave, and all of your relatives, all of your children and their children's children, on and on and on, same thing, controlling every generation. So to those that say that it doesn't matter, you're just like a ostrich. Put your head in the ground and pretend that you're not hearing what we're saying. Go ahead. That's where you're comfortable, with your head under the sand.
Oh man, dude.
And we are live.
Sonny, I got a mission for you.
Okay. I know you've been trying to track me down. Yeah, cool.
A long time ago, Sonny, I had you take over something for me. Because there was something that wasn't going to happen because certain people weren't there to make it happen. I told you, make it happen for me, and you made it happen. That being said, you were half the man then you are now, which means you're better now than you were then. So that means you could take over more stuff and do even a better job.
Okay.
Right? So when it comes down to the way our forums go, a lot of times people aggregate towards a main one, and then we have like a second one, right? But we have 3 now, and we need to start trying to field all 3 so we don't lose them. So I'm putting together a team, which is going to be some of the more experienced people who are committed to our brand ethos. In other words, the overseers, and some other people who are going to be participators, to try to intentionally staff some of those other places. So, for example, if this place is more staffed and a conversation is going, rather than making the decision, okay, I want to go there to get in on that conversation, which means I'm going to be interjecting, I'm going to be stepping on other speakers, I'm going to go to this other place, which actually is kind of has an open dance floor at the moment. You see what I'm going? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And I was kind of intuitively picking up on that without you even saying it. And yeah, I kind of get the idea. Yeah, that's a good idea.
So, for example, there's a lot of new guys. There's a lot of new guys that have zeal for the topic. They come into our forums and they want to speak, but they always seem to be speaking over exposition that's already occurring, and they're taking it off track because they're not vibing with the people who are currently in play. And so some of the reason why they can't vibe that way is because they haven't actually come up through their own conversations, right? They're trying to tag along on other people's conversations. And so by allowing them to go to some of our other venues and actually feel the conversation themselves, right, and actually be involved in a conversation, then they are going to get that experience. And not only that, they're going to be able to give that experience to other people who aren't getting it because they're on a different server. They don't want to come over to the other server, right? So, like, we got to meet the people where they are rather than expecting them to follow us around. And that also goes for our own team. That also goes for our own team. We don't want our own team to just follow us around everywhere we go, because if that's what happens, then we actually aren't expanding. If we're just relocating and everybody relocates to the relocation, we haven't actually expanded, have we?
Yeah. So you're talking about rather than just having a vertical exponential change vertically, we go laterally and spread out to the other servers. That makes sense. I can.
Right. So we get the benefit. We get the benefit of those guys learning their own conversational experience without stepping on other people. They get the freedom to have the conversations without having to fight for the mic. And the other people in the other venues get to have those conversations as well, rather than be excluded, because everyone just wants to hog into the same stream. Now, that's not saying we aren't going to do that occasionally, but I want people to be intentional about it. So, for example, someone might say to themselves, you know what? There's a really good convo going on in politics right now. the guy who's speaking is doing some really good exposition. I'm going to go there, hang out, wait around, and interrupt him, and then, you know, rather what you should do is say, hey, there's something going on in politics. Everybody's already involved in the conversation. I want to speak. I'm going to go start a conversation over here where there currently isn't one. I want people to make that decision consciously. Say, I'm going to go and get something started.
That makes sense. Like, for instance, while I was listening to you, I went to Politics and Religion, and there's nobody in there. So that's a perfect example.
Right. Now, keep in mind, there's a few people that I told recently that they have something they want to talk about that they were supposed to put into a short presentation form, right? So they can do it. They could go to Politics and Religion, ping a couple of people like that are willing to be intentional, like you. Let's say you go over there, help them out, doing whatever you need to do. Maybe that requires you to be empowered with moderation powers, perhaps. Whatever it is, so we can facilitate you guys to get it done. You guys go over there. You got your guy who wants to do his little presentation on something new that he said. Now, I said little presentation in the sense that the people that I spoke to, I told them make it more smaller. You know, not 3 hours. You know, maybe 15 minutes. That way, the majority of the time during those hours is conversation with the people who are interacting. Because people can go, if people want a 3-hour presentation, they can just open YouTube and watch a 3-hour video. The benefit of our venues is that you can directly speak to people. Bam, bam, conversations, questions, answers, concerns, look things up live on the spot. Not just sit through a passive, boring conversation that's just being preached at you for 3 hours. So yeah, so get over there, do it. We make it as an event. For example, one guy was Apocryphon, wanted to do Aegis, right? So you go, hey, here's an event. This homie Flat Earth is going to talk about this weapon system and how it proves the Earth is flat, and then take questions. Boom, done. It takes all of about 10, 20 minutes to get that set up, get it published, get it advertised, get people interested that want to show up. And even if not a lot of people show up, do it anyway. Because eventually, the more you frequent that channel, the more people are going to see that events are happening. And guess what? You also need that experience yourself, right? Guys need that experience. So guys like APOC, guys like you, guys, some other guys can all hang out and support each other. Because that's part of it too. Like, you guys got to support each other in all these different venues and see how you interact with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It's a kind of a way of like sharpening the steel, you know, sharpening a sword, like getting better at what we do, talking amongst each other as well. And like, for instance, like bouncing things off other members, other flat earthers, like, okay, how would you approach this question? And we can start with a conversation like that between ourselves if no one else is there. Invite other people in, you know, and then take it from there. That sounds really good. Like, I'm willing to participate in that. So I don't mind doing preemptive work on spreading out like that. So I'll keep my eyes out. I'll try not to just pile on and be a fifth wheel in an already conversation, but go to the other place and spread out laterally. Sounds really good.
Yep.
So I could be kind of what's considered like a scout. I can scout around the other servers, see what's going on. Like, I'm scouting out English Hub. There's a few people in there, but not that many. But yeah, I don't even mind going to Politics and Religion.
So what I do, So what I do, Sonny, for some of the times when I'm coming in first, is I read all the new message sections and all the servers we're in. And I check the stats. I check out any of the complaints that's happened over the past time since I've been here. Any logistical issues that need to be addressed. You know, where different venues are. Like, and sometimes people to go here or go there. But we also need more organic encouragement, like you're saying, of guys like you and the other types of guys who want to speak, but then they're always running into this problem where like, okay, the topic's already going. I want to talk about my topic. Well, yeah, but we have venues where you could talk about it, and we got to start getting people to realize that and taking advantage of it. Because then what happens is you get more, you work on it over there, then you come back, and then maybe, everybody migrates to listen to your topic in the future. It's, we don't all have to fight for the same broadcast time, is what I'm trying to say. We have 3 venues, plus the home server, right? And, 3 to 5 people carrying a combo in one server. We have more than enough people to have 3 to 5 primary speakers and interactors, plus the guests and the Globers and the questioners for probably 7 or 10 venues, to be honest, depending on the time of day.
Yeah, it sounds good, and I'm willing to test out how to go about that. So, are you suggesting go to that no one's in politics and religion right now, so I could go in there. Are you suggesting that I look at the side chat? Is that what you're talking about, or is there another place that you were talking about looking at text where you were saying looking at the questions or the latest topic?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's what I do. But
okay.
You don't have to do that. You could just be as simple as saying, hey guys, I've noticed, I've been listening, and here's a few guys that want to talk about something. You haven't really got mic time. Let's go take care of that by having a concurrent broadcast about that topic over here. Just basically create opportunities. Because remember, we used to have the silver and golds, and they were given a time, right, to do the presentations themselves without other people being involved. So they got breathing room to exercise themselves, be on the topics they wanted to be on, etc. And that principle still applies, by the way. And it doesn't have to be by a specific, rank or anything. It just be this group of people wants to talk about this, right? So do it.
Yeah, it sounds good. So that being said, I think what I'll do is right now I'll go over to politics and religion, and I'll ping a few people. Maybe I'll make put in the text in the English Hub. See if anybody else wants to go into politics and religion. Yep. We could start off.
Another thing you could do is check in with guys who've expressed that they've got a point that they want to talk about. For example, I challenged Apocryphon to actually put his argument about that Aegis system in a presentation form, short form, like a PowerPoint, where he actually had graphics, maybe videos, maybe links to documents, citations, etc., that he could play off of and share. So maybe check in with him, be like, hey, how is that coming along? I heard about that. How's it coming along? Because we're going to start doing some events, and you've got one. One of the upcoming events could be you doing your presentation on the system once you got your little presentation ready.
Yeah, it sounds.
But I also told them. Here's another thing, Sonny. I also told them some people are scared to do that because then they think they're putting their name on a claim, right? But part of that is you don't have to put it as I've got all my ducks in a row. I know everything about this topic. It could be as interesting as this is something I came across. Here's the evidence I provided. Here's the conclusion I'm reaching. Let's talk about it. It doesn't have to be, hey, the Aegis system is A, B, C, and D, and therefore this.
Right.
And then you end up screwing yourself because you didn't do it right, or you messed up your argumentation, or you got an illegitimate citation. Well, he could present it to all of you guys, and then you guys can on the fly start investigating it, start critiquing it, start evolving the point.
Exactly. For instance, on here, I was in the text. We were kind of having a little back and forth. I was with Rob Noxious about triangles being used in celestial navigation, and he said triangles aren't used in celestial navigation. And I found 6 different sources with printouts with actual diagrams and so forth of triangles being used in celestial navigation. So, I mean, that's one point. I mean, that's another topic. But I like the idea of, like you said, the Aegis weapon system, and different systems like that. People that like Apocryphon. And Apocryphon, he and I have had some interactions with each other. He's good, a person to work with. He's got a lot of resources. He's able to use those resources. So quite capable people that, between us all, we have a conglomerate or a combined method of utilizing the knowledge that we have, and presenting different points from different perspectives. Yeah, sounds good.
Hey, Sonny, it also allows in a low, let's just call it a low threat environment where you're actually saying, okay, we're going to work together on figure this out, where you don't have to feel threatened like you're coming in and you have to have.
Okay, can I actually debate with somebody, or are we just gonna?
Yeah, you can. So when I finish my sentence, then you say excuse me, then you speak. How about that? Is that fair? So let me wrap it up with Sonny real quick. So Sonny, the point, like you said, is you can use all the different people together to do some actual work on the point rather than, making everyone an individual, So it's a team effort. All right. Now that that's over, Mr. Interjector that wanted to debate, what's up?
So who here is actually a flat earther? I generally want to speak to a flat earther.
Oh, me.
Like, no, like you're not just like whatever. You claim to be a flat earther. Like you say, I am a flat earther.
Pick me.
There's a lot of people claim to be flat earthers, and yeah. So somebody's saying, "Pick me." Why don't you pick them?
Okay. Why? Let me ask you a question before we start this debate. Why do you think the Earth is flat? And why do you not believe in modern science?
Well, the Earth measures flat. The water's flat. It's never been curved. It's never gonna be curved. So that's number one. Also, the Earth doesn't move. So whatever they're saying, when you say modern science, you don't really know what that means. But I understand what you're trying to say.
Well, you're acting like they're making claims.
They're
not making claims. They're telling you how it is.
Yeah, that's a claim, ding dong.
It's not a claim. It's a fact.
It's not a fact. It's a story.
It is a fact.
It's a bedtime story, bro.
Okay, Antarctica, for instance, is real. You know that, right?
No one said Antarctica was fake. Your idea of flat Earth is trash, bro.
Antarctica is real, bro.
No one said it was fake, bro.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, cool. Is anyone disagreeing? Have you ever had someone tell you Antarctica was
it seems like you have a flat Earth claim with the globe Earth model. That's the problem we have here.
That's like saying, hey, do you know China's real? Like, yeah.
Boy. People travel. People go around. Like, do you know the British fucking Navy? Like in the 1800s, like people sailed the Earth, my guy. Are you tripping?
Your idea of flat Earth is really, really bad. You're saying you can't sail on a flat Earth?
Dude, Christopher Columbus tried to go to India, remember? He didn't want to go to fucking America. He wanted to go to India to make a better trade to beat, I forgot who they were competing with, but Spain gave him money to create a trade route to go to India, and he found America.
You're yapping, bro. You're yapping. Yeah,
they thought the world. No, listen to me. They thought the world was smaller than what it was. Okay,
Yes,
they're
they
like,
did.
well, we'll just sail this way and we'll hit India. But no, when they went that way, they found America. Okay, and then if you go from California all the way, what do you run into? Japan, fucking China, India, and if you keep going, it's just a fucking circle, bro. Hello, what do you mean? What don't you understand?
You can go in a circle around something flat. Like, you're not really saying anything.
Okay.
Think about it like this: you have a house. You go outside your
Yeah,
front
you
door.
think
Walk
you
around.
think
Oh,
the
bro,
plane of the Earth is like a flat plane. I understand, bro.
You go outside your front door. You walk around to the back door, and then you continue around to the front door. You just went in a circle. Like, it's not hard to go in a circle around something flat, bro. You're not really saying anything. You're like, well, did you know Antarctica's real? What if I said, hey, do you know
Hey,
America's real?
the
Like,
problem
yeah,
is,
we
bro.
know countries exist. We know
The
countries.
problem with your claim is, dude, is
I haven't
that
made any
you
claim.
have two different day and night cycles. You have
What?
daytime on one side of the planet, nighttime on the other side of the planet.
Earth
Okay,
isn't a planet.
so if the world was flat, as you say, then
No,
everywhere would be equally
no,
illuminated as everything
no.
else. Yes,
I
bro.
started off by saying that's false. I started off by saying your idea of flat Earth is garbage. Your ideas of flat Earth are trash. Listen to what you're saying. If it was flat, there'd be daylight everywhere. You realize that flat earthers are here because of the way the Earth is right now, where it's not sunlight all the time. So you got to take your bad ideas of flat Earth and throw them in the trash, bro.
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about, but the
Yeah,
day
I'll
and
say it one
night
more time. I'll say it
cycles,
one more
the
time.
24/7
I'll say it.
sunlight in Australia, in Antarctica,
I'll say it.
or not Antarctica, yeah, Antarctica.
I'll say it one more time so it's super clear. Flat earthers are flat earthers because of the way the Earth is currently. So when you say, well, if the Earth is flat, it should be different. No, the Earth is going to be the way it is, always will be, always has been. That's not going to change. That's the flat Earth, the Earth outside where it's not daylight all the time for everyone. So, well, nice try though.
Dude, you're not a flat earther. Second off,
Yes, I am.
in the sky. Look at every celestial object in the sky. You think we're some flat plane 2D object? Get the fuck out of here, dude. We're not on some type of Mario Kart bullshit. Like, dude,
All right. Prove my point, chat. He's not even listening, really, but his ideas of flat Earth are trash. The idea that you have of flat Earth, no one believes in. When you say like, "Oh, it's not flat like that," you're right. It's not. Congratulations.
dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just saying, "Oh no, it's not like that. It's not like that. It's not like that." Okay,
what you're
obviously,
saying.
yeah, you know, yeah, Mr. Science guy over here, you know, dude, you don't know shit.
It's too low IQ in chat.
Every single hey, what's crazy is there's gonna be people living on the moon. And you're gonna be like, "Oh, that's fake. That's not real." We're gonna be doing all this crazy shit. You're gonna be like, "Oh no, there's no
That's
way."
fine. Are you okay, man? Are you good?
Holy crap, dude.
No, it's crazy, bro.
That's the equivalent. That's the equivalent. Yeah, it's crazy. Appealing to the
Yeah, hey,
future.
go down
Let
to
me do
Florida.
the same.
Hey, go down to Florida, dumbass. You can watch rockets
Hold on,
launch.
bro. We understand. So let's appeal to the future. So in the future, everyone's going to know the Earth is flat. It's going to be silly when people still believe in the globe, but everyone knows the Earth is flat. See how stupid it is to appeal to the future?
Dude, nobody knows the Earth is flat. The only flat earthers I've ever seen in my entire life are on Discord, buddy. I don't know what the fuck you're smoking.
So then, if that's true, then why did Brazil do a census of their own people and found over 12 million flat earthers?
Nobody cares if there's a bunch of people living in the jungle wiping their ass with leaves.
Oh, so it changed. What? You think Brazil is like an aboriginal jungle country? Are you kidding, dude?
I don't care about your pygmy status. All right, we're talking about actual countries here.
Brazil is quite literally an actual country, brother.
Hey, you know what? Why don't you move there? You have a lot of supporters. It seems like it.
Dude, I may move there. I may move there. The women are much better than American women.
It's crazy. You're a flat earther, bro. Like that's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
I mean, dude, you keep telling yourself that, and we all
listen to you. You're old.
Realize that you're trying to cope with the
obviously
fact.
you're old. Obviously you're an old guy. Obviously.
What?
You're not a young guy.
What's your point?
The
How
point
old am I?
is like
Yeah, how old am I?
old people are like retarded when it comes to the internet. They see one thing and they're like, "Oh, that's true." You don't know what the internet is.
Who
Like,
cares?
y'all are stupid.
Okay, if that's the case.
Go back to your radio.
Okay, brother. Listen,
Go back to your radio.
bro. Oh my god, dude. All right. Do you want to like I say 5 words, you say 5 words? You do want to say I say 1 word, and then you say 3 words through my words? Which way you want to do it? So if what you're saying is
I
the
want
case,
you to understand how to fact check yourself.
Yeah, I'll fact check you, dude. Here, get fact check there. So check this out, Holmes. You said that old people don't know what to do. Well, interestingly enough, they did a poll of people 18 to 35, and 40% said they do not accept the mainstream claim that the Earth is a globe flying through space. The mainstream consensus, they don't accept it. 40% of that demographic. So why is it the case that these people who are doubting the mainstream narrative about the nature of the Earth and the cosmos? Mr. U.S. State, let's hear it.
Dude, listen to me. Listen to me very carefully, okay? There's a lot of things that you have to make an opinion on. Politics, religion, where you want to live, your values, your morals. But there are certain things that are laws, okay? Things that don't change, all right? Things that are ever constant, universal constants.
Yeah, like the Earth
All right.
doesn't move.
So, because of this fact, we know for a fact that the moon is in a fixed orbit. The moon's in a fixed orbit. It does not rotate. Can you agree on that?
What in the world?
Can you agree that the moon is in a fixed orbit? Yes or no?
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Means that it does not rotate.
What? I think you got your claims confused, dude.
Okay. The moon does not
being in a fixed orbit. Being in a fixed orbit doesn't have
tidally locked.
Okay, there you go.
Do you understand now?
Okay, what does tidally locked mean? Yeah, what does that mean?
Gravitational pull does not allow the moon to rotate. That's why you only see one side of the moon no matter where you are.
No, that's not what it means. That's not what it means at all, dude.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No. All right.
Yes, it is.
Everyone heard you made that claim, so now I'm going to explain it to you. All right, now I'm going to explain it to you, bro.
Go ahead.
Holy crap, this thing is so slow. Hold on, I got to get...
Tidally locked means the moon rotates at the same speed that it revolves around the Earth, so the same side is always facing the Earth.
You dumbass.
Cool. So you don't think the moon's rotating?
Yeah, so you just got wrecked, Holmes. I know. If the moon isn't rotating, then we'd see something different, wouldn't we? This guy doesn't even know his own belief system. All right, U.S. State. Homeboy just explained it to you, and he asked you a question, so I'm going to unmute you to reply to him. Go ahead.
You do realize he just told you that the moon is not rotating, right?
Sure, moron.
You do understand that, right? Like, are you smoking crack?
Looks like you or Mama was smoking crack.
Like, you're a flat earther, dude.
I don't know. U.S. State, about 2 minutes ago, you said the moon doesn't rotate because it's tidally locked. So if you say that somebody who thinks it's not rotating is stupid, that's you.
No, I told you that the moon does not rotate. Do you understand?
Okay, and then Homeboy told you the accurate quote-unquote model that you're supposed to be believing in, and you forgot.
Yeah, he basically proved gravity exists, which you don't believe in.
No, what he said was you're wrong. What he actually said was, in a short form, is
Prove
you,
gravity
Mr.
exists.
USA, are wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, old
Wow.
man.
CB, I agree with you. I think your assessment that he forgot to take
Thank
his
you, old
sanity
man.
meds was correct.
Thank you,
But,
old man,
you are not
for
all
being
in that,
fucking
man.
useless to
You're in
society.
state. You're in State Department. You are not all in here, bro. Like your mind is not even up for this conversation.
Jin, are you there?
I'm actually in the age demographic that is considered the prime years for a male, in which the majority of differential age groups, which includes women that are younger than you, would be interested in. Kind of weird.
So you're like 30 years old?
Me that I'm in a detrimental position, right? But I'm actually in a superior position than you. So all of you said, U.S. State, is I don't know my own model, and I'm jealous of older men who are taking all the women that I want to date.
That sounds like an ad hominem.
Dude, look at the material we're working with here, bro.
Well, I just joined the VC though. I don't know.
No, see, the thing is, friend, is that we're insulting him, not doing an ad hominem fallacy, which is we attack the man in lieu of the argument. The other friend said to him, no, friend, in your model that you believe in, the reason we see one face of the moon, according to your model, is that it is rotating and therefore maintaining the same position as it crosses the sky from our vantage point. And then he said, people who think the moon doesn't rotate or not previously before he got corrected. The U.S. State Department pretending like he's having a contain his dumb arguments. Yeah, and so then we tried to critique why he was so upset that people that are older than him, who knows why but he was just using that as an insult. What you do? Why was he acting that way? He just said everybody believes the Earth is curved, and you just have to accept it as a given. And then he gave a bunch of statements that had nothing to do with the Earth, for example, the moon. And so what it really was, he was traumatizing and coping and trying to see for the fact that he can't prove the Earth is a globe, but he believes it, and he's jealous of us that we know the Earth is flat and that he's in a religious cult that he can't get out of because he's too much of a coward.
So do you guys believe in mass?
Define it.
Mass equivalent to energy gives weight in a gravitational field.
Mass equivalent to energy gives weight. So you didn't define it.
So mass is attracted to mass. Objects can have this property called mass, right? Just like they can have other properties. But do you,
right,
do you believe
didn't
it or not?
define mass.
I'm just going to say no. You don't. Okay.
Okay, whatever. So I asked you to define it. You haven't defined it. And then you say, I don't believe in something you haven't defined.
Hold on, I'm getting you a textbook definition.
Yeah, it's simple, bro. It's mass,
that's fine.
And then the definition.
Yeah, there you go. So you guys don't believe in mass at all. You don't think this is a property of anything or anything?
What do you mean, there you go? What do you mean, there you go? Hey,
I just gave the definition.
What do you mean, there you go? You didn't quote it?
Just look at, in physics, mass
Who
is
cares? You think everyone's looking at the chat?
There you go. Okay, fine. Even though you post
No,
shit in
I'm
chat
just
all the
listen.
goddamn time and refer to it, but I can't
Hey,
do that?
listen,
Okay, great.
that's great. That's great. That's great. Okay, all
Alright,
I'm doing is asking
anyways,
you,
that's
can you tell
detracting
us?
from my point, right? So let's talk about mass. So do you believe in fundamental kinematics? I'm talking like everyday kinematics. I roll a
All right. You haven't defined mass yet, dude.
Bro, this
Okay,
is
we're having a
crazy.
conversation with our mouths. I asked you to just read it out for us. So can you do that? Because we got. Hold on. Give me a second.
We went from that first guy to
There.
this.
Are you going to let me read it now, or are you going to cut me off in mid-sentence again and said nobody cares?
Nobody said that, dude. So now we put you back on mute. Okay, so I was in the middle of asking you to read it. Okay, rather than let me finish my sentence, you started plowing right through me. And so, of course, my first instinct is going to be to finish my sentence or take offense to being plowed through, right? I was never not going to let you read it, okay? In case you didn't know, dude, there's more people than just you and me, right? So we're asking the audience as well as myself why you read it. Yeah, I'm 100%. Treated. I'm going to mute you. For the love of God, read it. Holy crap. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, now I can't even unmute the kid. Right, can someone unmute him?
Who is it?
Well, what? He bailed.
That boy has an ADHD for like conversations. Call that CADHD.
Yeah, kinematics, I mean, it's basically just a kinematic model is just a description of how things move relative to each other. A dynamic model is the forces involved in how they move. So he's attempting to equivalate a kinematic model and a explanation of the forces that fits the model as a creation of forces that exist in mass attracts mass, which he didn't define, which the definition he was going to read wouldn't actually properly define it physically. And he's then going to say that mass attracts mass, and mass, right, is a property of a body. And things move towards other things. Okay, let's say that's true. How does that change the structure of the shape of the Earth being measured flat? It doesn't. So he's trying to appeal to gravity, but he has no reason how gravity proves the Earth is flat or a globe because he hasn't actually provided measurements of the globe. So he's going to assume that his model results in globe-type shaped objects via a creation story, which he didn't witness. Because what really matters is not gravity or mass attracts mass. What really matters is the curve of the Earth. So by him trying to argue gravity in the first instance proves he doesn't know the proper claim, and that is whether the surface is curved or not. Because if gravity pulls things down, and that means that gravity is holding the Earth's water down to conform to the shape of the container and the equipotential surface, right? Then that water is either curved or flat. So the way you figure it out is just measure the water. If the water is curved, then he would be right that it's curved. But when you measure the water, it's not curved, so he's wrong. So according to him, gravity proves the Earth is flat. So I don't know what he was trying to do with that. I guess he's a flat earther, and we just mistreated a flat earther because of a miscommunication. All right, let me see what he posted. I don't see any post from him. Thought he said he posted the definition. Oh, here we go. Your mom is flat. In physics, mass is a fundamental property of matter that quantifies the amount of matter in an object. What the heck? That's what he posted? Is that what he posted, friends? He said mass is a fundamental property of matter that quantifies the amount of matter in an object.
Yeah, that's right. That's what he said.
That's like a tautology and circular, dude.
100%.
So basically what he said is, that, when I asked him to define mass, he said mass is matter, but it's the quantification of matter. So then not matter itself. How's that possible? When you actually parse out the like the definition there, you end up in a circle. Which is why some more advanced physicists said that the definition of mass is doesn't really work.
Mr. Batman.
What up? What about him?
Yeah, I just want to see if I can get him to a VC so I can talk to him.
Well, F.E. Batman is not the same as the guy that calls himself Mr. Batman, who is a theological apologist in the vein of a this is F.E. Batman, not the same guy, if that's what you mean.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries. But hey, he left. Dang it. Oh, but yeah, guys, Mr. Batman hates flat Earth. By the way. And he is in the server occasionally. He'll be in the theological debate rooms. He's one of those guys that likes to teach that you are obligated to the old covenant laws. That's his vein of apologetics. So I ended up getting the inability to mute and unmute that kid quickly because I was getting punished for unmuting my own mutes by the bot. That's weird. Because that might have actually been a good conversation. Like, why would someone come in here so indignant that we deny mass? Like, do you deny mass exists? Because you believe the Earth is flat? Well, I'm like, well, if mass means the quantification of matter in an object, and if the Earth has physical structure, then it would qualify at least in some way as an object of some type. So are you basically saying if we think the Earth is flat, we don't think that the Earth has any substance or structure? Like, what kind of retarded claim would that be? So if the Earth is flat, then substantial objects don't exist? Like, what in the heck, dude? Like anything in the world to not talk about the lack of surface curvature. Now he should have came in and be like, "Hey, do you guys deny that the surface is obviously curved?" That would at least be on point, right? Mass doesn't have anything to do with it. All right, I gotta take off. Hopefully, Jen will have a cool story for you and fill up some airtime. Make sure you aim them at the target. Otherwise, bad things could happen. No, I'm just kidding.
Not a lot going on here. The earth isn't flat. Your life is a lie. The earth isn't flat. Your life is a lie. You're living a lie. You are brainwashed. Lol. Lol niggers. Niggers. What? With respect to that horizontal plane of reference. So the land will either be in the plus or minus in regards to that horizontal plane, which will be your zero elevation. So sea level is practically used as a horizontal reference datum.
Yeah.
Yep. So not a curved surface, a flat one, a horizontal one, level. That's a lot. That's a lot of ocean. That's a lot of surface of the earth covered in flat level water. Can't be a ball.
Saying there can't be an ocean at the bottom or something.
I'm saying that since that's the properties of liquid and water, right? And it's claimed that 71% of the Earth is covered in water, right? That's 71% of the Earth's surface is water. Can't be a ball.
Why?
Because the property of liquid is the surface property of liquid is level, horizontal, flat. Remember how it's a standard for establishing horizontal planes of reference?
There you get like a balloon and you fill it up with water. Like the surface of that water is going to be curved now.
Yeah, because water takes the shape of its container. That's right. But it's a surface. If you force it, into an area where it has no freestanding surface, then it's going to fill the entire volume of that container. Then of course, and that container's surface is curved. Then of course, right inside where the exterior of the liquid is touching the interior of that container, that's going to be curved as well. But under its own devices, just allowed to stand at rest within like a fish tank, a cup, a pond, a lake, right? That sort of container where there's a freestanding surface. The surface is just going to lay flat and horizontal.
Well, yeah, you might observe the ocean being horizontal, and that's because you can't see a curvature.
we're only able to see in 2
Yeah,
dimensions.
it's because there is none. It's because there is none.
Can't see it.
Yeah, because there is none. It's not observed. It's not measured. It's not used as such. So the way it looks is the way it measures, flat, and the way it measures is the way it's used, flat.
So what shape do you think the Earth is then?
Sorry, can you repeat that? What shape? What?
What shape do you think the Earth is then?
It's. I said that before. It's unknown.
Why is it unknown?
It just hasn't been determined. Nobody's explored the extents of this realm. It's just. Hasn't been achieved.
You think we've not
as far as I know.
all of it? We've not explored all the surface.
Correct. Yeah. Not that I know of. Like I guess somebody out there may claim to have done it, but I don't know about it.
Get a plane, and let's assume it has enough fuel to go around the whole planet. Like if you start at one point and you just go straight, you don't turn anywhere, you're gonna come back to the same point.
Nobody's ever done that.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, you try finding someone who's done that.
Yeah, so apparently a few of them. Well, let me get one. Okay, so it says it's been done in 1924.
1924. Who by? Who was the person that did it?
I can send you the link to this thing. Okay, so I'll just send it to you in the DMs if you want. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Have you sent it yet?
Just accept my DM. Well, do you want in the DMs or chat?
You just post it in the side chat. If you can post it in the side chat, yeah, you do that.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. So it says here that it took off. So it says here it took off from Edwards Air Force Base.
Yeah.
And
flew west.
The aircraft, it flew west. Okay, so yeah, it flew west. Where's Edwards Air Force Base located?
Fuck knows.
Mojave Desert.
Yeah, what's the latitude?
Good question.
Aiming to have done 40,000 kilometers. It's at 34 degrees north, 117 degrees west. So you understand that west, east and west are perpendicular to north, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is a complete lap from Edwards Air Force Base going west 40,000 kilometers? Because that would make that latitude line the equator.
Let me look at where this space is. Okay.
You understand that east and west are circles around a pole, right?
Go on.
So one could
that's
say that he orbited to go around.
Yeah. Well, this is quite achievable over a plane surface. I mean, all you have to do is maintain a perpendicular heading to north. That would take you in a circle. So that's not a straight line. You said going straight. I was asking for someone that's claimed to have done it going straight in a straight line direction, not turning left or right. He would have to have turned left and.
If in the pilot's perspective, they just go forward.
No, yeah, but he would have had to keep. He would have to keep adjusting to his right in order to maintain a westerly heading.
No, just keep going in a straight line.
No, that's not. No, he would alter. He'd have to alter his course to maintain west relative to north. If he went westward from 34 degrees north latitude.
Plus, it's really important. Is around and straight the same thing?
Okay, so when you're in a plane and it just keeps going in a single direction, it's going to be a straight line, right?
No.
So in this case, you're saying west. Well, west is in relation. I mean, those cardinal directions, those are planar. So is the latitude and longitude. Those are also planar. So what you're describing to us is a flat surface.
And it says they return at the same spot, right? After flying in a straight line.
No, you said he's going around the Earth, so that would be a curve. You can't go straight and do a curve at the same time.
Yes, you can if the Earth is a globe.
No, because you're going around. Is round and straight the same thing?
Guys are actually not real at this point. Okay, so if you're in a plane and you just keep going forward, okay? Keep going forward. Then eventually
Straight?
and come to the same spot like this says. Yeah.
Are you going straight forward, or are you going to take a dip around the ball?
Well, from your perspective, look straight, basically.
No, I'm not. It's not my perspective. This is you.
When they say straight, they mean don't change the heading. Just
Yeah, no, you would have to. You'd have to adjust your heading to maintain a westerly heading in relationship to north. If you kept going straight without correcting your course, you wouldn't be going west anymore. You'd be going southwest and eventually just going south. West to keep deviating off to your right more and more and more and more and more.
or if you're going west, even if you stay west in like 100 miles,
Then you'd be going in a circle, my friend, a circle.
you'll still be going west. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, in a circle. In a circle. So not straight then.
If we're talking about a flat world, then they'd have to keep changing the direction. But
No, even on your globe, you would. Even on your globe, you would have to. Unless he's claimed to do this at the equator, but he didn't.
so you're saying if I'm at the equator and I move east or west, I'm going to go in a straight line.
Okay, hang on. It says here, sanctioned by the FAI and the AOPA, the flight was the first successful aerial, non-stop, non-refueled circumnavigation of the Earth that included 2 passes over the equator, as opposed to shorter, ostensible circumnavigations circling the North or South Pole. This feat has since been accomplished only one other time by Steve Fossett in the Virgin Atlantic Global Flyer, also designed by Rutan. For the feat, Yeager, the Rutans, and crew chief builder Bruce Evans received the 1986 Collier Trophy. Okay, what was this mean? I would love for them to post the actual like the flight path. I'd want to see that this flight path.
Well,
Here we go. Flight path. Here we go. Alrighty. They crossed the equator. So they didn't maintain equatorial heading. Yeah, hang on, I'll post the flight path. This is here. There's the flight path. This is a supposed flight path that they took.
Yeah. And
on a Mercator projection.
That's how it's represented on a flat map. Because since this thing is curved.
What does that look very straight to you?
Well, no, because it's curved.
No.
And you're trying to represent a sphere on a flat map. So you have to adjust your lines to match that.
Yeah, they crossed the equator, which means that they weren't going straight, and then they crossed over again. They were not going in a straight line. They were going all over the place. This is not a representation of what you were claiming they've done. At any rate, they would have been referencing north to try and maintain a somewhat westerly heading, right?
Okay.
Which means they just went in a circle.
Alright, so this says they took off and they kept going west. Right?
Not if they crossed the equator. They would have had to go on southwest.
Well, if they were above the equator and they kept going west, then they should.
And then eventually they would have had to go northwest eventually as well. Sorry for interrupting.
So if they were originally above the equator and they just kept going west, then they should have not crossed the equator, right? They should have stayed above it.
My friend, what does this have to do with the ground curving?
He was saying that if you go in a straight line, you end up back where you started.
Right.
I asked an example of anybody in history doing that, and he's presented this as an example.
So in no way do we have a straight line. Now you could say the heading was west. Okay, fine. So what? What we need is curvature.
Okay.
So where's that at?
Hold on.
Yeah, preferably a direct measurement thereof.
Let me look at the flight path. Let me look it up.
What would the flight path tell you about whether or not the ground is curving?
If you go in a straight line and you come back to the same spot.
Yeah, which this didn't do.
Well, we did come to the same spot, and this says.
Yeah, they didn't go in a straight line.
But it says they only went west.
Fine.
Yes.
No worries. So where can you show me the plane nosing around a ball? That'd be the thing I'd be most interested in. Do you have any maybe black box data from the plane to show us that the instruments were definitely showing a nose down orientation to compensate for the curvature? In fact, do you have...
go nose down to compensate for the curvature.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh.
At the speed that they're going and the ground that they're covering, according to the curvature that you're claiming, they would definitely need to nose down. But what you could also just figure it out if you looked at the artificial horizon, the gyroscope. Well, that would do a 180-degree rotation over the course of the flight, or excuse me, 360 degrees, because they would have went around a ball, and that particular artificial horizon would have maintained its rigidity in space and would indicate a 360-degree orientation of the plane around that artificial horizon. Do you have that?
Okay. So, if a plane is leveled off, right, it's traveling horizontally.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Around in a curve.
Welcome to flat Earth, right there. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, that's how it curves around.
No, you can't. No, horizontal. Horizontal's describing a flat Earth, not a globe Earth.
I mean, you don't believe in satellites, so.
What does it have to do with anything? What do satellites have to do with anything, and what are they?
What are they?
Yeah.
They're just man-made objects put into orbit for various purposes.
Okay. So are they falling around a ball in the vacuum of space?
They're undergoing circular motion, but slowly falling down at a slow rate.
Right. So these are claims that you're making. What evidence do you have to support those?
Well, you have a live stream of the space station, several space
stations,
probably.
I can show you a live stream of Narnia or Middle Earth. Doesn't mean they exist.
That's not a live stream then. Like,
oh, okay. So what are you looking at then? Because that's not a live. What does a live stream prove? Do you actually think that on the television screen or the internet, your computer screen, because you see something that says live on it, that it is real?
same goes for anything. If that's your like strategy, that's.
I know. Isn't it great? We should be always scrutinizing these claims. We shouldn't actually just be taking everything at face value. I agree.
So okay, so by your assumption, so
I didn't make an assumption.
molecules might not exist. Because
No,
there's
no, I didn't say that. I don't know how you jumped to that conclusion. I also don't know why you're making this my argument.
Or you're saying we have, just because we have like a live feed from the space station, that doesn't mean Earth exists. That's what you. I mean.
No, I didn't say that. No, dude. See, this is the thing. You guys always want to change the words and make it out like I said the Earth doesn't exist. No, what I'm saying is what you're seeing on that TV screen, that curvature, that ball, whatever it is that you're seeing, doesn't mean that is real. Didn't say the Earth wasn't real.
Yeah, my bad. I was supposed to say the Earth wasn't around. My bad. But still.
Yeah.
So okay, so you're saying just because there is videos, that doesn't mean they're like facts, let's say.
Of course not. Why would you take something that you saw on TV and say it was real? I mean, just because the news is on after Seinfeld doesn't mean it's still not fiction, right? Like it could still be just fiction.
Okay, so then molecules are fiction, even though we have pictures of them.
No. Why would you jump to that conclusion? By the way, what is a molecule, and has anybody ever seen one? And the answer is no. No one's ever seen a molecule. But we do have a way to describe, quantify chunks of matter, particulates. Right. But no one's ever seen that, so we can describe as much as we can detect. So we call it molecules. Well, what does a molecule look like? We have no idea.
Well, we do.
Okay, can you show me a picture of a molecule that someone used a really good microscope to look at?
Okay. So go look at this link. There is images of it. Images in it.
Okay, this is a real life image, or actually it would need to be a photograph of a molecule.
Yeah, that's what the website says.
This does seem like a deflection away from the responsibility of having to, prove that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, I don't know why we're talking about this. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. So we have a picture of a molecule. Now what?
What do you mean? Now what? You wanted a picture of a molecule? Because you say because we have a picture of the Earth doesn't mean it's real. Just because we have a picture of the molecule.
No, that still holds true. That still holds true. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I have a picture of Santa Claus. Now, is Santa Claus real?
Where'd you get a picture from?
What do you mean, where did I get the picture from? Is Santa Claus real if I have a picture of him? Yes or no?
Does that matter?
Oh, but then this thing has been explored by scientists.
Oh, I see. So so it doesn't mean that if I have a picture of it, it's real. Okay. So you agree with me then?
Oh.
Oh, so you think that my picture of Santa Claus is the real Santa Claus? Yes. No. Yes. No.
No.
Okay, so it's not the real Santa Claus. Why is that? Because we know Santa Claus doesn't exist. How do we know that? Because it's a story, and there's no evidence for it. Just like the globe. See, the Earth would be curving, and we'd have evidence for that curvature, but we don't have that. What we do have is people saying, I flew around a ball, but they don't actually show us the ball. They show us a map of how they flew around something, and then they called it a ball.
Well, it's impossible to see the ball if... So, we live in a 3D world. We can see in 2D, okay? So, we can't see the other dimension, right? We judge sizes based off how far objects are, how close they appear to us. If something appears very close, well, I mean, very massive, it must be very close, right?
What does this have to do with anything?
That's how we perceive in 3D. No, because you're talking about just because
it doesn't matter about what we're seeing. Let's just go ahead and measure it. You know, we'll measure all 3 dimensions and see if there's curvature.
Okay.
Okay, where's that?
Where is what the curvature?
Yeah, where's the measured curvature?
You have a satellite going around it. Comes back to the same spot.
Oh, so we're back to the satellites that nobody has any evidence for.
Yeah, no. The way you think that satellites operate is going to require pre-hand knowledge, right?
Okay.
Pre-existing knowledge of the Earth's dimensions. You can't say that we're measuring the Earth with satellites when satellites would require you to have measured the Earth already before placing the satellite into orbit. That's circular reasoning, right? So how did you get the values in order to be able to put your satellite into orbit?
So how did we measure, say, like the radius?
Right. Radius, circumference, diameter. Yeah. Dimensions. It's sphericity. Yeah, how?
I'll look it up and I'll tell you.
Hi.
Hello, welcome in. We're in an ongoing discussion with Costa at the moment. He's trying to find measurements of the Earth's radius value. Wow, where is everyone going? I mean, I didn't think we were that boring.
Oh, everyone's AFK. Okay, so take a look at this. They use the curvature. Measure the radius. Oh, by the way, I gotta go.
In 240 BC, can you please summarize it for us? Can you describe what they did?
Read the whole thing.
Who?
I don't know what they did.
You don't know? So you're just believing this? You haven't evaluated its authenticity?
Oh, I can spend like 2 hours reading it, but I can't be fucked.
Okay, so you just believe this. This is just a belief that you have. The trust. You trust that somebody's done this.
Well, if the mathematics hold, then sure.
How do you know that it works? How do you know that it holds true?
Like, read this thing now.
Wait, you want me to read something that you haven't read?
Yeah, I'm not reading that shit now. It's too late for this.
Wait, no, that's not how this works, bro. If you have a claim, and you have which you have claimed, right? You have to support it. You have to understand what's being claimed, and you have to be able to detail it and summarize it, at least, and be able to express exactly what was done, how it was done, who did it, etc. All the details. I'm not going to read it for you. You want me to prove your claim for you?
No, I just gave information which you asked for. So haven't got exploring it, I guess. That's how.
Yeah, you don't. So you don't even know. This could be a bunch of bullshit for all you know.
Okay, so you're basing everything off. Okay, this might exist, or this might not exist. These are all the points you've been making so far. Okay, we have a picture of this. It may not exist.
No, we know that imagery that's presented to us, which is, and it's being presented as in such a manner that it's being claimed that it's an accurate representation of our reality from a certain vantage point. If it's claiming that the Earth's surface is curving, we know it's false. We know it's not trustworthy. Because that is not our experience, it's not what we measure, and it's not how we use the surface of the Earth. The Earth's surface is planar in nature.
So it's flat, you're saying?
Right, planar, yeah, horizontal, level.
Right, so what happens when I go to the edge then? Can you explain? I'm actually curious.
I don't know about any edge. I don't know about any edge.
So it's like an infinite plane.
No, nobody said that. Like, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. So in this context, we're talking about the description of a surface, specifically large bodies of water over distance not curving, right? So if you have a surface and it's not curved, right, it's like by default flat. And that's the context that we're saying this word in here, right? Flat Earth. Not trying to claim to know the shape of the Earth. Mostly testing what we've been told, right? When it comes to the radius and testing to see if that actually matches up with reality. And we have, a huge accumulation of long distance observations and laser tests and other types of various tests. And we can't find any curvature, right? We can see thousands of % further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe, right? Even accounting for refraction. I mean, I was just listening to a professor just now talk about refraction, and he was saying that it's just a small difference, right? It would be 7% or up to 10%, maximum. He said it's not going to allow you to see huge distances further, right? And completely flatten out the water to a horizon that's like 10 times further away.
Well, that guy just said the fucking Earth was a plane.
Yeah, plane, right? So as we're not claiming to know the shape of a plane, right? So you could have like a table could be a plane. It's like the surface of the table is a plane, right?
Don't know the size of it, basically.
Yeah, we're not claiming, and we're most definitely not claiming that it's like a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric, like the globe Earth version of outer space, or anything like that. We're not making claims about things we can't validate either. It's more of an empirical, evidence-based thing, right? It's like we don't try to have a replacement for every single claim that the globe side makes.
Okay, so
I just took a little clip from what I was just listening to there. So yeah, I mean, this physics professor, he's talking about refraction, right? And he's saying, it's a small difference, right? And if you study atmospheric refraction, I mean, I've looked quite deeply into it, and it is just a small difference. When they're accounting for it in surveying or celestial navigation, it's 7 to 8%. And then under extreme conditions, it can go up a bit higher than that, but it doesn't explain these, vast distances we're seeing further. Because once you start to get like a huge difference in the refractive index due to temperature, right, you start getting crazy miraging effects and things like that. It's super obvious. But I mean, I can show you observations over a lake that's 21 miles across, super clear conditions. There's no horizon over the entire 21 miles. And the observer height's just 5 foot, right? So that means the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. And then the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 220 foot approximately of Earth curvature. But it's just completely flat the whole way across, right? Extremely clear observation. So it's an accumulation of these types of things. And there's a lot more to it, but that's definitely one of the better arguments in my personal opinion.
So about the horizon then.
Yeah, the horizon on a globe, right? The horizon would have to be physical, meaning that anything that goes beyond it would have to start to become obstructed behind it. And the distance to it's calculated based on the, the size of the sphere. So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. And then anything that goes beyond 3 miles would start to slowly become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. So that's kind of like what we can easily go out and test, the horizon, trying to validate the geometric horizon. These are certain characteristics that have to be present if the Earth's a globe. If you have a 10-mile lake, there has
in size and shape, and so does the other planets. So I have a photo of it, which is verified by NASA. Like NASA was the one who gave this photograph. So I can share it with you.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Now, the other thing I want to bring up, because this happens quite a bit in this kind of conversation, a lot of the conversation goes to looking at the sky. And what we're actually talking about in this chat and the other 3 other channels that we populate here on Discord, we're talking about the surface of Earth. So actually, no, it doesn't really matter what you're talking about in the sky.
What do you mean by surface?
The surface of Earth, where we're standing, what we're standing on.
So, okay. So if a thing is so big and you consider a small part of it, okay, yeah, it's flat. If your point of view, if your AI, the area in that you have to walk, it's small, and the size of the Earth is like very big as compared to that, then okay, yeah, it's flat Earth. But if you see as a whole, Earth is spherical. Got my point?
Yeah, there's no proof of it being spherical because they told us the size. I've said this before. They told us the size of Earth.
I literally showed you the proof. See the side chat?
Hold on, I was talking. So the Earth's radius, they told us it's 3,959 miles. So that means that 3 miles has 72 inches, 6 feet of vertical drop. 5 miles is 16.67 feet of drop. 10 miles is 66.67 feet of drop. And 30 miles is 469 feet of vertical drop below my line of sight, with a bulge of water in between me and the observation I'm making. That's what we're talking about. So this is observable, and it's testable. You could take binoculars yourself and look out over water at a distance and see things that would be impossible to see on the globe of that size. So a lot of people that claim to think they know that the Earth is a globe, they want to ignore the size that was given. They want to ignore how much drop that means. They want to just detract into something else completely other than the actual dimensions of Earth and what that means on the surface. So I hope you're not trying to
equate to hidden height, and I've never seen any instance where the hidden height doesn't correlate with the predictions based on the size of the globe.
Okay, great. Look in the side chat. At 21 minutes after the hour, I posted an infrared photograph of Mount Kanahu, 255 miles away, zero curvature. So how many flat places does your globe have on it?
Mount Kanahu, how do you spell that?
Yep.
Hold on.
There's no refraction. It's an infrared. So you talk about 98, less than 2% of any refractive index. So basically zero refraction with infrared.
Hello, am I audible?
Yep.
So, did you say something? Like, what's your point of view?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Okay. So, but do you agree that if we comparing something that is very small to something that is very big, then the size, like if the size difference is too big, then you can say, yeah, Earth is flat at that point.
Okay, but I have to stop you again because you're saying basically Earth too biggie. Well, I already described the Earth, that's the size that they've told us. And
what?
There's supposed to be a drop over distance. A geometric horizon of an Earth that size at 1 foot above the water can be no further than 1.225 miles. A 10-mile observation of the horizon at 1 foot above the water would make your Earth 264,000 mile radius. That's a 500,000 mile diameter. That would make the radius of Earth just a 10-mile observation out to where the moon is supposed to be. So I have to ask you, what's your margin of error in the size of the Earth? Because I've got a 30-mile observation that would make your Earth like nearly 3 million mile radius.
Okay, whatever you're saying, can you just post in side chat? Whatever
Yeah, I posted it. Yeah, I posted it earlier. So we have at 9 minutes after the hour, I have my observation. I'm sunny on the plane. We have an observation of Catalina Island. There's a photograph that I took 8 feet above the water. And next to it, it says Sunset Beach to Mount Orizaba, Catalina Island, 30.8
Okay. Can I give you another proof? Can I give you another proof? Okay.
Sure.
So, when sun rises, okay, then at my place, you can say in India, the time is something, suppose you can say 4 a.m. When we move to, you can say England, at the same time is different, right? And when a person is in US, the time is different. So
the time
how
is
it's
different.
happening?
Yeah. The
And
time
if you're
of
saying
day,
no,
the
if you're
time of
saying
day, hold on, let me answer. The time of day is based on the location of the sun, the position of the sun over our heads.
yeah. So if Earth is flat, then at all the location, the day would be same time. Isn't?
No, not correct.
Yes.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
correct.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Because as
Like
the
show
sun
me.
rises, hold on, as the sun rises in the east, at my location here in California, if I measured that sun with an elevation angle from the horizon, it would be a different angle than when it is at noon. So the time of day is based on the position of the sun over your head. So at noon, my noon is different than your noon. That's based on the
Is
position of
something
the
wrong
sun
with
above our
you?
heads.
Is something wrong with you? I'm saying if the whole earth is flat, then obviously it's the same time everywhere at the same time.
How could
Position
it
of the
be the
sun?
same time when the sun has a position over? Sun is not 93 million miles away, brother. It's just not. That's
How
why you're
is
saying this.
okay, how the distance of sun is impacting? Why are you telling me the distance between earth and sun?
You're trying to say that the light is parallel to the Earth's surface. No, it's not.
You are
I think,
telling
I
me
think he
that.
sees it. I think he sees the sun more. I don't mean to mischaracterize, but a lot of flat Earth models show like the sun being kind of like almost like hovering and like circling over the flat surface, relatively close compared to the heliocentric model, almost like a flashlight pointing down. It's like the sunlight is kind of localized. So as the sun makes that like ring shape over the course of the day, the noonday light, is at a different location, kind of like a flashlight beaming down on the surface. Is that roughly correct?
That's what we know about the sun. I mean, we know that when it's light, like it's daytime in my area, my local area, the sun moves away, then it's nighttime. And when that happens, as the sun moves from east to west, then over that, like eventually when it gets across the Pacific, it's light in Japan and it's dark here. This is obvious. This
Oh
is
my
how
God,
the sun moves across the sky.
Do you have a pen and paper with you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you have pen and paper with you?
I sure do.
Yeah, so can you show me like when it's show me the shape of Earth and the moon and the sun, and when it's 4 p.m. at your place? Okay, and show me the Earth in a paper.
Yeah, guess what? We don't claim a shape here. Flat is not a shape.
What do you mean by flat isn't a shape? What do you mean by
Flat
that?
isn't a shape. Okay, what shape is flat?
What shape is flat? Okay, it can be polygon, most probably.
Yeah, flat isn't a shape. Flat is a surface description.
Dimension.
It's an adjective, not a concrete noun. A shape is a concrete noun. Flat is not. Flat is an adjective. It's a descriptor.
I don't know. Like you started with science, you ended with English. I don't know what's wrong with you.
I didn't.
I'm giving you a second chance.
I didn't mention.
I'm
I
giving
didn't
you
mention
giving you a
science.
second chance. With
I haven't even mentioned science.
Prophet, do you see the animation in the chat?
Yeah. So what is this?
Yeah, so it's just like a GIF that is a basic idea, a concept, and nobody's saying that this is exactly what the sun is or exactly how it moves. But this is the basic idea that we know how the sun moves above our heads, as you all witness and experience every day of your life. You see the sun moving across the sky. You don't sense any motion.
You gave.
But Prophet, hold on. Give me a second, Prophet. So I want to tell you. So if Earth was a globe and all things were the way they tell us, like that the sun's light is parallel rays from the sun to the Earth, that would mean the Earth would have 12-hour nights, 12-hour days exactly. This doesn't occur. It never occurs.
That's wrong because Earth is tilted across its axis. The thing is that
So
Earth is
it doesn't
tilted.
matter if it's tilted on its axis, it would still have 12-hour days, 12-hour nights.
No.
Yeah, because if it's a ball, it would have to be half lit at all times. Yes. Yes.
There are so many other effects. Suppose
Okay. How?
Sometimes the location of Earth and Sun, it increased during some days, and during some days it decreases because of the path of the Earth in which it get rotated around the Sun. Based on of that,
You have
Okay,
24 hours. You have 24 hours of nighttime. In northern Alaska and the Arctic, for example.
yeah, in
Yeah,
poles they have. The
Yeah, that
thing
makes
is,
no
he's
sense
like
on a
saying,
globe.
yeah, in poles they have the same thing.
Sure it does.
Yeah, so you're talking about the sky again. So, like, we've quickly gone down
That's right.
to the sky again, the lights in the sky. We're still talking about the surface of Earth.
But do you determine that? I mean, its relation in space to other things is, I think, obviously
Okay,
relevant.
I want you to walk me through how the lights on your ceiling in your room have anything to do with the floor or the condition of the floor or the size of the floor. Explain that to me. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the shape of the floor were such that it obscures the lights in my room from a certain angle, then of course it would be relevant. Like if I had a curved, floor.
Okay, so
I mean, in a large enough room.
Okay, tell me what would happen. You go to the hardware store and you say, I'm putting flooring in my room and I need you to help me measure the ceiling lamp so I know what size the floor is. That's fucking ridiculous.
Wait a sec. I think real guy. The thing is that he's not understanding that the size of Earth is very big and the point of reference he's referring to is very small. So if we have to
stop saying that the
Yeah.
Earth is too big. We already went through that. Why aren't you getting that? They told us how big
Why
the
aren't
Earth
you
is.
getting that?
I
You
explained
don't
to
get
you
that. If something
what
is very
that
big,
that size of Earth means is a specific amount of vertical drop over distance on the Earth. We don't show any of
Oh
this
my
drop
God,
over
no.
distance, so stop saying it's too big. We know how big it is. We know how much drop there should
So,
be. It's
you don't
not
know.
fair.
Prove me.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
So
in
speaking
the
of
chat?
the drop and
Yeah.
Orizaba, Mount Orizaba, do you have, there's a website called earthcurvature.com. Do you have an opinion on that website?
Yeah, it's fine. It says there's 460 feet. It's 469 feet of vertical drop in 30 miles.
It's when I say when I put in 30.88, it says 635.91 is even more. So
Okay.
like it would seem to lend even more to your argument, right?
Yeah, it sure would.
I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah, I'm 8 feet above the surface of the water. So I'm 8 feet above sea level.
Okay.
So that's why it's probably 469. But yeah, you're right. If you're
The highest point is over 2,000 feet. Let's say 2,000 round down. That's fair. So from that distance, isn't it just the first like 635 feet approximately that would be obscured by the horizon and not the majority of the midsection and peak of those mountains?
Yeah, so you're at let's say I'll give you the 600 feet. I think it's a little less than that. But that would be at least a third of that island would be blocked. And where that blocking would start at 8 feet above is 3.5 miles out. But I see the first oil rig that is like 6 miles out. And the last oil rig, which is way out there, is 9.95 miles. And I can still see the lights of that oil rig.
Okay, interesting. So one thing at a time, like the mountainscape itself and that landmass. If I understand you, you're saying that even if the first 600 or whatever, like the bottom is obscured, that would be like a third of the landmass. But the image clearly shows you're saying that it's less than a third, which is actually obscured at the bottom.
Yeah, there's nothing obscured. I can see the lights. I can see the oil rigs going all the way out to the island. They don't go all the way out to the island, but I can see the oil rigs at the farthest one is 10 miles, 9.95 miles.
Okay.
So I can see that oil rig. So the drop isn't beginning where it should be at 3.5 miles.
I hear
Everything
that.
else, everything beyond 3.5 miles at 8 foot above the sea level should be dropping below my line of sight, so I wouldn't see the lights on the water like I do of those oil rigs that are off in the distance.
I want to focus on the island first, and then get to the oil rigs, just so I understand it one piece at a time. The island landmass towards the right side there, it dips and appears to almost dip to the level of the water at the horizon. It almost looks like two islands broken off at a section there.
Yeah.
It looks like maybe that's one contiguous island, and they're not actually two broken separately. But I don't know the geography of that place to see if that's a solid section of the island which is dipping below the apparent horizon.
Yeah, it does dip down there.
Right. And I guess that's, if there were no curvature at all or any effects, you would see the whole island, I guess, or maybe it's just that shallow section is just close enough that it doesn't refute the photograph. But I guess my eye was drawn to that, and I don't know anybody else's opinion about it. I guess each of these oil rigs also, the precise distance between them and the viewpoint.
Yeah, I have that information as well.
I guess on the face, without.
And I'll grant you, it's not a very clear photograph. It could definitely be clearer. It's done with a cell phone, and not a very good cell phone. So it's a cheap camera. Now, if I had a P900 or something like that, which I don't, and I plan on going to that same location and with a better camera and trying to get a day where I have the clearest visibility. Because you see the haze that's along the shoreline of the island. It's quite hazy down there, right? But if you look closely, if you blow that picture up, you can clearly see lights either right on the shoreline or very close to the shoreline. That's absolutely impossible on this supposed globe. Virtually impossible. Let alone the oil rigs that I can see lights on 10 miles out before you get to Catalina Channel. The oil rigs go out there until it gets too deep. So they basically go out about 10 miles. And then I can actually see lights on the shoreline, or like I said, right near the shoreline.
If they're 10 miles away, then the drop would be about 60. It says here on this website, Earth Curvature, 66.69 feet. Approximately there?
Yeah.
So are those lights less than that height above the surface of the water?
The oil rigs are approximately 80 feet tall.
At their highest point, at that antenna, tower point or whatever?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see the tower. You wouldn't be able to see those towers at 10 feet, at 10 miles, unless you had a very good camera and could zoom in all the way to that distance. Like the Black Swan, for instance.
The deck of the oil rigs is approximately 80 feet above the water surface?
Yeah, the top deck. They have slightly different heights.
Because if it's 10 miles away, and the deck is 80 feet, I guess you would still see it, but I guess that closest rig, you can see a lot of its deck beneath, you can see a lot of the rig beneath those lights, and that looks like it would be more than, I guess I question the distance of this oil rig, if it's actually 10 feet. And I don't mean to, again, sound like I'm just trying to not be stubborn or anything, but...
No, it's okay. I can give you some of those. 1 second. I'm scrolling through my DMs. Let me find that. 1 second.
Oh, good. I appreciate it. Yeah. Also, like I wonder, like I'm looking at the GIF that John Luna posted, and I'm wondering if like those rigs, that the deck of that rig is like on stilts, kind of, and so you can
Yeah,
kind of
they
like
are.
see, you can kind of see
Yeah,
the
they are.
horizon a bit behind it. Like it looks like in that animation, I don't know, like the base of the deck on top where the stilts meet the base of the deck happens to be like very close to the line of the horizon, and I wonder if that, because he has this green line illustrating the lack of curvature is the claim, and I wonder if that's like kind of a perspective effect of like the base of that deck on top of the stilts happening to coming close to aligning with the horizon that makes it.
Yeah, so keep in mind these are two different locations.
Mm-hmm.
The oil rigs that John Luna has posted, those are off the coast of Santa Barbara. That's oil rig Hill House is the closer one, and Habitat is the further one. Those two oil rigs. The oil rigs I have in mine is in Southern California. Those ones that John Luna posted are more like in Northern California or Central California. So
okay.
they're a couple hundred miles apart from each other.
I see.
So I've posted a couple images, and also I can give you a better idea with a map. 1 second.
$9.35 miles. Okay. 9.95. I mean, I think of like mirages, like the Fata Morgana and stuff, which can like if a ship is out in the distance, it can seem to like compact the size or stretch it out or something. And I understand you said the other measurement like it eliminated 98% of atmospheric effects, so the images there may look different. Yeah, but just like given the footage of mirages that I've seen, I've kind of expect that can have an effect sometimes on like the apparent image, that reaches your camera lens. Oh, I see. Let's see this map. Edith, Ellie, Ellen.
Yeah, Ellen, Ellie, Garfield, Eureka, and I'm standing. Well, if you go to Google Earth, I don't know if you're willing to do that, but right near Huntington Beach, there's Sunset Beach, right where that emblem is, where I've posted it. I'm standing almost exactly on the beach, right where that emblem that says Sunset Beach is. Of course, I'm pretty close to the water. My feet are only a few feet out from the water, so I'm about 8 feet above sea level. So the thing about that 8 feet above sea level is that geometric horizon. If you go to a Earth curve calculator, it says that at 8 feet above sea level, the geometric horizon is supposed to be at 3.5 miles. So let me look up. Let's see, real quick. Let me look at this again. So I'm pretty much looking at oil rig Eva, which I don't have a measurement of that, but I can find it. 1 second. Yeah, so the first oil rig is very close. It's 2.1 miles. That's so you can see where Eva is, and then so I think Edith is the one off to my right. Then I have it looks like Ellie, Ellen, and Eureka off to the right or off to the left.
I guess on a flat Earth too, like why is the base of anything obscured, and not just like in a haze, but like in this picture of is it Toronto? Like the water surface, rises to obscure much of the building's bottoms. Why wouldn't you just see the shoreline and all the other details just in miniature at the distance?
Because the water is brighter than the bottoms of those buildings.
Brighter?
It's brighter. There's more water surface area. It reflects more sunlight to the observer, so it obscures dimmer objects like the bottom of the building.
I don't know, man. I've been a hobbyist photographer for about 15 years. I haven't done this exact type of photography, so I'm not trying to, talk out of my expertise, but I've seen bright objects like overexpose other things in their, in frame. That's not what this looks like to me. I gotta be honest.
Well, it's similar to like if you're looking southward and the sun is pointing directly at you, so it's in your camera, and you have a building in front of you and you're trying to capture what's inside the windows of that building. The sunlight will obscure what's in the building.
So yeah, maybe you'd get like the profile of the building, like the silhouette of it without any details, and you wouldn't see the windows. Like if you got it just right, you could see the sunlight shining through the windows, but that's unlikely. You'd probably see like a black silhouette of the building. And maybe even that would be like a dim kind of vague silhouette because the sun is so bright behind it, It might just look like a needle point or something. But this really looks different. I mean, I honestly, I don't see that as the effect here because I'm looking at the water, and the top of the water's edge, apparent to the viewer, is like slicing through the bottom sections of these structures, and there's a pretty distinct line there of the surface of the water slicing through these buildings. Doesn't look like it's a brightness effect obscuring or overexposing the base of those buildings.
Yeah, it's also excuse me, the law of reflections. What you see clearly is the clearest reflections you're getting off those objects. Anything past that distance starts getting more and more fuzzy.
Is the law of refractions?
Reflections. Because sunlight reflects off everything.
Right.
And you get different levels of coherent reflections. Some are very incoherent. As you get further and further away, they start getting incoherent. So they're being more scattered. So anything that's more scattered is more difficult to see. Anything that's got a nice coherent reflection, very easy to see. So that's what the actual horizon is. Horizon is where the reflections start disappearing from your view, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, it's not that the base of the buildings are like fuzzier or the resolution or something is getting less like, there's less resolution or detail because it's not reflecting as well as the surface of the water is. It's that the surface of the water is like cutting a straight line across the base of the building, and all of those bases as they apparently meet the surface of the water are pretty sharply defined. It's not like they fuzz out or something.
Yeah, that's the angular resolution limit. At a certain point, you'll get past that limit, and they become more visible. Like the camera I'm using has got a very small sensor, so it doesn't provide high quality images.
I don't understand why you wouldn't see the shoreline and the bottoms of those buildings just in a fuzzier or like less resolved, picture, if that's what you're describing. These look like they're clearly behind the top surface of that water.
Yeah, I would need a much larger imaging device. I would need like a 14-inch telescope with a good DSLR. Then I would get more details, and then you would see more and more of the lower parts of the building. But most people don't take, $10,000-$20,000 worth of sensitive camera gear to the beach to take photographs of landscapes.
I understand
they don't want to risk the damage.
Good. I couldn't expect that from you. I mean, with how like trendy this debate has become, I feel like somebody could do, but I'm not trying to be like too argumentative here. It's just like the claim is that if you could zoom in further, then you would see the shoreline and like the bottoms of those buildings.
Yeah, every single piece of optical equipment has a physical limit on how far it can see. So I can improve it with a telescope, because the Celestron 1400 HD has a focal length equivalent of about 3,900 millimeters, which is pretty damn good, but it's still not perfect enough. So you'll see more details, clearer details, but you won't see everything still, because everything requires perfect conditions, and perfect conditions never exist.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. In all conviction, it does not look like to me that that's an issue of like the resolution or the zoom capacity or something.
Yeah, because my best photographs I've ever taken of Toronto have been at nighttime when there's no sunlight reflecting off the water. Because as soon as they get sunlight reflecting off the water, I see less and less of the city.
Do you have any of those nighttime photographs?
Yeah, just give me a second here to locate some.
Appreciate it. It looks like, did you post this railroad track clip as an example?
Yeah, that's I'm using the reflective nature of the railroad track there to show you that the light reflecting off it will obscure objects in the distance.
My guess is that's also heat, no?
This was on a December day where the temperature was only 2 degrees Celsius. It's not really the heat.
Okay, I wonder,
it gets worse in the summertime, because I've done this in the summertime as well, but it's still pronounced in the wintertime.
I guess I wonder if even during the cold of the winter, I wonder if like relative to the atmosphere around the tracks, the like absorption of sunlight has enough of a degree difference to like produce this kind of mirage.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's the reflective surfaces that causes the issues with it, and the height of the camera. Because as soon as I lift the camera,
right, yeah,
the angle changes, and when the angle changes, then it doesn't have this issue. All right, found my nighttime photos. Let me find some here. Now the sensor in my camera is kind of poor. I actually have to run 8 to 15 second exposures only to get a decent amount of light into the lens there.
I see.
And the optical limits of my camera are pretty poor too. It's only a Canon 68 SX.
Interesting to see the detail because like that, whatever that like kind of white dome shaped structure is, I'm not sure if you can see more of the base of it in this picture, but like you can see those like red illuminations or whatnot, and like so that black border line is the surface of the water.
Yeah, the red are the actual signs for the Rogers Center because I've got close-up pictures of those.
Like come like sold out tonight, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Tish.
Yeah, see those red letterings light up at nighttime.
I see.
And that's basically what I'm seeing from the south shore of Lake Ontario.
Really interesting.
Again, I have to do that with a longer exposure, at least 10 seconds of exposure for my camera. At an ISO of 100.
Right, so that's going to add some blurriness to it, and what can you do about that?
Yeah, if I had a better sensor, better camera, I'm sure I could do it with like a half-second exposure.
What? So I'm curious about like fundraising efforts among like data collectors and such, and like I'm aware of some like group experiments and stuff that have been done, but I haven't followed it so closely. Like, are there people talking about there, like maybe pooling money together or like buying a $30,000 camera to test this?
I doubt it. Like I said, because just the fact that the chance of some damage occurring is usually the biggest problem, because most people don't want to risk, a $10,000, $20,000 lens or something.
That makes sense. At the same time, I feel like discovery favors the bold, right?
Yeah, I think it would be like less problematic here on Lake Ontario because it's a freshwater lake. But I'm certain nobody wants to take it to the ocean where there's saltwater spray everywhere and things like that and risk it. But, like I said, I know there's places used to be able to rent camera gear from, but some of the places close to me stopped doing that. So I was going to rent like a good 800 milliliter lens, maybe get a 2x teleconverter, and a nice Canon DSLR, but they stopped renting that stuff.
Have there been like laser measurements at distance? Like I'm thinking of like they have like experiments that measure like laser beam wavelength interference, right, at like very high degrees of accuracy, supposedly.
The only experiments I've seen of that sort are done in universities where they're They use a laser. They send a laser beam down a whole bunch of down hallways and reflect it back, and then watch the diffraction patterns and stuff like that. So.
So it wouldn't be practical to set that up across like a desert or a salt flat or something like that, or the ocean even.
Again, even a decent laser is kind of expensive itself. So.
For sure, yeah.
And like they did it in the one show there, with the Stephen Hawking's Genius show, where they tried to shoot a laser on a boat that was on the lake there, and tried to prove that, oh look, the lake is curving, but I calculated how little they would have to be off level for that laser to deviate by 6 feet over 3 miles. And it's a fraction of a millimeter. It's only like 0.378 of a millimeter, which would be undetectable to most people's eyes. They would not be able to see that was tilted wrong.
Just be error or like some kind of disturbance in the.
Yeah, because they just put it down on the sand, right? And sand isn't known for its ability to be unmoving, right? So it's not like they put it down on a concrete footing that doesn't move. They set up this laser on sand, and even if the sand compressed 0.5 millimeter, that would be enough to throw it off.
How about any astrophotography? Have you tried that?
Not with my camera. It doesn't take very good photographs of objects in the sky, just due to the small sensor.
So like the phases of Venus, or like the banding on Jupiter and stuff like that, or like the apparent rotations of other planets.
Yeah, none of that shows up. Yeah, none of that shows up with my camera.
What do you think? What do you think of the? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, because even trying to get like the moons of Jupiter, extremely difficult. Usually, Jupiter is too overexposed.
What do you think of those? The astrophotography that appears to show like rotations and globular shapes of other planets.
It's still no one's ever been there to verify what they are. So, an image of a light in the sky is just an image of a light in the sky to me.
I mean, is it unfair of me to say that that sounds like a little too dismissive?
It's what I can do with the best evidence they provide.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like everybody can, like my photographs, pretty much anybody with a decent camera can duplicate my photographs. Most people cannot afford the tens of thousands, $100,000 worth of equipment. Because even a decent amateur telescope, like a 1 meter telescope, you're looking 6 figures for that.
For sure.
And most people can't afford that, so they can't verify what's in the sky.
I wonder, like, if there's an element of I almost want to say like kind of a populist or kind of like a democratic value system here, where like if the average person can't validate these things with like affordable tools, then that average person doesn't have a good reason to believe the claims that are being provided to them by like much wealthier and endowed institutions.
Yeah, exactly. Because even in my locale, there was a like a small astronomy club, but some thieves broke into their clubhouse and stole their telescope and stuff like that.
Oh, that's so cool. Jesus.
So that's why a lot of people don't want to share their stuff.
Right.
Thankfully, they had a patron who let them borrow something, one of his decent telescopes, until they could get something to replace the stolen equipment. But
Are there other areas of, and like these questions are like meant to be kind of like, you know, I'm kind of prodding and testing for consistency, but I don't mean to try to like, you know, trap you or anything, but like, are there other